Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1351 Chapter 1351 Scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. Beimings looked at Suzaimo for help. Receive it. Suzaimo expression is indifferent, nodded. As his eldest disciple, accepting a perfect grade spirit tool can't be considered. His primordial spirit cannot be used, nor can he open the storage bag. Otherwise, he can take out at least 10 innate spirit tool from the storage bag. Hearing Suzaimo's words, Beimings only took over this silver in Rama, and with her calm nature, there was a hint of joy in her eyes. The Beiming aristocratic family also had a strong heritage. However, over the years, the three great aristocratic families have been continuously oppressed and searched. No matter how thick the foundation, it has been exhausted. The innate spirit tool, perfect spirit tool, and top-grade spirit tool passed down by the Beiming aristocratic family have been snatched by the cultivator of the three great aristocratic families. Today, the cultivator of Beiming Town has a rare high-grade spirit tool. Liu Hanyan and Rixuan also took out 2 perfect-grade spirit tools from the storage bag and passed them. Beimings hesitated, but took it over. Beimings looked at the 3 perfect spirit tools in his hand, and felt as if they were in a dream, which was a bit unreal. Just now, she was the humble existence of the Beiming family. Now, just because she worships Suzaimo as a teacher, even the Taoist of Void Return of Nangong aristocratic family, respectfully call her master aunt. What kind of master is this? Beiming's mind flashed a puzzle. It turned out to be the flooding the Dragon King's temple, and senior is also my Nangong aristocratic family. Nangongyu trembling with fear came over, his cheeks were swollen and his speech was a little unclear, but he still smiled loudly. Junior Nangongyu, see senior. Nangongyu responded very quickly. Seeing that the situation was not right, she quickly bowed her head and bowed softly, saluted to Suzaimo. I'm not Nangong and I'm not from the Nangong aristocratic family. Suzaimo didn't get up, just looked at Nangongyu coldly and said. Nangongyu expression froze. He thought that Suzaimo was the ancestral uncle master of Nangongling, and he must be a member of the Nangong aristocratic family, but he made a huge mistake. Suzaimo surnamed Su, simply not surnamed Nangong. Even if senior is not a member of the Nangong aristocratic family, it must be renowned. Nangongyu blinded his eyes and wanted to trouble you, and asked senior to make atonement. Nangongyu smiled wryly, lowered his eyebrows, and no longer looked at his face, bowed his head completely. Yeah. The 3 old man from Nascent Soul Realm also quickly followed. My down name, maybe you've heard it. Suzaimo lightly saying, I am Huang Wu. Huang Wu. These 3 words seem to have a magic power. The expressions of Nangongyu and 3 Nascent Soul True Monarch all froze on the face. Only the eyes showed endless fear and horror, their 4 bodies were trembling slightly. There are not many people in the true cultivation world who can scare the cultivator to the point of shivering with a down name. Suzaimo is definitely one of them. Not to mention that Nangongyu is just Gold Core Realm, and those 3 Nascent Soul True Monarch, even if it is the title of the major super sect. When you hear the word Huang Wu, your heart will tremble. Huang Wu cultivation so far, it has risen against the trend, and the people walking on it are all the dead bones of the heaven chosen. Beimings opened her mouth slightly, and her beautiful eyes showed a deep shock. Huang Wu. Her master turned out to be Huang Wu Dao Monarch, owned by True Cultivation. No wonder, Master's understanding of martial Dao is so thorough. No wonder, the Master never refused to reveal his identity, and kept secret. No wonder, the Master was worried that accepting her as an apprentice would involve her. There is only one reason. Master is Huang Wu. The moment he heard the news, Beiming's heart was filled with endless joy and pride, except for shock. No worry. No fear. Huang Wu stood up and Buwu was born. She had a great respect for Huang Wu. No matter what rumors circulate outside, Beimings always believes that Huang Wu Dao Monarch has a big mind that others cannot reach. This kind of mind is better than any upright sect person, and better than any cultivator who asserts himself. Don't say worship Huang Wu as a teacher. Even if you can have a chance to meet Huang Wu, it is a great satisfaction for Biaiming's. After Suzaimo said this, he stopped talking. In the entire courtyard, suddenly there was a dead silence. Nan Gongling bowed her head slightly. A flash of cold light flashed in her eyes. He turned around and looked at Nan Gongyu. 4 people, slowly said, 4 of you, don't walk out of this yard today. Suzaimo didn't say much, but he said his down name, Nan Gongyu 4 had to die. At present, Suzaimo and some of the super sects of immortals, Buddhas and demons have been completely opposed. If you know that Suzaimo has not fallen, these super sects are bound to take action. Even more how? Suzaimo primordial spirit was injured and battle strength was greatly reduced. If you let Nan Gongyu 4 leave, you are putting Suzaimo in a huge and dangerous place. Thump. Thump. Nan Gongyu 4 kneeled down, each and everyone looked pale. After all, we are members of the Nangong family. Within the body is flowing the same blood. Uncle Ling spares his life. Please also ask Uncle Ling to raise your expensive hand. After we leave, we will not talk nonsense. Nan Gongyu, weeping bitter tears, has been frightened to a psychological breakdown. Nan Gongling expression is calm and unmoved. The Nangong aristocratic family is lined with over 1,000 branches. As an unrelated bloodline, he has nothing to do with these clansmen. Simply, in his mind, Suzaimo is much more important. Call. In the palm of Nan Gongling, a 3-color flame suddenly appeared. 3 secrets Dao fire. Nan Gongling has got true inheritance from Jihuo this lineage. Although his 3 secrets Dao fire is much worse than the 3 secrets Dao fire of Suzaimo, it is more than enough to deal with Nan Gongyu and 3 nascent soul true monarch. The flames enveloped the Nan Gongyu 4 people instantly. Ah! Nan Gongyu 4 people screamed. The fire is shining. Just in a blink of an eye, Nan Gongyu turned into a ball of ashes. He was just a gold core Taoist. Under the incineration of 3 secrets Dao fire, simply couldn't support it. And the 3 nascent soul true monarchs, just supporting for a few moments, were completely meteorites, and the whole flesh skeleton was burned by 3 secrets Dao fire. Nan Gongling, as a descendant of the Nangong aristocratic family, has worshipped 100 refinements sect, experienced many storms, followed Suzaimo, and witnessed 1,000 world wars such as the Crane Tea Party. He is not a kind-hearted person who can practice to this step. Biaiming's was standing behind Suzaimo, looking at the dust falling slowly in the air. His expression is complex, and his heart is filled with emotion. From start to finish, Suzaimo didn't get up and didn't take any action. Just 3 words and 2 words made Nan Gongyu 4 people buried here. Turn your hands into clouds, cover your hands with rain, and that's what master means. Today is 3 more. Everyone rest early and pay attention to your body. You talk about you. The author 7 asks for leave on the evening, but you are urging in the back, like urging, not at all kind. But thank you all for your reward. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1352. Chapter 1352, Safe and Sound. Biaiming Town, in front of the clan Great Hall. Biaiming Ao looked at the flaming fire in the courtyard in the distance, and trembled. Sister. His tears couldn't stop anymore, and they dripped in an instant. Seeing this scene, the first reaction of Biaiming Ao was that the elder sister was buried in the fire sea. The screams faintly heard in the courtyard, it was the azure-clothed man with the surname Su. Biaiming family patriarch also shook the head and sighed deeply. The remaining Biaiming family clansmen are also expressions of fear. Although far away, the wave of power emitted by this fire still made everyone feel a palpitation. This is the power of Void Return Realm. Child, be sad. Biaiming family patriarch looked at Biaiming and warned repeatedly, this is the end of your life. You must not be impulsive and reckless, or you will definitely die. Biaiming family patriarch said earnestly, only alive. There is hope. Biaiming Ao gradually stopped crying. As if in a flash, he grew a lot. Yes, only hope is alive. Biaiming Ao clenched his fists. His expression was cold. In the courtyard, Nangongyu 4 people scattered ashes and dispersed smoke, leaving only 4 storage bags. Nangongling picked up the 4 storage bags, erased the above divinity consciousness, and handed it to Suzaimo without looking. "You take it down." Suzaimo squinted slightly, begging beings to step forward. Beimings has gradually adapted to his identity. Hearing Suzaimo's words, he went forward and took 4 storage bags and put them into his storage bag, thanking him. "Killing 4 of them, will you be in trouble?" Suzaimo looked at Nangongling and asked. Ancestral Uncle Master rest assured, this Nangongyu is just beside bloodline, that is, a Nangong surname is Hung, and no one cares about them. Nangongling said, "Even more how? As a clansman of the Nangong aristocratic family, I still have some status in the descendants of the family." "Well, this is fine." Suzaimo nodded. Nangongling also said, "Ancestral Uncle Master rest assured, I will definitely handle this matter, and no one from Nangong family will bother you again." Suzaimo asked, "What are you doing back this time?" Nangongling responded, "The family called me back and took clansmen to participate in the aristocratic family great competition." "Who is the aristocratic family great competition?" Suzaimo pondered, then said, "Will your family head of 3 great aristocratic families show up?" "Will not." Nangongling shook his head. Aristocratic family great competition is just a battle between the younger generation's foundation establishment cultivator and gold core Taoist, and the family head of the 3 great aristocratic families are all body fusion great experts, and naturally they will not show up. Generally speaking, 3 great aristocratic families are the more outstanding heaven chosen in the family, and took clansmen to participate. This time, I am the commander of the Nangong aristocratic family. Suzaimo slightly nodded, and asked, "Dongfeng and Ximen 2 aristocratic family commanders are also Taoist of Void Return?" "Almost," Nangongling said. "After all, this is just a battle between juniors. Elders whose cultivation base is too high will not show up. Taoist of Void Return is enough to calm the scene." After a short pause, Nangongling again said, "However, this time the aristocratic family great competition is in the Ximen Mountain Villa. This mountain house is a major place in the Ximen aristocratic family. There must be some law manifestation Tao monarch. As for the body fusion great expert, I don't know." Suzaimo nodded. "If it was just law manifestation Tao monarch, there would be no threat to him. Even if his primordial spirit is imprisoned and he cannot use magic power, no spell can be released. Other law manifestation Tao monarch will hardly hurt him. With body fusion great expert, it's a lot trickier. Just with Azure Lotus true body, you can't hurt body fusion great expert." Of course, Suzaimo has no plans to quarrel with 3 great aristocratic families unless absolutely necessary. Nangongling faintly heard something, and tentatively asked, "Ancestral Uncle Master intends to start with 3 great aristocratic families?" If Suzaimo had this intention, his situation would become very awkward. On the one hand, he is a descendant of the Nangong aristocratic family. On the other hand, he is also a disciple of Jihuo this lineage. Suzaimo saw Nangongling's anxiety and shook his head. "You don't have to worry about the grievances of 3 great aristocratic families and Beiming family. I don't want to ignore them." But Suzaimo's words turned round, and slowly said, "Beiming's was my disciple. If anyone dares to bully her, it is against me Huang Wu." Nangongling heart shivered with cold, nodded and said, "Ancestral Uncle Master, I see." "Well, it's fine, you guys go back first." Suzaimo waved. "Ancestral Uncle Master, we just got here and didn't talk to you, so you were kicked away." Rexuan pouted slightly, complaining. "Let's go. Ancestral Uncle Master will definitely go in the aristocratic family great competition in a few days." Liu Hanyan pulled Rexuan, smiled slightly. Nangongling 3 people saluted in front of Suzaimo before turning and leaving. In front of the clan Great Hall. Seeing 3 people in Nangongling driving Xiangyan and galloping away, Beimingao could not bear it anymore, expressing grief and anger, and moved towards the house. Beiming family patriarch was worried about Beiming Ao's accident, and was closely followed. The remaining Beiming family clansmen, also Shua, came together. Boom! Beiming Ao pushed open the door and broke in. As soon as he broke into the courtyard, he froze, stunned. He thought that the elder sister already had body dies and Dao disappears. The man named Su was also burned to ashes by a fire, but didn't expect these two people appeared alive in his eyes. The man surnamed Su leaned on a chair, his eyes half open and half closed, expressing leisurely. Beiming was standing behind him, with a little faint expression in his eyes. This Beiming Ao was a little embarrassed. Some clansmen from the Beiming family also came over and took a look inside, moved towards, which was startled. Beiming was not dead. Hell, who was that scream just now? Beiming family patriarch stood at the door with a misgiving look. Only Nan Gongyu and the others are menacing, murderers looking. Even Taoist of Void Return has been invited, but Beiming was alright. Is it wrong? Beiming family patriarch slightly frowned. I always feel something is wrong. Nan Gongyu 4 seems to disappear out of thin air. Beiming family patriarch's eyes fell on some ashes in the courtyard, and his pupils contracted slightly, thinking of a possibility. However, this may be too absurd. Will people from the Nangong aristocratic family kill each other? Sister, are you okay? Beiming Ao rushed to Beiming, expressing joy, looking at Beiming up and down, even couldn't help but reach out, fiercely scratched himself. It hurts. Beiming Ao grinned and laughed. Not dreaming, not dreaming, ha ha ha. Elder sister is all right. Beiming's eyes fell on some Beiming family clansmen at the door, and he exclaimed, I worry you, clansman. I'm fine. Afterwards, Xming's whispered, brother, you let them go. Go and close the door. I have something to tell you. Beiming Ao saw Beiming's wuxi, and was overjoyed, but didn't think much. He rushed to the door and waved. It's all gone. My sister is fine. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1353. Chapter 1353, Gift. Elder sister, what's going on? Beiming Ao closed the door and couldn't help asking, Nan Gongyu, what about them? They are gone. Beiming's ambiguous too can be said. This kind of thing, if the truth is told, it is difficult to hide Suzaimo's identity. She is smart and very cautious. Knowing that Suzaimo is sensitive, even if she is a younger brother, she cannot disclose it casually. Gone? Beiming Ao looked confused. Beiming left the topic and asked, brother, it will be aristocratic family great competition. What is your weapon? Hearing this question, Beiming Ao expression rejoiced and took a flying sword from the storage bag. The sword was engraved with 3 Dao spirit patterns, but it was a high-grade spirit tool. Sister, look, Beiming Ao said proudly, this is for me from Old Patriarch. There aren't a few high-grade spirit tools in the entire Beiming town. The heritage of the Beiming family has long been taken away by 3 great aristocratic families. Not to mention the spirit tool magic tool. Even the many cultivation techniques of the Beiming family have been snatched by the 3 great aristocratic families, and the inheritance has already been broken. The high-grade spirit tool, too. Beiming nodded, said, however, in the aristocratic family great competition, if you are against the gold core Taoist of the 3 great aristocratic families, there is still a disadvantage. The gold core Taoist of the 3 great aristocratic families, who can participate in the aristocratic family great competition, at least have a top-grade spirit tool. Some peerless geniuses, the evil spirits cultivated by the family, have the perfect spirit tool and the innate spirit tool are all normal. For example, Dongfeng, which broke Beiming's gold core, has 2 innate spirit tools. One of the innate spirit tool is from the Beiming aristocratic family. Nothing. Beiming Ao shook his fist slightly, and said, I have gold core phenomenon. Even if I lose a weapon, I will definitely win a good ranking. This time Old Patriarch told me that if I could be in the top 100, I would ask the 3 great aristocratic families to allow me to leave Beiming town and go outside. Just leave the sight of the 3 great aristocratic families, that is the sky is high and the sea is broad, and chances are encountered, soars toward sky in a leap. Sister, don't worry, when the time comes, I will take you with me. Beimings was warm in his heart, nodded and said, my brother has a heart. She glanced at Suzaimo, hesitated, but still took a flying sword and a silver in a nail from the storage bag, and passed it. Beimings said, brother, you take these two spirit tools, aristocratic family great competition, you have a better grasp. Beimingao didn't think too much, took it over, said without thinking, elder sister, where did you get the spirit tool? Beimingao glanced a bit, and couldn't help expressing slightly changed. He could see clearly that 5 spirit patterns were engraved on the blade of this flying sword. Is it? Beimingao can't believe it. Run spirit power to inject it. What? The sword trembles and trembles, rays of light greatly rises, dazzling. Perfect spirit tool. Beimingao exclaimed. His spirit power is once again injected into the silver in Rama. What? Nail issued a silver mask, also flashing 5 auras. Also perfect spirit tool. This surprised Beimingao. Sister, you, this. Beimingao talked a little, and said that it was unfavorable. After all, he has been cultivation so far, let alone a perfect spirit tool, not even a top-grade spirit tool. Beiming family patriarch gave him a high-grade spirit tool. He was to be wild with joy, and now seeing 2 perfect spirit tools, you can imagine how big this impact is. Beimings was worried that Suzaimo didn't agree, so she hesitated. But in her heart, after all, she still cares for the younger brother. She was worried about Beiming's danger in the aristocratic family great competition, so she took out 3 of the 3 perfect magic tools the 2 people from Nangongling gave her. However, from the beginning to the end, Suzaimo didn't make a stand. He sat quietly with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Brother, don't ask me about these 2 spirit tools, I can't say. Beiming saw the confusion of Beimingao, shook the head. Beimingao, although curious in his heart, resisted. He only knew one thing, at least his elder sister would not harm him. Beimingao put away 2 pieces of perfect spirit tool. His eyes subconsciously fell on the next Suzaimo, couldn't help but reach out and kick the seat under Suzaimo. Hey, why are you this person still here? How many years have it been? Beimingao said angrily. Beiming's complexion changed, scolded, brother, don't be rude. Sister, I didn't say anything, Beimingao whispered, before being finished. He was interrupted by Beiming's brother, apologize to Mr. Su. Beiming's expression is stern, slowly said, with a firm tone and no doubt. Beimingao has never seen the elder sister so severe. Although he was not convinced, he was also a little scared. He reluctantly arched his hands at Suzaimo and said, Mr. Su, sorry. Suzaimo's expression was calm, without opening his eyes from beginning to end, as if already asleep. What is his identity? They don't care about these things with Beimingao at all. Beimingao twitched his lips, looking at Suzaimo's look. His heart was even more disdainful. But due to Beiming's, some sarcastic words came to his lips, but he was taken back. Beiming's waved, okay, you go to the Great Ancestor Great Hall to continue practicing, do not expose the matter of perfect spirit tool. Relax, sister. Beimingao nodded, turned around and left without much rest. Master, I gave 2 spirit tools to my younger brother, wouldn't you blame me? Beiming's groaned for a long time, but he was still a little hesitant, and whispered. Suzaimo opened his eyes, smiled, and shook his head. What's this? 2 perfect spirit tools, nothing extraordinary. He was imprisoned in primordial spirit and couldn't open his storage bag. Otherwise, he just took out a treasure, which is far better than any perfect spirit tool. Suzaimo was just thinking about what gift to Beiming's today. He can't do the realm like Dai. The gifts he gives are all supreme treasures of heaven and earth. He can defying changes the fate for one person. But Beiming's is his eldest disciple. After all, the things he sends out must not be too shabby. Suzaimo groaned a little, and from the left wrist, he dropped a string of beads and handed it to Biamings, saying lightly, "This bead has been worn by the teacher for many years and I will give it to you today." "Many thanks, master." Biamings took the bead and took a closer look, but didn't see anything famous. On this string of beads, there are no traces of spiritual patterns, and there is no trace of spiritual chi. It looks quite old Chen, and it seems to be some years old. Biamings didn't think much, so he just put this string of beads on his wrist. At this time, she was completely unaware that the string of beads was a Wisdom King's prayer beads, a treasure of the super sect in the real cultivation world. Don't say that she has a gold core Taoist. Even if Body Fusion Great Expert sees this string of beads, she will be tempted to fight for blood. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1354. Chapter 1354, Great Competition begins. Ximen Mountain Resort, as a major part of the Ximen aristocratic family, is normally heavily guarded and outsiders are forbidden to set foot. On the second, Ximen Villa suddenly became lively, because the great competition of three great aristocratic families is about to start. Heaven-chosen cultivator of the three great aristocratic families, as early as the day before, led by their respective commanders, arrived at Ximen Villa, ready to participate in great competition. Ximen Villa is naturally the cultivator of the Dongfeng aristocratic family and the Nangong aristocratic family. It arranges accommodations and there are many spirit fruit immortals for food and drink. In a corner of the Ximen Villa, the crowd of the Biaming family gathered there, and there were probably dozens of them. Su Zimo, Biamings, and Biaming Ao are among them. Well, our Biaming family has fallen into this place. There is no place to stay. It seems that we have to deal with it in the open air all night. Three great aristocratic families simply didn't take us seriously. How could we arrange accommodation for us? Some clansmen of the Biaming family whispered inside. Biaming family patriarch slightly frowned, lightly shouted, "Okay, we are here to participate in the aristocratic family great competition. If you can win a good place, even if you have a long face for the Biaming family." At this moment, a group of cultivators came over not far away, wearing shiny robes, expressing pride, with high toes. "It's Dongfeng Xuan." Biaming Ao saw a man headed and gritted his teeth. The man with Dongfeng Xuan seems to be the demon of the Ximen aristocratic family, Ximen Jingrui. "I heard that he has been engaged with Dongfeng, and soon became a Dao companion." The marriage of three great aristocratic families is not uncommon. Hee, Dongfeng Xuan hasn't arrived yet. Laughter came first. This is not the legend. Clansmen of the Biaming aristocratic family in ancient times, really disrespectful and disrespectful. Dongfeng Xuan smiled slightly, full of irony in his tone. Biaming family clansmen each and every one bowed her head. Her face flushed, but she didn't dare to say a word. Dongfeng Xuan pretended to say, "Brother Jingrui, this is the fault of your Ximen aristocratic family. As the ancient family of the family, why are you so indifferent that you didn't even arrange an accommodation?" Biaming aristocratic family, Western Jingrui looked puzzled and said, "Why haven't I heard of it?" On the ancient aristocratic family, are the only ones. Why hasn't my Ximen family flourished? Well, Xu is gone. Dongfeng Xuan sighed, but it's gone, after all. It's also an ancient aristocratic family. This can also be called the ancient aristocratic family. Isn't this aristocratic family everywhere? Ximen Jingrui shook his head and said, "It's not right. It's not right." Ha 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 ha. The aristocratic family cultivator behind the two of them laughed recklessly. The two of them sang and made a peace, without paying attention to the Biaming family clansmen. Dongfeng Xuan, Ximen Jingrui, don't be proud. Biaming Ao expression was cold and suddenly opened the mouth and said, "If you meet me at aristocratic family great competition, you will lose your face." Hee. Ximen Jingrui chuckled, all disinclined to pay attention to Biaming Ao. As the demon of the Gold Core realm, he can be regarded as the number one person of the Ximen aristocratic family, and can even be compared with the heaven-chosen descendants of the major super sects. How could he put a gold core early-stage Beiming Ao in his eyes? Dongfeng Xuan is a complexion sank, and there is a killing intent in his eyes. I silly said, little animal, pay attention to you. Otherwise, I can kill you now. Within the villa, great competition has not yet begun. Cultivator private fighting is prohibited. Beiming Ao coldly said. He, Dongfeng Xuan said with a sneer, that means between our three great aristocratic families, and the cultivator of your Beiming family, in our eyes, is just ants. You can run to death casually. Dongfeng Xuan is not a threat. If he killed the cultivator of the Beiming family in the villa, no one would punish him at all. There is no absolute fairness in true cultivation. The premise of fairness is that the strength of both sides is equal. Beiming Ao, stop talking. Beiming family patriarch hurriedly lightly shouted, facing Dongfeng Xuan and Ximeng Jingrui continuously bowed saluted, grinning. The two young masters are a giant amongst men. Beiming Ao is still young and ignorant. Two young masters must not follow him. Lower oneself to somebody's level. Who told you to come out? Dongfeng Xuan frowned, coldly cursing, old bastard, go back. Let Beiming Ao, the little beast, apologize to me in person. Beiming family patriarch is nascent soul true monarch, cultivation realm, and is above Dongfeng Xuan. However, Dongfeng Xuan pointed at his nose and scolded him, but he could only bear it in silence, sighed, and returned. As if in a flash, the whole man was much older. From beginning to end, Beiming didn't speak. Her expression was cold, her fists clenched, and she was still patient. Suzaima won't even take a shot. He would completely let go of such a matter and leave it to Beiming unless someone touches his bottom line. Beiming Ao stood in the crowd, his eyes spitting fire, motionless. What, don't you? Dongfeng Xuan stared at him, grinning, if you don't apologize to me, you clansmen of the entire Beiming family will suffer. Go, apologize, it's nothing. Yeah, after all, it's you who provokes people, and it has nothing to do with us. Some Beiming family clansmen could not stand the pressure, whispered. Beiming Ao's teeth, creak biting, small face iron blue. At this moment, a group of cultivators walked in the distance, wearing the Nangong aristocratic family's robes, which was quite conspicuous. The first person is the Gold Core Realm Heaven chosen of Nangong aristocratic family, Nangong Xai. Three great aristocratic families, among the Gold Core Taoist of this life, Nangong Xai of the Nangong aristocratic family, Dongfeng of the Dongfeng aristocratic family, and Ximeng Jingrui of the Ximeng aristocratic family are known as the three big heaven chosen. Among them, Nangong Xai is also the most famous. What are you doing here? Nangong Xai stepped forward, laughed at the crowd, and asked out loud. Brother Nangong is here. Dongfeng Xuan said, Beiming family's pets have not opened their eyes and offended me. I am about to teach them. Nangong Xai smiled lightly and said, it's a coincidence that I also have something. I invite three cultivators from the Beiming family to come and sit with me. After speaking, Nangong hoped that Beiming and Beiming Ao would be two people, arching, two fellow Taoist. Let me. Subsequently, Nangong Xai's gaze fell on Suzaima again, saying, and this gentleman, come with me. Nangong Xai, what do you mean? Dongfeng Xuan expression asked coldly, frowning. Nangong Xai lightly saying, nothing, I invite the cultivator of three Beiming family. You want to stop? Brother Nangong, this is your fault. Ximeng Jingrui said, you want to invite these three people, but this Beiming Ao must first apologize to Dongfeng Xuan before leaving. Oh? Nangong Xai expressed expressionlessly, here I really don't have such a statement here. After speaking, Nangong Xai nodded to Beiming's sister and took them to leave. Suzaima smiled lightly and followed. Both Dongfeng Xuan and Ximeng Jingrui looked dull, but the expression of the two was frightening. and there was still no block. The clansmen of the Beiming family showed some envy. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1355 Chapter 1355 3 Grand Marshal Beiming Ao is naturally confused. Only Suzaimo and beings know why. Fellow Taoist Nangong, many thanks. Beiming Ao cupped one fist in the other hand, thanking Nangong slightly. Only in the eyes of Beiming Ao, there was still some alert. Nothing to be diligent, no traitor is stealing. His first reaction was the people of the Nangong aristocratic family, who wanted to win over them, and set out some secrets. Nangong smiled and didn't care. Instead, he turned around Bugzwa and Suzaimo. He just got an order to take 3 people over, and this time Nangong Ling, the commander of the Nangong aristocratic family, explicitly ordered that 3 people should not be neglected. However, in the observation of Nangong Ksai, these 3 people are not surprising. Beiming Ao is young and somewhat reckless. Beiming Zhui is out of the ordinary, with a temperament out of the ordinary, but the gold core was broken by Dongfeng, and now it is also a waste. 100 years of life essence, fleeting. As for the azure-clothed man, can't see through. Nangong shook his head. There is no trace of cultivation base on this person, like a mortal scholar. But when he came to the site of Ximen Villa, cultivator, he could not see the slightest anxiety. On the contrary, it is more calm than the cultivator of 3 great aristocratic families, like in their own home. Nangong Zai took 3 people to a residence, said with a slight smile, 3 people will rest here tonight, and the great competition will officially start tomorrow. What's the matter? The slave of the Summon Nangong family? After that, Nangong Ksai turned and left. Is this all right? Beiming Ao looked confused. He also wondered what Nangong Ksai had planned to save them and how to cope with it, and then they turned and left. Come in and rest. Great competition tomorrow. You need to keep up your mind. Beiming Zhui greets Beiming Ao. This is a beautiful courtyard in Ximen Mountain Villa, with its exquisite, rocky mountains, lush gardens, lush and green, and some slaves of the Nangong family. Nangong aristocratic family is the place where clansmen lives, but nothing more. What great name does this Nangong family do? Beiming Ao is still puzzled, but thinking that tomorrow is a great competition, he will temporarily suppress these confusions, and begin to rest and recuperate, preparing for tomorrow's war. Second day early in the morning, the mountain villa that had been silent all night gradually became lively. Beiming family clansmen stayed in the open air of the villa for a night, biting in the cold wind. Although for the cultivator, can't be considered anything, the spirit was a bit sluggish. At this time, Beiming Zhui and Beiming Ao came over. Beiming Ao had a restful night and was full of energy, and the whole person seemed to lively dragon and animated tiger. Go, a greeting from Beiming family patriarch, moved towards clansmen, moved towards the center of the villa. Aristocratic family great competition is located in the most central area of the villa. It is surrounded by spectator seats. The commanders of the 3 great aristocratic families have seats, and the rest of the clansmen are standing and watching. The spectator seats are circled, and the middle is the battlefield. The battlefield is divided into 10 giant high platforms. At this point, the spectator seat was almost full of people, and the voice was full of enthusiasm. The cultivator of the 3 great aristocratic families has been counted, and at a glance, densely packed, it is extremely spectacular. Well, is someone coming from the Beiming aristocratic family? Let me see. It's a shame. Many cultivators laughed and expressed sarcasm when they saw the Beiming family clansmen. We don't have a place here, go away, a cultivator from the Ximen aristocratic family snapped. In fact, beside them, there is still a vacant seat, which is more than enough to accommodate dozens of people. Beiming family patriarch sighed in his heart, and without arguing and refuting, took clansmen to the other side. He lived to this age, and he had long lost the blood to fight for victory. Come to participate in the aristocratic family great competition. These humiliations are also expected. Dear Beiming family, come here." Nangong's eye beckoned to the Beiming family. Suzaimo glanced. I saw the Nangong aristocratic family. Nangongling, Liu Hanyan, and Ruxuan all sat high on the spectator seat, and there were many spirit fruit immortal beaches. Nangongling got up quickly and wanted to walk towards Suzaimo. Suzaimo shook his head slightly. Nangongling stopped her figure. "Isn't this Nangongling?" There was a chuckle in the distance. A cultivator of the Ximen aristocratic family was sitting in a huge royal carriage, suspended in midair, and walking slowly. Royal carriage is surrounded by many young and beautiful girls. The cultivator expression of the Ximen aristocratic family is leisurely, drinking wine, and quietly saying, "You go out and practice for many years. I trust you have been well since we last met." Ximens. Nangongling frowned. Ximens is the commander of the Ximen aristocratic family and presides over the aristocratic family great competition. Nangongling, visit the 100 Refinements sect of the Four Big Gates. I'm afraid we don't even know it. A Taoist of Void Return treads the sky from a Dongfeng aristocratic family came. The expression is not good. Dongfeng Yi, commander of Dongfeng aristocratic family this time. The three of them are considered cultivators of their peers and have known each other since childhood. However, Nangongling went to the Central Territory to practice cultivation and paid homage to 100 Refinements sect, while Ximens and Dongfeng Yi were in the aristocratic family cultivation, and the trajectories of the three were different. But after all, they are leaders in their peers, and now they have cultivated to Void Return realm, and have a good reputation. What happened last night, although it was just a small conflict between the juniors below, Dongfeng Yi and Ximens have also received news. So, when I first met Nangongling today, my tone was stingy. Nangongling faintly smiled, ignored two people. Suzaimo was standing in the crowd. His divine consciousness could not be used, but he had a look with his eyesight and ears. As Nangongling said, this time at the aristocratic family great competition, not at all what cultivation base is too high. The commander of three great aristocratic families, Ximens, Dongfeng Yi, and Nangongling are Void Return realm. Around the three people, there are also some Taoist of Void Return. However, in Suzaimo's induction, there must be a law manifestation Tao monarch in this villa. As for body fusion great expert, he couldn't detect it. Actually, Suzaimo is not interested in this kind of aristocratic family great competition. When he came here, he was worried about Beiming's as his eldest disciple. Beiming's, he couldn't just let it go. At least he would not leave until the matter was over. Sect great competition has begun. The foundation establishment cultivator of each major aristocratic family, one after another on the stone platform, 2-2 duel. There are also several foundation establishment cultivators from the Beiming aristocratic family. But soon, the clansman of the Beiming aristocratic family was defeated by the cultivator of the three great aristocratic families, and it only swept up to 2 rounds. Beiming aristocratic family has no cultivation technique cheat, no spirit tool spiritual pills, and the cultivator of three great aristocratic families, there are countless resources piled up, as well as family expert guidance. The gap between the strengths of the two sides is huge. Every time the Beiming aristocratic family is defeated, there will be a laugh in the crowd. Brother, don't be nervous. With your strength, it is okay to break into the top 100. Beiming's was comforted softly. Beiming Ao nodded. Before noon, the great competition of foundation establishment cultivator is over, followed closely by the Gold Core Taoist contest. There is something today, maybe only one more. I try to come back to see if I can take the time to write. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1356. Chapter 1356 Shot. The Beiming family participated in the Gold Core Taoist competition with a small number of people. Counting Beiming Ao, there were only 3 people. A few years ago, Beiming's Gold Core was abolished and disqualified. In these years, she focused on practicing martial Tao and did not actively mention it. Beiming's gaze passed through the crowd and fell on a crowd of Dongfeng aristocratic family, an expression of cold and arrogant woman. Dongfeng He. A few years ago, it was Dongfeng who took the shot, grabbed her treasure, and broke her gold core. She never forgot about it. Today, although she did not participate in the aristocratic family great competition, she will definitely find Dongfeng to finish it. Seems to feel something. Dongfeng glanced slightly, staring at Beiming's. Dongfeng pouts his lips slightly, and expression disdains. In her eyes, Beiming's was a disused person, and it no longer deserves her attention. Gold Core Great Competition begins. Beiming family's other two clansmen were quickly defeated by their opponents, while Beiming swept all the way, having defeated 3 opponents and entered the 4th round of battle. Initially, nobody noticed Beiming, but when Beiming passed the 7th round, the remaining opponents were less than 100, and finally attracted the attention of 3 great aristocratic families. This means that today's Beiming has become the top 100 of this Gold Core Great Competition. Didn't expect. It's rare to see such a character in the Beiming family. Commander of Ximen aristocratic family, Ximen narrowed his eyes and flashed a cold light. It's nothing. Dongfeng lightly saying, he will confront Dongfeng Xuan. When the time comes, Dongfeng Xuan can easily suppress him and abolish him. Time is passing fast. The clansmen of the Beiming family also became more and more nervous, looking at Beiming fighting on the stone platform intently. Today, Beiming has fewer than 20 opponents. Beiming wins. An aristocratic family cultivator announced loudly. On the stone platform, Beiming gasped slightly and continued to fight. It was already sweating, but he still looked extremely excited. Only before, at the most critical time, he took out the perfect grade flying sword from Beiming to defeat his opponent. Today, he is ranked 20th. Now if he sees it well and accepts it, if he loses, he can still get a very generous reward, and may even make a request to the 3 great aristocratic families to go out for training. But Beiming still doesn't want to quit, because the next opponent is Dongfeng Xuan. He wants to defeat Dongfeng Xuan just and honorable. Xiozi, it seems that over the years, your search has been too lax, and you have a perfect spirit tool hidden in your body. Dongfeng Xuan leapt forward and came to the stone platform, gloomily said, if you hand over this perfect spirit tool now, I may spare you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Dongfeng Xuan, stop talking nonsense, fight. Beiming loudly shouted, waving the sleeves, taking out the perfect grade flying sword. Take the lead. Flying sword turns into a stream of light, moved towards Dongfeng Xuan, stabs. HMPH. Dongfeng Xuan expression was cold, and the palm on the storage bag even took out a perfect grade flying sword, and cut it forward. When flying sword collision of 2 perfect grades, fire star flowing in all directions. Beiming expression slightly changed. After fighting all the way down, his physical strength was huge. Even more how? He is just a gold core early stage, and Dongfeng Xuan is already a gold core late stage, and the 2 sides differ by 2 small realm. This time, Beiming obviously felt a bit weak. When flying sword for 2 people, playing fast, Dongfeng Xuan is obviously superior. Sword art is very complicated, like a heavenly steed, soaring across the skies, weird and tricky. However, Beiming does not cultivate any clever sword technique, and comes back and forth, just some basic sword techniques. Soon, Beiming was completely suppressed by Dongfeng Xuan. Gold core phenomenon. Beiming finally couldn't support it, and the natural phenomenon broke out. Behind him, a deep ocean appeared, exuding a cold breath, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. It's the Sea of Northern Ocean. After so many years, someone has finally cultivated the inheriting natural phenomenon of the Beiming aristocratic family. There was an exclamation from the crowd. Watching the battle, Ximen's and Dongfeng expressions are indifferent, disapproving. As dust of void return, their eyesight is clear. Naturally, Beiming is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Even if they are looking out of the Sea of Northern Ocean, they will not last long. Purple Chi from the east, Dongfeng Xuan lightly shouted, and also took out Gold Core Phenomenon. I saw behind him, a purple Chi, rays of light 10,000 emerged, exuding a strong natural phenomenon, and moved towards the Sea of Northern Ocean. Bang! This purple Chi crashed into the Sea of Northern Ocean and burst into a stormy sea in an instant. Sea water splashed. Beiming's complexion was pale, natural phenomenon was shaking, and he was about to collapse. It's not that his gold core phenomenon is not strong enough, but that his spirit power has been exhausted, and he can't support this hard shock. Trust. Beiming family patriarch hastily loudly shouted, Beiming family gave up. The battle of the aristocratic family great competition is still based on consultations. It is not as good as possible to kill lives. As long as one party concedes, the other party cannot kill to the last one. But when I heard the shouting of Beiming family patriarch, Dongfeng Xuan was unmoved, but in his eyes there was a killing intent. I silly said, it's too late to admit defeat now. There is no one in this little cub. I shot him today and warn others from the following bad examples. Bang! Dongfeng Xuan urged within the body gold core to the limit, purple Chi greatly rises, instantly broke the Sea of Northern Ocean, and landed on the chest of Beiming. In the flash of light, the chest of Beiming suddenly flashed a silver brilliance, blocking most of the power of this gold core phenomenon. This is the case. Beiming was still hit by a distant flight, a mouthful of blood was spit out, and expression was sluggish. If it weren't for the silver inner armor that Beiming gave him, he would already be a dead person. Another perfect spirit tool. The foundation of the Beiming family is still strong. There are actually two perfect spirit tools on Beiming. Not dead. Dongfeng Xuan expression jumped cold and jumped up, purple Chi dangled behind him, and moving aim outside the stone platform chased him away. Beiming has conceded and fell from the stone platform. You can no longer kill him to the last one. Beiming family patriarch stood out and drank loudly. Old bastard, you'd better not bother. A nascent soul true monarch slowly from a Dongfeng aristocratic family said, the rules of the aristocratic family great competition are only for our three great aristocratic families. What is your Beiming family? Beiming's body has not fallen to the ground before Dongfeng Xuan has caught up. Little boy, I see who can save you today. The natural phenomenon behind Dongfeng Xuan is raging, and moved towards Beiming fiercely. Suddenly, in front of Beiming, a silhouette appeared, like a ghost. I saw Beiming slowly extended the hand palm, clenched into a fist, moved towards Dongfeng Xuan, hit it, coldly said in the mouth, give me away. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1357 Chapter 1357, Mastery. Beiming's this woman's gold core has been abolished. Is she courting death? Beiming aristocratic family, they are all idiots. Under this gold core phenomenon of Dongfeng Xuan, let alone flesh and blood, even some low-level spirit tools will be blasted into pieces. When many cultivators saw this scene, they burst into laughter. Of course, some people didn't laugh. Suzaimo expression is indifferent, just watching this scene quietly. On the watching table, Nangongling, Liu Hanyan and Rexuan did not laugh, because, they know, this Beiming's was the discipline of Huang Wu ancestral uncle master. Eldest disciple. In their cognition, Huang Wu ancestral uncle master is extremely protective. As an ancestral uncle master eldest disciple, ancestral uncle master will definitely value and care for this eldest disciple. In the real cultivation world, the life essence between cultivators is long, and in the end, there is no loved one in cultivation. Therefore, the relationship between master and disciple is often more important than bloodline clansmen. In the case of ancestral uncle master primordial spirit being injured, still protecting the Beimings to this aristocratic family great competition, We can see that ancestral uncle master values this eldest disciple, who is Huang Wu. 10,000 ancient first wicked. How could his eldest disciple be unusual? Beiming's body looks a bit thin, and there is no surge power fluctuation within the body, and the mighty Dongfeng Xuan with the fierce spirit power is astonished, as if it is a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Beiming's fist collided with Dongfeng Xuan's purple chi. Bang! This ferocious purple chi burst instantly. Dongfeng Xuan expression wrong. The whole person, as if was struck by lightning, was shocked, flew back at a faster speed, and fell heavily on the stone platform. Dongfeng Xuan spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, his bones were crooked, and he was lying on the ground screaming. Most of the people were scrapped, let alone fighting, and he couldn't even stand up. The seemingly tiny praying mantis broke the war chariot. Only one punch. The laughter on the spectator seat has not stopped. The battle is over. The expression of Kung Fu gradually froze, opened his mouth slowly, widened his eyes, and his face showed an incredible color. Dongfeng Xuan lost, and was defeated by a wasteful Beiming's. Even Dongfeng Xuan's gold core phenomenon was broken by the flesh and blood of Beiming's. How can this be? Not to mention the cultivator of the three great aristocratic families, even the Being family clansman is dazzling. For this scene, Suzaimo was no surprise. Moreover, he could see that Being's didn't use all his strength at all. If Beiming's broke out, let alone what gold core phenomenon was, Dongfeng Xuan would be beaten 40% 5 times by Beiming's, and died on the spot. Dongfeng slammed the case, expression cold, icily said, "Slut." Martial Dao. Simmons swept around Beiming's, gently frowned, softly muttered, "Only by practicing martial Dao can there be no fluctuations in spirit power." But can power of martial Dao be so strong? Sister, you. Beiming our expression shake. He was behind Beiming's, and the other side's feeling of the collision was deeper. In Beiming's within the body, he seemed to feel the surging ocean. How did he didn't expect, after a few years, the elder sister, who was already a waste, could have such terrifying power. Is this the power of martial Dao? Beiming suddenly discovered that he could not see his elder sister. Dongfeng coldly said, "Are you guys blind? This slut shot without permission, already breaking the rules of great competition, and suppressing her in public. Ling Kai in public." Nangong Ling stays quiet. Divine consciousness sound transmission. Nangong Xi agreed, chuckled, and stood out, saying, "I don't blame Beiming's on this matter. It is not Beiming's that breaks the rules of great competition, but your younger brother Dongfeng Xuan." As a result, Beiming has given up and Dongfeng Xuan still refuses to close it. In 2 years, Beiming has been separated from the stone platform. Dongfeng Xuan still has to kill to the last one and hunt out of the scope of the stone platform. Outside the scope of the stone platform, anyone can shoot. You are welcome to say that if I did, I would suppress Dongfeng Xuan without breaking the rules. Nangong Ozomi, you. Dongfeng slim eyebrows. These two are the top 2 evils among the 3 great aristocratic families. Counting Xim and Jingrui, not surprisingly, the 3 of them should be the top 3 of this gold core realm great competition. 3 great aristocratic families. Dongfeng also married Xim and Jingrui. Everyone didn't expect Nangong Zai and Dongfeng will be tit for tat because of a Beiming's. Isn't that Nangong Zai secretly loves Dongfeng, and as a result, Dongfeng and Xim and Jingrui are married? Nangong Zai is jealous? Unlikely. I speculate that it may be that Nangong Zai and Beiming's are together. Beiming's has a low status, but she is extremely beautiful. The two seem to be a pair of golden boys and jade maidens. Even if it is a cultivator, it is inevitable. Simmons and Dongfeng Yi both looked towards Nangong Ling not far away. Nangong Ling expression is unchanged. Look steadily forward. 2 people sneer. Such a trivial matter, naturally. The 3 commanders will not come forward easily. Nangong Xi, what do you mean? Xim and Jingrui couldn't help but stand up. His face was a bit ugly. It's nothing. Just talk about it. Nangong Nozomi spread out both hands, expressing innocence. I took this down first. Dongfeng nodded, took a deep look at Nangong Xi, turned and looked at Beimings. His body moved and came to the stone platform. Dongfeng didn't hide his killing intent, slowly said, "Slut, 4 years ago, I broke your gold core, and now I give you a chance. Just in this aristocratic family great competition, you can be fair to me." World War I. Beiming's expression is cold, and is not afraid to face Dongfeng. This day, she waited for a long time. Beimings turned to look at Suzaimo. Suzaimo faintly smiled, and said, "Go, Martial Dao is to be ready to show revenge, and point directly to your heart. Today, even if you break the sky, it doesn't matter." Beimings was so arrogant, no worries anymore. If anyone else made such a commitment, she was still skeptical. But the master said such a thing. She believed that even if the sky fell, the master would carry it for her. Because, master is Huang Wu. Under the heavens, Huang Wu Dao monarch. Suddenly, Beimings was thinking, even her stuck in martial Dao 8 became a cultivation base. In this brief moment, there was a little looseness. She felt the breath of power of dragons and elephants. Beimings turned around, gazed as if a torch, moved towards the stone platform, and moved steadily. In this brief moment, her will of martial Dao reached the top, can't be shaken. Under the shroud of this will, Dongfeng suddenly felt a pressure on stone platform. Beimings moved towards Dongfeng. With each step, the breath of Beimings will rise by 1 point, and the pressure on Dongfeng will increase by 1 point. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1358. Chapter 1358. One fist and one sword. Very powerful chi and blood. On the watching table, Dongfeng Yi squinted slightly. Ximens also nodded, saying, "I am afraid that the bloodline of Beimings has been cultivated to the level of blood as lead and mercury. Of the 3 great aristocratic families, Ximen aristocratic family body refining is the most powerful. But even Ximen Jingrui of Gold Core Realm has a lot of resources accumulated, but it is only cultivated to the level of blood as lead and mercury." Dongfeng heart shivered with cold. As the most outstanding successor of the Dongfeng aristocratic family in Gold Core Realm, she immediately made the most correct judgment, retreated, and distanced herself from beings who can't fight with Zhu's. Martial Dao is to continuously develop its own potential, and to temper the fleshly body. Those who practice martial Dao are extremely powerful in melee. Dongfeng's uncle's palms fell on the storage bag, the sleeves waved, and a silver long spear appeared in front of him. The gun body vibrates, flashing 6 paths. Spirit patterns, rays of light greatly rises. Innate magic tool. Tenyuan gun. The cultivator of the Dongfeng aristocratic family has very few royal swords, and most of them are long envoys. Long spear is much weaker than flying sword in terms of agility, but it is better than flying sword in strength. Under the control of Dongfeng, the Tanyuan gun turned into a silver light, and stabbed in front of Being's in an instant. The speed was amazing. Innate weapons have reached their limits in terms of speed and strength. I didn't see any action. In her hand, a cold light flashing long sword had already been added. The sword trembled and lit up 5 spirit patterns. Perfect spirit tool. This long sword is the perfect spirit tool that Liu Hanyan gave to Beimings. Beimings actually has a perfect spirit tool. This Beiming family is really good. Many cultivators show envy. Beimings suddenly shot, and swiped the sword. When the long sword was cut on the Tanyuan gun, and a fire star emerged, the collision between the perfect spirit tool and the innate spirit tool is normally the absolute advantage of the innate spirit tool. But Beimings was too powerful. The sword fell down, and the sword was shocked, and it actually crashed the Tanyuan gun. Bang! Beimings stepped forward, and the soles of his feet fell heavily on the ground. The whole person was like an arrow off the string, and instantly came to Dongfeng's body. The speed is too fast. With the fleshly body of Beimings and the explosion of bloodline, the distance of more than 10 feet is instantly. Beimings' expression icy. Straighten your sword. Before the sword's body arrived, he sent out a sharp meaning. Dongfeng felt a tingling in his brows. Sleepy. Seeing that the Danayuan gun was too late to recall, Dongfeng also responded very quickly, pinching spirit art in his hands, and the aristocratic family's inheritance spirit technique broke out. Under the feet of beings on the stone platform, a large number of vine branches grew strangely, and moved towards her body. Her limbs entwined. Dongfeng aristocratic family, specializing in wood element spirit technique. Dongfeng, heaven chosen, who is Dongfeng aristocratic family gold core realm, knows this very well, and just in a blink of an eye, he condenses the spirit technique. These vine branches are not ordinary vegetation. Under the blessing of Dongfeng's spirit power, they are not weaker than the spirit tool. Moreover, there are spikes on the vines, which can easily pierce the flesh of the cultivator. This spirit technique was released, and Dongfeng took advantage of this opportunity to retreat and reopen distance from beings. HMPH. Beimings sneered slightly. She has practiced martial Dao and has practiced the martial Dao 8th transformation Unbreakable Vajra. The fleshly body is already either water nor fire can approach, impervious to sword or spear. Not to mention the vine formed by this spirit power, even the real spirit tool will not hurt him. Beimings makes a living. Kaka. As soon as the vines were entangled, they were broken away by Beimings, and after moving, she caught up again. When Beimings sword and slash. Dongfeng resisted the long sword of Beimings with her exquisite body skills and gun skills. But she has fallen completely into the wind. Beimings doesn't have any sword art tricks, but with martial Dao as the foundation, the speed and power of each sword are maximized. Single man subduing 10. No matter how sophisticated Dongfeng's moves are, they cannot stop Beimings' sword. The power of Beimings was a bit scary. Didn't expect that practicing martial Dao can reach such a realm. I don't know how Beimings cultivated to martial Dao. The group whispered. Everyone didn't expect, and this battle would develop into such a situation. Just relying on some brute force, that's all. Ximon Jingrui sneered, and said, everyone knows that if you practice martial Dao, you can't practice gold core phenomenon without spirit power. This is our greatest advantage. Dongfeng Yi sits high, expressing calmness and not worrying. No one knows Dongfeng's strength better than him. Once Dongfeng took out gold core phenomenon, this battle will end. Beimings, you are so good that you can push me to this step. Dongfeng within the body's gold core, slowly running. Within the body's spiritual power surges, a purple chi emerges from behind. Rays of light 10,000 Jang. Gold core phenomenon, purple chi from the east. This is also a natural phenomenon. The power of Dongfeng's natural phenomenon is obviously several times higher than that of Dongfeng's Yuan. This is not over yet. Behind Dongfeng, suddenly a strong wave of power surged. Another natural phenomenon arises. Behind Dongfeng, a lot of vegetation emerged and turned into a fierce soldier of each and every one, moved towards Beimings and rushed over. Gold core phenomenon, every tree is a soldier. Dongfeng, alas, you have cultivated 2 gold core phenomenon. There was an uproar in the crowd. Even Nangon Ozomi's expression grave. Even him, he didn't have much confidence to win against Dongfeng of the 2 gold core phenomenon. Ended. Dongfeng's figure slowly rises, and 2 gold core phenomenon surround her. The momentum of the whole person has climbed to the apex. Watching Beimings condescendingly. Slut, it's no use even if you give up now. Dongfeng sounds cold. These 2 natural phenomena were originally used to deal with Nangong Xi, but didn't expect to use them in advance. 2 natural phenomena. Beimings' expression is calm, without fear or surprise in his eyes. It really should be over. Beimings lightly saying, but it's not me who gives up. The words didn't end. Beimings tried his best to urge chi and blood. Crash bang. Chi and blood surging. Within Xu of beings, there was a sound of deafening waves. Blood as tide. There was an exclamation from the crowd. Even Simmons and Dongfeng Yi have changed expression. They are both Taoists of void return. They know how difficult it is to practice blood as tide. This is even more rare than gold core phenomenon. In the true cultivation world, there are many who can condense the gold core phenomenon, but the cultivation of blood as tide is very few. Bang! Facing Dongfeng's two gold core phenomenon, beings did not retreat, but stepped forward, and the whole person rose into the air, punched with his left hand, and punched his right hand with a sword, covered with heavy martial Tao astral chi, invulnerable, indestructible and impregnable. Within the body chi and blood turbulent, as if setting off a stormy sea. Bang! One punch, one sword. Purple chi collapses, soldiers behead. In front of everyone's eyes, the two gold core phenomenon that Dongfeng had just condensed were suddenly broken by Beimings with one punch and one sword. The audience is stunned. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1359. Chapter 1359. Don't go invite her. Each of the twin natural phenomena is a peerless heaven chosen. In this life, you can cultivate the twin natural phenomenon. The most famous twin natural phenomenon is the Yin of Primordial Sect. Practice the inheritance natural phenomenon of Eternal Human Sovereign, the Sea of Chaos. After that, the natural phenomenon of the Buddha sect is merged into the pure world azure lotus, surpassing the human sovereign, and a chaos azure lotus natural phenomenon that shakes the old illuminating the new is formed. However, in that gold core phenomenon list, Di Yin's style was completely overwritten by another person. Legendary Huang Wu Dao monarch, cultivated an unprecedented 3 Dao gold core phenomenon, dominated the natural phenomenon list, pushed everything, suppressed 2 big ferocious clan, famous under the heavens. That battle also made Huang Wu famous. Nowadays, seeing the Dongfeng cultivating the twin natural phenomenon, the cultivator of 3 great aristocratic families, they are all shocked. The cultivator of the Dongfeng aristocratic family is even more exciting. I thought that my own family had borne a peerless heaven chosen comparable to Di Yin and Huang Wu. But the excitement in the eyes of everyone just came out, and then saw the next scene. All the excitement turned into shock. 2 big gold core phenomenon was broken by a punch and sword by Beimings. How can this be? Cultivate martial Tao, can it really erupt such a terrifying power? Not to mention the presence of gold core Taoist, nascent soul true monarch, and even the 3 great aristocratic families commander, Simmons, Dongfeng Yi, and Nangongling, and the others are all shocking. Nangongling, Liu Hanyan, and Ruixu knew that Beimings was an eldest disciple of Suzaimo, and they had already been prepared. But even so, when 3 people saw this scene, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Beiming stood in the crowd, completely foolish. Prior to this, he had mocked the elder sister who practiced martial Tao and despised martial Tao, without gold core phenomenon. But now, the power that erupted from Beiming's fleshly body and bloodline can't even hold gold core phenomenon. 2 natural phenomena were defeated by Beings for 3 years. Beiming has been cultivation hard in the clan Great Hall and has never been lazy. But how did he didn't expect it? It was only 3 years. He was so much behind Beimings, and the gap between the two was getting farther and farther. Is this the power of martial Tao? Beimings has cultivated to the first change of martial Tao. Prior to this, Qi and blood gold core were also cultivated, but the power is by no means so scary. I estimate that Beimings has broken through Qi and blood gold core and practiced the martial Tao 7th transformation, stepping on battle and covering the astral. Yes, when she saw her shot, her fist and sword were covered with a unique power, that should be astral chi. There was a burst of noise in the crowd. For this scene, Suzaimo was no surprise. His primordial spirit was impaired, he seemed unconscious all the time, drowsy, and his eyes seemed to be closing. No one knows terrifying martial scripture better than him. 9 transformations of martial Tao. The last 3 changes, each change is a qualitative leap, shed the mortal body and exchange the bones changes. Practiced a martial Dao 8th transformation, Beimings with unbreakable Vajra, and if Dian revived from Gold Core Realm, maybe she might fight her. Dongfeng, alas, far worse. On the battlefield, 10,000 changes quickly. Dongfeng just gathered 2 Gold Core phenomenon and was broken by Beimings. She couldn't help but feel a shock, look pale, and the viscera inside the body, all suffered a severe shock. Dongfeng's eyes flashed a little panic and fear. This fist is a sword that defeats not only her Gold Core phenomenon, but also her confidence, her pride, her past glory. Dongfeng, you are defeated. Beimings stepped forward, expression cold, backhanded sword, moved towards Dongfeng's skull, cut off. At this moment, a blood energy dazzling copper mirror suddenly appeared on the battlefield, with 6 path spirit patterns flashing on it, and suddenly a bloodlight burst out and landed on Bing's body instantly. Beiming's gaze fell on the spectator seat. Outsiders intervene. On the watching table, Ximen Jingrui was not well faced, squinting at Bing's on the stone platform, fingers behind him pinching spirit art, and controlling the scarlet copper mirror in midair. It's the innate spirit tool, the bloodlight mirror, that seems to be Ximen Jingrui's weapon. How could it appear on the battlefield? Many clansmen of the Beiming family stumbled. In fact, the cultivator of the 3 great aristocratic families was naturally recognized long ago. It was Ximen Jingrui's weapon, but the cultivator of the 3 great aristocratic families hindered the appearance and did not break. What are you doing? Aristocratic family great competition, one-on-one fight. Do you want to bully less? Beiming is extremely clever, and immediately sees the famous behind this, cannot help but scold loudly. Kung Su sneered slightly. No one paid attention to him at all. Watching the battle, Nan Gongling stared slightly, looking at Ximen's and Dongfeng Yi, mocking expression, saying, "Why can't you lose? Aristocratic family great competition is a fair competition. What is this?" Dongfeng's face has not changed, and said, "It is not an aristocratic family great competition now, but a personal grudge between Dongfeng and Beiming." Ximen's also lightly nodded, saying, "Yes, Jingrui and Yuna have been married, so naturally you can't watch Yuna be bullied, and it is reasonable to take a shot. It is so arrogant to be bullied but not so utterly shameless." Rexuan couldn't bear it, grinning. Nan Gongling lightly saying, "Two people, I advise you, don't provoke Beiming, otherwise, you cannot bear the consequences." Ha ha ha. Ximen's couldn't help laughing, like hearing a big joke, shaking his head. "I really want to see today, on the site of my Ximen family, how can a bearing family slut make me unbearable?" Up. Nan Gongling took his eyes off and stopped persuading. He also had no intention of shooting. Judging by his eyesight, even if Ximen Jingrui takes a shot, I am afraid it is not an opponent of Beiming's. The bloodlight mirror is tempered by the demon bones of more than 100 ancient lost species. It is immersed in demon blood all year round, exuding an extremely evil atmosphere. The bloodlight that descended on it hurts the cultivator greatly. Even some gold core phenomenon cannot resist the corrosion of this bloodlight. But this bloodlight shrouded Beiming's. Beiming's was just frowned. Her chi and blood is strong and turbulent like a tide, not to mention the blood of the ancient lost species. Even the blood of pure blood ominous beast will not hurt her. However, the long sword in her hand was contaminated by this bloodlight, and the rays of light instantly dimmed, and the sharp edge was absent. Fortunately, this long sword is a perfect grade spirit tool. If it is a top grade spirit tool, as long as a few breaths, the top grade spirit tool will be completely abolished. Seeing this scene, Dongfeng's spirit shook, and in his eyes, he rekindled hope. He gave a coquettish sound and drove the Tanian gun, moved towards Beiming. At the same time, she pulled out a black iron ruler from the storage bag and injected spirit power into it. On the iron ruler, I sent 6 paths aura. Another innate spirit tool, hanging ruler. Beiming family clansmen immediately recognized this innate spirit tool, because this spirit tool is originally a treasure of the family. In Beiming's eyes, there was a touch of cold light. At that time, Dongfeng was holding a broken ruler and breaking her gold core. That scene was unforgettable. Today, there will be an end. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1360 Chapter 1360 Battle Nascent Soul. Ximens, Dongfeng Yi. What are you doing? When Nan Gongling saw that the situation was not right, he made a case and drank loudly. Liu Hanyan and others like Zhu Anliang also stood up and frowned. Just now, Dongfeng and Ximen Jingrui teamed up against Beiming's, and they can still sit still. After all, Beiming's was Suzaimo's eldest disciple. Even if they face two gold core Taoist, it is not dangerous. But now, with the 5 nascent soul true monarchs of the Ximen aristocratic family, this nature has completely changed. This is the blatant bullying of Xgz, the bullying of aristocratic family nobody. Nan Gongling, I want to ask you what you want to do. Dongfeng's expression was cold, pointing to Being's. I silly said, this slut shot very ruthless, and dare to abolish heaven chosen of my Dongfeng aristocratic family. If I let her go, why does my Dongfeng look so good? Your Dongfeng family is overbearing. Liu Hanyan said with a sneer, allow your Dongfeng family to smash the gold core of others, so they are not allowed to abolish your Dongfeng family? My Dongfeng family is an ancient aristocratic family, inheritance to date, standing with the super sects of immortals, Buddhas and demons. This is such a domineering, how can you do it? Dongfeng is very aggressive, loudly said. Beiming family, a fallen aristocratic family, in my eyes are all ants. Today, not only the slut Beiming's was going to die, but the clansman of the Beiming family is also to be buried. Dongfeng Yi, Ximens, I advise you, hurry up. Nan Gongling expression grave, slowly said. After all, he knew 2 people in his childhood, even more. How? 3 great aristocratic families, same chi, connected branch. And he really reminded him, because no one knows better than him. In the crowd below, how terrifying a man was. It's an existence comparable to immemorial taboo. Today, this taboo is still closed. Once this taboo is awakened, between opening your eyes, it must be heaven shaking, earth shattering, no one can afford it. Heaven and earth turning upside down. However, Nan Gongling's persuasion only attracted the sneer of Ximens and Dongfeng Yi. Nan Gongling, before that, the people in your Nangong family sheltered the Beiming family, and I ignored it. Ximens coldly said, today, you actually want to break with our 2 aristocratic family for a slut of the Bing family? Nan Gongling, let me tell you, this is Ximen Villa, my Ximen site. Ximen was majestic, exuding a great deal of coercion, and slowly said, I don't care if you Nan Gongling go out and practice, what kind of ability you have. But today, even if you are a true dragon, you have to worry about me. The crowd was also chaotic and noisy. Everyone didn't expect, because a Beiming's actually attracted the commanders of the 3 great aristocratic families to stand up, with swords drawn and bows bent. Ximen made these remarks extremely decisively, leaving no room for maneuver. If Nan Gongling persists, it will only be in direct conflict with the big aristocratic family of Ximen and Dongfeng. Moreover, Ximens' words are by no means a threat. Here, after all, is the territory of the Ximen aristocratic family. Inside this villa, there must be some experts in law manifestation realm. If the Nangong aristocratic family conflicts with the Ximen aristocratic family, these experts will inevitably appear. And the Nangong aristocratic family is definitely not an opponent. Nan Gongling saw sweat on his forehead, and expression was difficult. At this moment, Liu Hanyan secretly pulled off Nan Gongling's clothing corner, turned his eyes, and glanced at the move towards crowd. Nan Gongling looked subconsciously. The crowd below was already in chaos. But amidst the turbulent crowd, there was still an azure-clothed man calm, with his eyes closed, as if he didn't care about everything around him. Even when nascent soul true monarch of the Ximen aristocratic family and Dongfeng aristocratic family appeared, the person did not open his eyes. Rexuan sound transmission, strange, Didn't Ancestral Uncle Master say that no one was allowed to bully beings? Why didn't he seem to be in a hurry? Let's wait and see if Ancestral Uncle Master has any instructions. We will not be late. Liu Hanyun Divine Consciousness Sound Transmission. Nan Gongling nodded, and slowly sat back. On the other side, on the stone platform, facing the 5 nascent soul true monarchs from the Ximen aristocratic family, Bai Ming's eyes flashed a sense of confusion. Even in the face of 50 gold core Taoist, she will not be afraid. But around, there are 5 nascent soul true monarchs. Before practicing martial Dao, she was just a gold core Taoist. Even if you practice martial Dao and even reach martial Dao 8th transformation, her cultivation base is only equivalent to Gold Core Realm. Nascent Soul Realm is a great realm away from Gold Core Realm. In the cognition of beings, this great realm is an insurmountable nature gap. She has never played against Nascent Soul True Monarch. Even more how, in the face of the siege of 5 Nascent Soul True Monarch, she can't help feeling a little flustered and timid. Bai Ming's subconsciously looked towards Suzaimo. Suzaimo stood in the crowd and closed his eyes. It seemed that simply didn't notice the scene. Bai Ming's realized that the situation at hand could only be solved by herself. Suzaimo naturally doesn't shoot. As a cultivator, you will certainly face such a situation in the future in the true cultivation world. Perhaps even more dangerous than today. Suzaimo cannot always be with Bai Ming's. The situation at hand is a test for beings. Through this test, Bai Ming's can grow quickly. Even more how, in Suzaimo's mind, is a great realm, and can't be considered bullying. As his eldest disciple, if he can't cope with this situation, he has been taught for years. On stone platform, bang. Bang! Ximen aristocratic family's 5 nascent soul true monarch descended one after another, and the whole stone platform was shaking violently. Among the 3 great aristocratic families, the Ximen aristocratic family is good at body refining and is good at melee combat. Zheng. 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 5 descendants of the Ximen aristocratic family have taken out life source magic tool, or swords, flickered, and moved towards Bai Ming's. Nascent Soul Realm has cultivated a primordial spirit and can use magic power. This coercion has come, replaced by another cultivator. I'm afraid I can't bear it. Obediently surrender. However, under this strong pressure, Bai Ming's urged chi and blood within the body. There was a roar of tidal waves, and the atmosphere of the whole person skyrocketed, climbing to the limit. Bai Ming's was facing the siege of 5 nascent soul true monarchs. Bang! Bai Ming's stepped forward, rushed to the front of a nascent soul true monarch, held the Tanyuan gun, which was covered with astral chi, and moved towards the person's head, fiercely stabbed. Courting death. This person's expression is cold, with a backhand, and moved towards Tanyuan gun. When knife and gun collision, fire star flowing in all directions. There was a mistake in his eyes. As a cultivator of the Ximen aristocratic family, his fleshly body and bloodline is already powerful. Even more how to cultivate a nascent soul realm, with magic power tempering fleshly body and bloodline, it is even more terrifying. Not only that, he also has a life source magic tool to help. When he wanted to come, he could defeat Bai Ming's with just one shot. Immediately following the second knife, you can kill Bai Ming's. But he really didn't expect. At the moment when the 2 sides collided, he felt an extremely horrifying force, and poured into the body along his long knife. The fierceness of this power, his fleshly body and bloodline, could not bear it. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1361 Chapter 1361 Unbreakable Vajra. The nascent soul true monarch of the Ximen family feels that he is not facing a person, but a human-shaped pure blood ominous beast. Thump. Under this terrifying power, this nascent soul true monarch actually fell to his knees. Group prepare shake. Ximens and Dongfeng Yi also had eyes opened wide, and their faces appeared incredible colors. The power of Beimings has reached such a level that even nascent soul true monarch can suppress it. Boom! Beimings poked a tiptoe and poked at the man's chest. The nascent soul true monarch was shocked. His heart burst, and a blood arrow was ejected. The chi and blood quickly passed, and the expression languished. At the same time, the nascent soul true monarch of the Forximan aristocratic family rushed forward. Beimings backhanded the empty ruler, and moved towards the back. When the gap ruler collided with 4 magic tools. Kaka. Broken ruler is broken. Among them, a nascent soul true monarch magic tool is the innate true monarch magic tool, which directly interrupts the empty ruler. But the 4 nascent soul true monarch were shocked and couldn't help taking a step back. Beimings holds the spirit tool to one enemy 4 and still has the upper hand in strength. Although the broken ruler was broken, Beimings was in a great spirit, getting rid of the initial panic and fear, gaze as if a torch, stepped forward, and shot again. Beimings raised his Tanyuan gun and pierced the door of a nascent soul true monarch. Give me off! The nascent soul true monarch screamed and slashed with a sword. Just now, it was the innate true monarch magic tool in this man's hand that cut the empty ruler, and Beimings immediately found this man. When, as expected, the Tanyuan gun broke. But the man was shocked. The powerful power attached to the Tanyuan gun, flowing into within the body along the magic tool. He was not comfortable. Fortunately, he has been refining his body all year round. If he changed to the nascent soul true monarch of the Dongfeng aristocratic family or the Nangong aristocratic family, just this one, I'm afraid I will be injured. At the moment when this person was shocked, Beimings' eyes rose up, bullying himself, and instantly cut into the person's arms, avoiding the magic tools of the other 3 nascent soul true monarch. And his hand was on his chest. One click. Kaka. The man's chest collapsed, his eyes glared, his body was weak, and he fell down softly. Just in an instant, 2 nascent soul true monarchs of the Simon aristocratic family were scrapped. Cultivation of martial Tao, Beimings' power, speed, response, and spiritual awareness have all reached an extremely terrifying situation. The bad wind hit behind. Beimings seemed to have long eyes behind his head, and his head didn't look back. Within the body came a sound of crackle, and the whole body suddenly contracted, as if turning into a dwarf, avoiding the sharp edge of 3 magic tools. Cultivate to blood as tide. This kind of changing muscles shrinking bone technique, it is even more handy. The remaining 3 digits of nascent soul true monarch expression. Beimings stretched his body and came to a nascent soul true monarch. The detective grabbed the throat of this nascent soul true monarch. Pukai. The throat of this nascent soul true monarch was torn instantly, and the whole man fell to the ground, twitching. On the watching table, Simmons's face was already gloomy to the extreme. In his mind, Beimings was already immortal. However, after all, he is Taoist of Void Return. Due to his identity, he is still forbearing and has not shot. On the other side, nascent soul true monarch of the Dongfeng aristocratic family that was originally moved towards Beiming family clansman also noticed this scene and turned around. Su. The 7 nascent soul true monarchs of the Dongfeng aristocratic family have shot before they approached. They took out life source magic tool, or long sword, or long spear, and moved towards Beimings through the void. Beimings felt the crisis and increased the pressure. On the stone platform, there are only 2 people of nascent soul true monarch of the Ximen aristocratic family. If the true monarch of the 2 Ximen aristocratic family were to be held close together, their physical imitations would be limited, and the true monarch of the Dongfeng aristocratic family would be killed remotely. Her situation would become extremely dangerous. At this point, Beimings stepped forward, disregarding the flying sword and long spear stabbed behind him, and moved towards the nascent soul true monarch of the Ximen aristocratic family. These 2 nascent soul true monarchs are also experienced. They no longer take the initiative to attack and change their fighting methods, mainly involving Beimings. Beimings' eyes flashed a decision, and suddenly the palm of the hand extended to a nascent soul true monarch's magic tool. Courting death. The nascent soul true monarch of the Ximen aristocratic family saw this scene, and was overjoyed, quickly stirred the long sword in his hands, and wanted to cut off the palm of Beiming's palm. Beiming's palm held his long sword. Scarlet blood flowed out of his palm, but the sword body was completely motionless. The expression of this nascent soul true monarch is a bit flustered. Beiming stepped forward, slapped a palm on the person's top of the head, and killed him. Another nascent soul true monarch of the Ximen aristocratic family failed to escape. Beiming hurried forward, struggling with a palm injury, and killed this person. At this time, the continuous hunting down still consumed the huge mind and energy of Beiming. She avoided the 5 magic tools that were hunted down, but still had 2 magic tools that could not dodge. Her belly was pierced by a long spear. On the thigh, a deep wound was scratched by the long sword, drenched with blood. In addition, she forced suppress and killed 2 nascent soul true monarchs from Ximen's family. Her palm was full of blood, and the whole person looked extremely miserable. Slut, Fuxi. Nascent soul true monarch of a Dongfeng aristocratic family stands high, looking down at Beiming's. Such a heavy injury, in their eyes, is almost equivalent to losing the battle strength. Beiming's can still stand still, it is an arrow at the end of its flight. But soon, the faces of the 7 Dongfeng aristocratic families' nascent soul true monarch gradually changed, and they couldn't help staring at their rise and pump shrinking. Hiss. There was a sound of breathlessness among the crowd. On the watching table, Ximen's and Dongfeng expression grave, staring intently at the wound on Beiming's, softly muttered, "How is that possible?" With countless lines of sight, the wound on Being's was healing at a speed visible by naked eye. Even the abdomen, around that huge blood hole, are crazy growing granulation, constantly intertwining, repairing the wound. At this moment, the wound on the palm of Being's was healed. The wound on her thigh was scarred, and in a blink of an eye, the scar started to fall off. What a terrible healing power. I'm understood. It's unbreakable Vajra. Beiming has practiced the martial Dao 8th transformation. Unbreakable Vajra. There was an exclamation from the crowd. Martial Dao 8th transformation, unbreakable Vajra, is not to say that practicing this realm is impervious to sword or spear. Neither water nor fire can approach. After all, no matter how strong the fleshly body is, it also has more terrifying power, or a divine weapon, which can hurt it. The so-called unbreakable Vajra is that after the injury, it can repair the wound with the strong self-healing ability, heal the injury, and ensure the battle strength as much as possible. This terrible self-healing power, even pure blood ominous beast, is far less than that. What are you still doing? Dongfeng couldn't help, loudly shouted, "You guys have to wait for this slut to recover from his injury." Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1362 Chapter 1362 Power of Dragons and Elephants. Bloodline awakens. Ha ha ha. A Dao Law instrument draws Shatter Void, moved towards Beiming's, galloping, and it's coming. Beiming's tossed and moved on the stone platform. He was swift as if he was shocked, like a flood dragon. Without moving, moved towards one of the nascent soul true monarchs, rushed away. The power of Beiming's fleshly body and bloodline is in the eyes of the group. Even the nascent soul true monarch of the Ximen aristocratic family must be suppressed, and the true monarch of the Dongfeng aristocratic family is even more impossible to beat. The nascent soul true monarch responded extremely quickly and retreated. At the same time, he squeezed magic arts in his hands, and a Dao Law broke out, and moved towards Beiming's. Bang! Beiming's raised his head and slammed into this Dao Law. Just relying on fleshly body and chi and blood, equivalent to beings with gold core realm, I broke the spell of nascent soul true monarch. Of course, she also lost the opportunity to catch up with this Dao Law. Bang! 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 The rest of nascent soul true monarch's spell also came down while hiding the sky and covering the earth. A Dao Law instrument, in conjunction with spell, constantly suppresses the space of Beiming's so that she cannot take care of both ends and ends, and cannot approach any cultivator at all. Of course, Beiming's cultivated to unbreakable Vajra, and his healing power was amazing. The 7 nascent soul true monarchs of the Dongfeng aristocratic family want to besiege Beiming's in a short time. It is difficult to achieve. 7 nascent soul true monarchs strangled a gold core Taoist and got stuck. Dongfeng complexion ashen. He even has an urge to do it himself and wipe out this Beiming's, but in the eyes of everyone, Dongfeng held his own identity. After thinking about it, he turned his head slightly and whispered, "You were, 5 of you go up and suppress this slut at the fastest speed." You were true monarch slightly nodded, his body flickered, and he came into the air. 4 nascent soul true monarch is close behind. Look, there are 5 more nascent soul true monarchs from the Dongfeng aristocratic family. Beiming's is over. She has caused a terrible disaster. I am afraid that the Beiming family will have a genocide. Unfortunately, such a good innate talent, I have not heard of any cultivator who can practice martial Dao to an 8th transformation realm. Speaking of which, Huang Wu Dao monarch is indeed the first demon of 10,000 ancient times. The martial scripture created by him can even cultivate such a terrifying power. The crowd was noisy and chaotic, and the group was discussed spiritedly. Nan Gongling, Liu Hanyan, and Ruxuan all expressed nervousness. 3 people subconsciously looked towards Su Zimo in the crowd. At this time, Su Zimo was still calm and composed. With his eyes closed, it seemed that he had not seen the danger of Beiming's at all. Ancestral Uncle Master is too calm, so just leave the victim under siege. Ruxuan murmured secretly. Nan Gongling was also a little confused, and sound transmission said, "Perhaps, Ancestral Uncle Master has another meaning." At this moment, on the battlefield, the situation has changed after 5 more nascent soul true monarchs. Originally, Bingzhu and the 7 nascent soul true monarch were deadlocked. Now, facing the siege of 12 nascent soul true monarch, she seems a bit stretched. Consecutive battles. Moreover, the battle with nascent soul true monarch still consumes Beiming's. If she hadn't practiced martial Dao, chi and blood was strong and she had long physical strength, she would not have been able to support her. Over time, Beiming's posture gradually slowed down, and his pace was not as sharp as the original. A dodge motion was a little slower, and Beiming's had a wound on his arm, drenched with blood. This wound hasn't healed yet, and another flying sword was scratched on the thigh of the Beiming family, bringing out a pile of blood. Beiming's figure was stunned, but she still gritted her teeth and said nothing. Expressionless. "Slut, I see how long you can hold on." You were true monarch's mouth slightly tilted, and a playful gaze appeared in his eyes. Beiming's has more and more wounds. No matter how strong her healing power is, she can't fix it. It didn't take long for Being's to become a blood man, bruised all over, and looked extremely miserable. But in the eyes of Being's, there was no sign of submission. On the contrary, her body was within the body, as if a force of terror was gradually waking up. In fact, since practicing martial Dao, Beiming's has never played against the real expert, nor has he faced any life or death. Even with Su Zimo's ministry, her accomplishments are limited. At the beginning, Dai also threw Su Zimo in the Grey Wolf Mountain range for a year. Regardless, Su Zimo really grew up. But now, she defeated Dongfeng, her heart is gone. Her thoughts are clear, she feels the unprecedented pleasure, and she has a new understanding of martial Dao. In addition, under strong pressure and continuous stimulation between life and death, the bottleneck of martial Dao 9th transformation has finally loosened. "Ah!" Beiming suddenly shouted from the sky. Although her body was drenched with blood, it seemed that there was something in the body that was broken through. An unprecedented powerful force burst out within the body, bursting out. This howling is extremely scary, like dragon's roar, like elephant's cry. Even though it was you, a true monarch, and the others, I felt a sting in my ears. My body was shaking, and I almost fell from the air. This is it? Martial Dao 9th transformation. Power of dragons and elephants! An exclamation came from the crowd. Bang! 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 Beimings suddenly turned his fists, moved towards all directions, hit the past, venting the surging power within the body. The true monarch magic tool that was stabbed was hit by the flying fist of Beimings and fell into the crowd, causing a riot. Hiss. You were true monarch, and the other's expression changed. Can't even the true monarch magic tool hurt Beimings? Everyone shot together to suppress this woman completely. You were true monarch, loudly shouted, frantically priming the primordial spirit, condensing a powerful spell. The rest of Nascent Soul True Monarch also pinched magic arts, condensing spells. Suddenly, the magic power near the stone platform was boiling. 10-2 Dao Law technique broke into the sky, and issued a terrifying coercion. With the trend of Thunderbolt, moved towards Beimings was suppressed. Beimings' eyes were cold, with the body bloodline surging. Crazy operation, a power from antiquity time, quietly awakened. Crash bang, in the sky. There was a sound of tidal waves. This is not blood as tide. Under the attention of Kunksu, behind Beimings, a dark and deep ocean really emerged, exuding an extremely cold atmosphere. Sea of Northern Ocean? Beiming expression confused, softly muttered. His gold core phenomenon, Sea of Northern Ocean, is naturally most familiar with this ocean. But the power emanating from the ocean behind Beimings was obviously many times stronger than the sea of his Beiming. His gold core phenomenon, in front of this ocean, is like a small puddle. How could this be? Beiming blinked his eyes and wondered, cultivate martial Dao, shouldn't there be gold core phenomenon? This. Beiming family clansman's voice trembled slightly. This is not gold core phenomenon, but the bloodline phenomenon. Just then, Suzaimo opened his eyes. His eyes fell into the ocean behind Beimings, as if he could penetrate the deep ocean and land in the depths of the Sea of Northern Ocean. There seems to be a more terrifying existence. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1363. Chaotic Sword God Chapter 1363. Bloodline Phenomenon. Simmons and Dongfeng Yi too stood up in a tense voice, expression changed, exclaimed. Both of them are Taoist of Void Return, and they know how difficult it is to cultivate bloodline to Blood as Tide realm. On top of Blood as Tide, there is a legendary bloodline phenomenon. According to legend, only God clan bloodline is the inborn phenomenon. Human race cultivator, it is harder than heavenly ascension to cultivate bloodline into a natural phenomenon. If it is said that beings has only practiced martial Dao 8th transformation, or even 9th transformation, the two can remain calm. When they saw this bloodline phenomenon, they couldn't sit still anymore. In the hearts of two people, single thought flashed. Strangling Beimings. Just practicing gold core realm will condense the bloodline phenomenon. If Beimings grows up, how terrifying will it be? Two people dare not imagine. Hong Long Long. Above the battlefield, the Sea of Northern Ocean surging, covering the sky and blocking the sun, instantly engulfed Yuan True Monarch and the others. The sea water is cold and biting. In the 12 Nascent Soul True Monarch, some cultivation realm is slightly lower, chi and blood are not strong, and in the bloodline, there are even rows of moraine, and the limbs are frozen and stiff. Two Nascent Soul True Monarchs' faces were pale, a layer of frost appeared between the eyebrows and eyes, the eyes dimmed, the body gradually sink into the sea, disappeared. Body dies and Dao disappears. This bloodline phenomenon has just arrived and will soon devour two Nascent Soul True Monarchs. The remaining 10 Nascent Soul True Monarchs are also in the Sea of Northern Ocean, constantly struggling to get out. But the sea is turbulent and exudes extreme cold. How can it be so easy to break free? Only Yuan True Monarch and 3 others shattered the body protection talisman, driving the magic tool, and moved towards the distance without looking back, trying to escape from the scope of this natural phenomenon. Suddenly, in the middle of this deep ocean, suddenly bulging high, a huge semicircular water wave surging, like a huge monster under the sea surface is emerging. Above the sea, a path of horrifying waves is instantly set off, whistled past several nascent soul true monarchs, who were still struggling in the sea, were immediately submerged by this wave, and they were no longer able to float and disappear. Only the glorious true monarch 3 who had fled in the distance was spared. Even so, the 3 of them were completely terrified, and their faces were pale. I didn't know if they were frozen by the sea water or scared. The 3 of them were shaking and expressing fear. Suddenly, above the sea, 2 Dawson cold rays of light emerge. Those are a pair of huge eyes. This big eye looks like the scorching sun in the sky. All cultivator looks like a tiny dust compared to this eye. Kunxi looked up, opened his mouth wide, expression horrified. Under the gaze of countless lines of sight, a huge monster gradually emerged from the sea, revealing a genuine appearance, and its size was huge, as if there were several thousand miles, covering the sky and blocking the sun, covering the entire sky of Ximon. Thump. Thump. Some cultivators could not bear the pressure, and they all fell to their knees. In front of this huge monster, all the cultivators, including the nascent soul true monarch and Taoist of void return present, felt a lot of heart palpitations. That's suppression on bloodline. That's the fear that comes from antiquity time. Oh my god, what is this? Some cultivators' voices were trembling, and they were completely frightened. Originally, each and every one law manifestation Tao monarch sitting in the Ximon mountain villa was also shocked by this momentum, and appeared one after another, looking up. Hiss. These law manifestation Tao monarch shook in a breath of cold air. What is this monster beast? Is it the whale in sea territory? Impossible. Even the giant whales are far less scary. This aura seems to be. Some law manifestation Tao monarch thought of a possibility, heart shivered with cold. In a cave mansion in the corner of the villa, a closed old man slowly opened his eyes. The old man has a wrinkled face and vicissitudes in his eyes. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate through obstacles and fell on the huge monster above the sky. With his knowledge, seeing this huge monster cannot help but frowned, softly muttered, "One of the 9 great ferocious clans, A. On the battlefield, this huge monster has huge eyes. His eyes are colder than the sea water, and they land on the 3 people of Hua true monarch. These 3 are still in the sea of Northern Ocean. In its cognition, this is already a violation of its territory. Hua true monarch was crazy, and brought up his last strength, and moved towards the distance to escape. Of course, this monster beast suddenly opened his mouth wide, bursting out a strong and irresistible attracting force, as if he wanted to swallow the entire piece of heaven and earth into his belly. Whack, whack, whack. The sea water poured back into its mouth. Hua true monarch 3's body shape can't be controlled, and was sucked by this monster beast. In an instant, 3 people were swallowed by this monster beast and disappeared completely. Died. 3 nascent soul true monarch, swallowed by this monster beast. Counting 5 nascent soul true monarch from the Ximon aristocratic family and 7 nascent soul true monarch from death. No one is spared. Even though the 3 people in Nangongling have been mentally prepared, they are still shocked to speak. The bloodline phenomenon cultivated by Beimingzhu is not a sea of Northern Ocean at all, but the huge monster beast hidden in the depths of the ocean. At this moment, the state of Beingzhu is also a little strange. Since the release of the bloodline phenomenon, Beimingzhu frowns, turning his head to look at the direction of Beiming town. His eyes are a little confused. Just then, an extremely cold killing intent emerged. Beimingzhu's warning lights flashed. A strong sense of crisis came, almost choking her. In the sky, there is a terrible wave of divine consciousness. I saw the eyebrows of Dongfengyi and Ximon flickering at the same time, and the divine consciousness condensed, and issued a primordial spirit secret technique, which came to Beimingzhu. The 2 of them, Taoist of void return, are the commanders of the 2 aristocratic family. They originally held their own identities and did not plan to do it themselves. But when the Xing's bloodline phenomenon came, the 2 could not bear it anymore. You must take a shot to kill Beimingzhu. 2 people don't even an ounce. They don't even use any spell or magic tool. but directly used Taoist Avoid Return's most severe and lethal killing method. Primordial Spirit Secret Technique. The Primordial Spirit Secret Technique is a slaughter technique directed against the primordial spirit. Nascent soul true monarch is almost impossible to resist, let alone gold core Taoist. Divine consciousness is like a knife. You can pierce Bai Ming's mind in one click. Nan Gongling noticed this fluctuation in divine consciousness and soon realized something. But he wanted to stop it. It was too late. Do not. Nan Gongling had no time to exclaim. Late. Dong Fengyi's eyes flashed a ruthless color. Simmons also said coldly, I can die in the hands of two of us, you slut. You can be considered dead. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1364 Chapter 1364 I'm her master. Sister. Bai Ming exclaimed, expressing despair. Bai Ming family patriarch was also in the dark, sighing. The Bai Ming family finally managed to create such a wicked evil that never happened in Diana 10000 years. Didn't expect, before it could grow up. It was strangled by three great aristocratic families. Even Nan Gongling and the others were too late. Others were even worse. Even more how? Even if everyone in the Bai Ming family reacts, who can take the shot and block the primordial spirit secret technique of Taoist Avoid Return? Nobody. The explosion of the primordial spirit secret technique is so rapid that it almost came to an instant. On the stone platform, Bai Ming could only watch this scene with nothing to do. With this level of power, she couldn't resist at all. No matter how strong her bloodline phenomenon is, she cannot stop the primordial spirit secret technique. This is the crush of great realm. Taoist Avoid Return in a single thought. You can wipe out the gold core Taoist. Suddenly, Bai Ming felt a slight fever on his wrist. In her mind, the mysterious and vast Brahman sound of six paths sounded. Then, around her body, a sacred golden mask was spawned with a path of mysterious ancient characters printed on it. It was the string of beads that the master gave me. Bai Ming's mind flashed a thought. Between the electric light and the flint, Simmons and Dong Fengyi's two primordial spirit secret techniques descended, passing through the bloodline phenomenon of Bai Ming's, and hit the golden mask heavily. Two forces collided, the mask trembled violently, and a path of waves appeared on the surface. But the whole process was silent. Two primordial spirit secret techniques eventually failed to break the defense of the golden mask, and quietly collapsed. Bai Ming's looked pale, took a few steps back, and under the impact of two primordial spirit secret techniques, the bloodline phenomenon has dissipated, but she survived. Bai Ming gasped slightly, eyes surprised and happy. The golden mask that surrounds her finally couldn't hold it anymore. The rays of light were dim, gradually disintegrated, and turned into nothingness, as if the previous scene was just an illusion. In the air, Ximon glared, sneer froze on his face, and watched the scene incredibly. The savageness in Dong Fengyi's eyes had only just risen, and then gradually became shocked. The huge Ximon mountain villa, above the heavens and under the earth, suddenly changed from being noisy and chaotic, to absolute silence. All the cultivator looked at the girl on the stone platform, stunned, as if seeing what the hell. How could that be possible? Two Taoist Avoid Return shot, and the primordial spirit secret technique broke out. But Bing's didn't die. Just what happened? Bai Ming's body seemed to have a golden mask. What was it? Countless confusions emerged in Kungsu's mind. When Nan Gongling moved, divine consciousness swept across the wrist of Bing's, and she couldn't help but feel shocked. Wisdom King's prayer beads. Didn't expect. Ancestral uncle master valued master aunt so much. Even Wisdom King's prayer beads were given to her. Nan Gongling's heart gave birth to deep envy. Primordial Spirit's magic tool is extremely precious, and Wisdom King's prayer beads, the top grade in the Primordial Spirit's magic tool, is the treasure of the Great Temple of the Great Clarity that year. At this moment, Simmons and Dong Fengyi gradually reacted. It's Primordial Spirit's magic tool. Simmons' eyes narrowed. His eyes flickered. Although he didn't know it was Wisdom King's prayer beads, but based on his experience, Beimings must wear an extremely powerful primordial spirit's magic tool. Beimings wears just gold core realm. It is impossible to use this primordial spirit's magic tool. But even so, just rely on the strength of this primordial spirit's magic tool to resist their two primordial spirit secret techniques. How powerful would this primordial spirit's magic tool be if it fell into his hands? For almost a moment, both Ximens and Dongfeng moved into greed. Mike, is this the secret guarded by the Beiming aristocratic family? In Dongfeng's mind, a flash of light flashed, and the more I thought about it, the more my own guess was likely to be the truth. Even if Ximing escaped with a primordial spirit's magic tool, he still couldn't escape. Yeah, Taoist of Void Return has taken a lot of measures to kill her. The gap between the two is more than a primordial spirit's magic tool can make up for. In the crowd, some voices gradually sounded. Slut, where did your primordial spirit's magic tool come from? Ximens was not in a hurry to take the shot. He asked slowly. He also thought that this primordial spirit's magic tool might be related to the secret guarded by the Beiming aristocratic family, so he wanted to find the truth in Beiming's. Beiming's heart shivered with cold. Calmly, just pursed his lips and said nothing. It is impossible for her to expose the master. She already knew that the master was severely damaged in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley. The primordial spirit was damaged, even the magic power could not be used, and the battle strength was greatly reduced. Exposing the master's actions now is tantamount to putting the master into a dead end. There is no need to wait for the major super sects outside, and there is no need to wait for the ancient ferocious clan. Just the power of three great aristocratic families is enough to suppress and kill the master. Did not say? The angle of Ximen's mouth is slightly upturned, expression is cold, exudes the coercion of Void Return realm, and moved towards Beiming's. It doesn't matter if you don't say it, Ximens has a lot of means to make you die. Ximen smiled cruelly, and said, when the time comes, you will kneel at my feet, begging me to kill you. I gave her the primordial spirit's magic tool. Suddenly, there was a sound in the crowd, which was bland, but spread throughout the audience. Nan Gongling, Liu Hanyan, and Ruxuan were shocked. The group Xigzun looked away. I saw an azure-clothed man among the crowd of the Beiming family, moving away from the crowd, walking slowly towards the outside. This life is delicate and pretty, but his face is yellow, as if he is seriously ill, looks very weak, and has no cultivation base. Not like a cultivator. However, this person's eyes are extremely bright and bright. What are you doing? Don't send it to death. Beiming saw Suzaimo stand up and subconsciously grabbed Suzaimo's arm. Suzaimo didn't look at him, just flung it gently, and Beiming's palm was shaken open. He only felt numbness in his palms, and the semi-angels couldn't help it. Beiming opened his mouth. The expression was wrong, and it didn't stop for a while. At this moment, Ximens and Dongfeng had been on Suzaimo's body for a long time. They did not feel any threat. The expression of two people will soon relax. Oh? Ximen stared at Suzaimo, a sneer of ridicule flashed in his eyes, smiled lightly, and asked, who are you? I'm her master. Suzaimo pointed to Beiming's on the stone platform, lightly saying, ha 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 ha. Ximens and Dongfeng couldn't help laughing. The cultivator of the three great aristocratic families, many people laughed. The current situation is extremely obvious. Beiming's was already a dead person. At this time, anyone who dares to stand up must follow the funeral. So, in their eyes, this azure-clothed man is an act recklessly, the immensity of heaven and earth idiot. At the watching table, Nan Gongling, Liu Hanyan and Ruxuan did not laugh. Three people looked at Ximens and Dongfeng and they didn't say a word. The look was strange, as if they were looking at two dead people. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1365 Chapter 1365 Murder. You're her master, so she gave her a primordial spirit's magic tool. Well, it makes sense. Dongfeng nodded, looking at Suzaimo's eyes full of jokes, asked with a smile, so, What are you going to do now? Kill. Suzaimo, expressionless, said only 2 words. Actually, he did not intend to take part in the aristocratic family great competition. It's just that the Ximon aristocratic family and Dongfeng aristocratic family are aggressive. More than a dozen nascent soul true monarchs are besieging Beiming's, not to mention, the 2 Taoist of Void Return even shot in person. This touched Suzaimo's bottom line. Many times, he can stand by and let beings bear enough pressure, which will also help her grow up quickly. But Taoist of Void Return shot, the nature changed completely. Even if his primordial spirit is damaged, he is Huang Wu Dao monarch. His disciple does not allow anyone to bully. Kill. Dongfeng Yi couldn't help laughing, and asked, "Who are you going to kill?" You. When this word was spoken from Suzaimo's mouth, he saw that he suddenly stepped forward and stepped heavily on the ground. Bang! A loud noise. The ground under Suzaimo's feet was actually cracked by his feet. The crowd around them was caught off guard, almost fell, and expression was shocked. I saw a silhouette rising from the ground, bringing up the billowing dust, and in the blink of an eye, came to the sky above the spectator seat. Beiming's expression was horrified, looking up at that silhouette in the air, and subconsciously softly muttered, Is this still human? This silhouette is too far from the sick silhouette in his mind. Suzaimo didn't talk nonsense with Dongfeng at all, and came into the air with black hair dancing, gaze as if a torch, just like God, dropping from the sky. Dear! Dongfeng Yi loudly shouted, expression both shocked and angry. He really did not expect that this sick-looking man dared to shoot at him, and he could burst into such a terrifying power. Dongfeng Yi is also extremely responsive. With the palm of your hand on the storage bag, a dark black long spear is already in your hand. The magic power surged, the gun body trembled, flashing 5 Daolor lines. The perfect grade Daoist magic tool. Die for me! Dongfeng Yi loudly shouted, left hand pinching magic arts, right hand clenching long spear, moved towards Suzaimo, stabbed away, and left hand spell broke out at the same time. Bang! The spell first came and hit Suzaimo's chest heavily. Dongfeng Yi rejoiced. His Dao Law technique, even the physical body of Law Manifestation Dao Monarch, could not bear it. However, the joy in his eyes had just emerged and turned into shock. This Dao Law technique did not have any influence on Suzaimo. This person seems to be fine. Although Suzaimo's bloodline is not strong, his fleshly body is not a flesh and blood body. Azure Lotus' true body is based on the 6th grade good fortune Azure Lotus and is supplemented by many super sects peak magic tools. Azure Lotus' true body is as hard as the innate Dao Monarch magic tool. A spell of Daoist of Void Return can't shake him at all. Facing the long spear stabbing, Suzaimo suddenly extended the hand palm, holding the cold gun tip between the light and flint, and fiercely a punch forward. Huge strength came. Dongfeng Yi's palm simply couldn't hold the long spear. This long spear slides in his palm. Pukai. Dongfeng Yi shivered and slowly bowed his head. I saw his chest, but Suzaimo pierced a huge blood hole with the tail of the gun, and the bloody tail of the gun peeped out from his back. His heart has been pierced by long spear, and chi and blood flow quickly. Dongfeng Yi's eyes flashed with incredible color. Suddenly, he saw a flash, as if a silhouette flashed. Not good! Dongfeng Yi exclaimed. As the heaven chosen of the Dongfeng aristocratic family, he also responded extremely quickly, and immediately chose the primordial spirit for the best. A divine light flew from overhead, trying to flee away. However, he hasn't really escaped the fleshly body, and a large shadow has shrouded Suzaimo's palm, shot on Dongfeng Yi's top of the head. This palm directly smashed Dongfeng Yi's head, and the primordial spirit was also shook by 40%. 5. The body was dead on the spot. Died. Just before it was arrogant, Dongfeng Yi, the commander of the Dongfeng aristocratic family, was shot in the palm of the eye. From Suzaimo's shot to Dongfeng's fall, the whole process was not more than 3 breaths. Kungsu's eyes almost fell out. You, so brave. Ximon pointed at Suzaimo. his voice trembling unconsciously. On Suzaimo, he felt a breath of extremely dangerous. "You pay with your life too." Suzaimo's eyes were like electricity, stepping forward. No extra movements, straight punch, moved towards Ximen's face. The momentum of this fist was too fierce, and Ximen was so frightened that he was afraid to shake it. In his eyebrow, a copper mirror flew out. Ximen's urges divine consciousness. This copper mirror rose up against the wind, swelled quickly, and stood in front of him, almost forming a shield of invulnerable, indestructible and impregnable, with 6 Tao law patterns flashing on it. Innate Taoist magic tool. According to Ximen's, as long as he can block an attack by Suzaimo, he can escape. Such a big movement, Law Manifestation Tao Monarch in the villa must have noticed. When Law Manifestation Tao Monarch arrived, this person will die. In Ximen's mind, when these thoughts flashed, Suzaimo's fist had been hit hard on the copper mirror. Bang! A loud noise. Ximen is shaking. Kaka. Immediately, a strange noise came from his ears, as if something was breaking. At the next moment, his eyes were dark, and he felt only a sudden pain in his head, and he became unconscious. He didn't even understand how he died in the end. Other cultivator can see clearly. Compared with Dongfen Yi, Ximen died faster. Ximen took out copper mirror. Suzaimo punched up. This fist pierced the copper mirror directly. Innate Taoist magic tool, being beaten by Suzaimo's flesh and blood. This fist pierced the copper mirror, hit the door of Ximen's, and beat his head directly. The primordial spirit disappeared on the spot. Above the heavens and under the earth once again fell into a brief silence. Kungsu's throat seemed to be strangled by a pair of big invisible hands. Horrified, shocked expressions appeared on everyone's face. The cultivator of the 3 great aristocratic families, the highest cultivation realm present, is also the Taoist of Void Return, that is, Dongfen Yi, Ximen's and Nangong Ling. 3 people. Taoist of Void Return, in their minds, is definitely aloof and remote, a realm that is hard to reach. In a blink of an eye, 2 Taoist of Void Return have been reduced to 2 dead bodies. Moreover, these 2 commanders were killed by fists. These Foundation Establishment Cultivator, Gold Core Taoist, and even Nascent Soul True Monarch, where I have seen such a decisive master, each and every one is scared to look pale, rigid for a while, dare not move. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1366 Chapter 1366 Purple Mountain Tao Monarch. Biaming Ao looked at the azure silhouette, and his mind was completely confused. Mr. Su, the sickly and weakly literate scholar, has completely disappeared, and there is only one picture left in his mind. It is Suzaimo dropping from the sky, just like the gods. Suppress and kill the 2 Taoist of Void Return. Has Biaming Ao ever seen such a power? In retrospect, he had once flirted with this person and repeatedly taunted. Biaming Ao had a moment of fear and remorse. Fortunately, this Mr. Su is broad-minded. If he were to be replaced, I am afraid he would not have died 10 lives. Did the elder sister enter this Mr. Su's door? Biaming Ao gradually came to understand. No wonder 3 years. The change of the elder sister is so great that even Nascent Soul True Monarch can suppress it. It was all because of Mr. Su. To say that Biaming Ao doesn't have envy, that's false. But although he was young, he also knew that he had a bad attitude towards Suzaimo before, and I'm afraid he would never have the opportunity to worship again. Not to mention Biaming Ao, even Biaming's was standing on the stone platform, a little slow, and his eyes were full of shock. Although she visited Suzaimo's door, she never saw Suzaimo's shot. She thought that Suzaimo primordial spirit was injured, and even spell could not be released, and the battle strength was greatly reduced. But didn't expect, Suzaimo didn't use the primordial spirit at all, didn't release the spell, just relying on the fleshly body. He suppressed and killed the 2 Taoist of Void Return on the spot. Looking at the seemingly thin, but imposing silhouette, Bings suddenly had the urge to cry. Over the years, she has suffered countless grievances, but no one has helped her, and no one can stand up and cover her wind and rain. And at this moment, there was a person standing in front of her, resisting all injuries for her, even at the enemy of the ancient aristocratic family. Huang Wu. My master is Huang Wu Dao monarch, above the heavens and under the earth. The only Huang Wu Dao monarch. Indiana 10000. Ancient times. Beimings was so excited that his eyes turned red. On the other side, Nan Gongling shook her head slightly and sighed. It's still this step. Nan Gongling expression sorrow. Prior to this, he reminded Ximens and Dongfeng Yi several times, so that they should not be aggressive, and it was enough. But the two still didn't listen to him, so much that they provoked him. Is they too much? Rexuan said, I am an outsider, I can't stand it. Ha, as Taoist avoid return, kill a gold core Taoist, what a deal. Liu Hanyan glanced at Nan Gongling and said softly, what the senior brother is worried about is the choice of the Nangong family. Ah. Nan Gongling nodded, didn't speak. Bang. 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 At this moment, all around the villa suddenly burst out a path of powerful breath, vibration of heaven and earth. Where's the thief? Dare to impudent in my Ximen villa. I see you are courting death. A path of loud drinking sounded. Most of the cultivators present were Foundation Establishment cultivator and Gold Core Taoist. Such a huge divine consciousness shrouded in shudder, and the group repairs felt a trembling heart. Law Manifestation Realm. This is the divine consciousness coercion that Law Manifestation Dao Monarch can release. Even Void Return Realm is a realm that most cultivators cannot reach. Law Manifestation Realm is the existence of group cultivation looking up. Some cultivators and cultivations present have not seen Law Manifestation Dao Monarch and didn't expect. Today, more than a dozen Law Manifestation Dao Monarch have appeared at the same time. Zi Dao Monarch. Nan Gongling recognized the head of a Law Manifestation Dao Monarch at a glance, and could not help but cried low. This Purple Mountain Dao Monarch is a well-known Law Manifestation Dao Monarch in the three great aristocratic families. 1,000 years ago, Dao Monarch of Xia traveled to the Central Territory to fight against a Law Manifestation Dao Monarch of an illusory demon cult. The illusory demon cult Dao Monarch was ranked 62nd on the Law Manifestation list. But this battle was the victory of Xi Dao Monarch. This battle is also the battle for fame of Purple Mountain Dao Monarch. Three great aristocratic families rumors that the battle strength of Purple Mountain Dao Monarch should be at least the top 30 in the Law Manifestation list. That was 1,000 years ago. Didn't expect. Dao Monarch of Xiu was cultivation in Ximen Mountain Villa, and was shocked now. Purple Mountain Senior. Nan Gongling shouted, bowed, saluted, and said in a deep voice, this matter is very important. I also asked Senior to convene the elder of the royal family to discuss, think and act. Su Zimo's identity. Nan Gongling is not easy to break. But his words are already reminding Xi Dao Monarch to stop in time. Don't act blindly without thinking. HMPH. Xi Dao Monarch said with a sneer, it's a joke. There are thieves killing unscrupulously in my Ximen villa, but you want me to think about it? Even if Xi Dao Monarch heard what Nan Gongling said, he wouldn't take it to heart. Not to mention a descendant of Nan Gongling. Even if Law Manifestation Dao Monarch of Nangong aristocratic family came, this as your clothes cultivator, he will definitely kill. Xi Dao Monarch looked at Su Zimo, expression cold, slowly said, I don't care what origin you are, which sect, which school you are, you dare to kill in my Ximen villa, even if you are a disciple of super sect. You have to die. Nan Gongling sighed. Xi Dao Monarch didn't even realize who he was facing. Not to mention the disciple of super sect. How many have fallen in land of preaching the Tao? The title of super sect, and the body fusion great expert of super sect. You want to kill me? Su Zimo tilted his head slightly, looking at Xi Dao Monarch, expression mocking. Give me the kill. Dao Monarch didn't talk nonsense with Su Zimo at all. Waved his hand, and ordered directly, Su. A Dao Law device broke out. Around many Dao Monarch magic tools, there is a raging magic power, which almost covers the sky and blocks all the retreats of Su Zimo. Su Zimo expression is cold, facing the Dao Monarch magic tool stabbed, ignore it directly, and stand up. Ignoring Dao Monarch magic tool, it's a courting death. A dozen law manifestation Dao Monarch expression were cold. Boom. 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 A Dao law device hit Suzaimo's body, but did not think many law manifestation Dao Monarch expected to pierce his fleshly body and cut it. Instead, many Dao Monarch magic tools were popped up, whether it's flying sword, cold gun, or copper mirror change. There is no Dao Monarch magic tool that can pierce the blood of Suzaimo. Group Repair is shocked. This scene has completely exceeded everyone's perception. Not to mention the low-level cultivator present, even Dao Monarch and the others changed their face. Among the Dao Monarch magic tool that just took out, there are many Dao Monarch magic tools with perfect grade. However, the perfect Dao Monarch magic tool did not even puncture the skin of this Azure Clothes cultivator, let alone suppress and kill it. Moreover, at the moment of the collision, this Azure Clothes cultivator did not release any spell, no talisman, just resisted with a fleshly body. Can a person's fleshly body really cultivate to such an impervious to sword or spear? Dao Monarch suddenly realized that the meaning of Nangongling was just that. Unfortunately, it is already late. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1367 Chapter 1367 Purple Mountain Dao Monarch. Biaming Ao looked at the azure silhouette, and his mind was completely confused. Mr. Su, the sickly and weakly literate scholar, has completely disappeared, and there is only one picture left in his mind. It is Suzaimo dropping from the sky, just like the gods. Suppress and kill the two dice to avoid return. Has Biaming Ao ever seen such a power? In retrospect, he had once flirted with this person and repeatedly taunted. Biaming Ao had a moment of fear and remorse. Fortunately, this Mr. Su is broad-minded. If he were to be replaced, I am afraid he would not have died 10 lives. Did the elder sister enter this Mr. Su's door? Biaming Ao gradually came to understand. No wonder 3 years. The change of the elder sister is so great that even nascent soul true monarch can suppress it. It was all because of Mr. Su. To say that Biaming Ao doesn't have envy, that's false. But although he was young, he also knew that he had a bad attitude towards Suzaimo before, and I'm afraid he would never have the opportunity to worship again. Not to mention Biaming Ao, even Biaming's was standing on the stone platform, a little slow, and his eyes were full of shock. Although she visited Suzaimo's door, she never saw Suzaimo's shot. She thought that Suzaimo primordial spirit was injured, and even spell could not be released, and the battle strength was greatly reduced. But didn't expect, Suzaimo didn't use the primordial spirit at all, didn't release the spell, just relying on the fleshly body. He suppressed and killed the two Taoist of Void Return on the spot. Looking at the seemingly thin, but imposing silhouette, Bings suddenly had the urge to cry. Over the years, she has suffered countless grievances, but no one has helped her, and no one can stand up and cover her wind and rain. And at this moment, there was a person standing in front of her, resisting all injuries for her, even at the enemy of the ancient aristocratic family. Huang Wu. My master is Huang Wu Dao Monarch, above the heavens and under the earth. The only Huang Wu Dao Monarch. Indiana 10000. Ancient times. Biaming's was so excited that his eyes turned red. On the other side, Nangongling shook her head slightly and sighed. It's still this step. Nangongling expression sorrow. Prior to this, he reminded Xemens and Dongfeng Yi several times, so that they should not be aggressive, and it was enough. But the two still didn't listen to him, so much that they provoked him. Is they too much? Rexuan said, I am an outsider, I can't stand it. As Taoist of Void Return, kill a gold core Taoist, what a deal. Liu Hanyan glanced at Nangongling and said softly, what the senior brother is worried about is the choice of the Nangong family. Nangongling nodded, didn't speak. Bang. 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 At this moment, all around the villa suddenly burst out a path of powerful breath, vibration of heaven and earth. Where's the thief? dare to impudent in Mike's Villa? I see you are courting death." A path of loud drinking sounded. Most of the cultivators present were Foundation Establishment Cultivator and Gold Core Taoist. Such a huge divine consciousness shrouded in shudder, and the group repairs felt a trembling heart. Law Manifestation Realm. This is the divine consciousness coercion that Law Manifestation Tao Monarch can release. Even Void Return Realm is a realm that most cultivators cannot reach. Law Manifestation Realm is the existence of group cultivation looking up. Some cultivators and cultivations present have not seen Law Manifestation Tao Monarch and didn't expect. Today, more than a dozen Law Manifestation Tao Monarch have appeared at the same time. The Tao Monarch. Nan Gongling recognized the head of a Law Manifestation Tao Monarch at a glance, and could not help but cried low. This Purple Mountain Tao Monarch is a well-known Law Manifestation Tao Monarch in the three great aristocratic families. 1,000 years ago, Tao Monarch of Xia traveled to the Central Territory to fight against a Law Manifestation Tao Monarch of an illusory demon cult. The illusory demon cult Tao Monarch was ranked 62nd on the Law Manifestation list. But this battle was the victory of the Tao Monarch. This battle is also the battle for fame of Purple Mountain Tao Monarch. Three great aristocratic families rumors that the battle strength of Purple Mountain Tao Monarch should be at least the top 30 in the Law Manifestation list. That was 1,000 years ago. Didn't expect. Tao Monarch of Xiu was cultivation in Ximen Mountain Villa, and was shocked now. Purple Mountain Senior Nan Gongling shouted, bowed, saluted, and said in a deep voice, "This matter is very important." I also asked Senior to convene the elder of the royal family to discuss, think and act. Su Zimo's identity. Nan Gongling is not easy to break. But his words are already reminding the Tao Monarch to stop in time. Don't act blindly without thinking. HMPH. The Tao Monarch said with a sneer, "It's a joke. There are thieves killing unscrupulously in Mike's Villa, but you want me to think about it?" Even if Xiu Tao Monarch heard what Nan Gongling said, he wouldn't take it to heart. Not to mention a descendant of Nan Gongling. Even if Law Manifestation Tao Monarch of Nangong aristocratic family came, this as your clothes cultivator, he will definitely kill. The Tao Monarch looked at Su Zimo, expression cold, slowly said, "I don't care what origin you are, which sect, which school you are, you dare to kill in Mike's Villa, even if you are a disciple of Super Sect. You have to die." Nan Gongling sighed. The Tao Monarch didn't even realize who he was facing. Not to mention the disciple of Super Sect. How many have fallen in land of preaching the Tao? The title of Super Sect, and the body fusion great expert of Super Sect. "You want to kill me?" Su Zimo tilted his head slightly, looking at the Tao Monarch, expression mocking. "Give me the kill." Tao Monarch didn't talk nonsense with Su Zimo at all. Waved his hand, and ordered directly, "Su! Su! Su!" A Tao Law device broke out. Around many Tao Monarch magic tools, there is a raging magic power, which almost covers the sky and blocks all the retreats of Su Zimo. Su Zimo expression is cold, facing the Tao Monarch magic tool stabbed, ignore it directly, and stand up. Ignoring Tao Monarch magic tool. It's a courting death. A dozen Law Manifestation Tao Monarch expression were cold. Boom. 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 A Tao Law device hit Su Zimo's body, but did not think many Law Manifestation Tao Monarch expected to pierce his fleshly body and cut it. Instead, many Tao Monarch magic tools were popped up, whether it's flying sword, cold gun, or copper mirror change. There is no Tao Monarch magic tool that can pierce the blood of Su Zimo. Group repair is shocked. This scene has completely exceeded everyone's perception. Not to mention the low-level cultivator present, even Tao Monarch and the others changed their face. Among the Tao Monarch magic tool that just took out, there are many Tao Monarch magic tools with perfect grade. However, the perfect Tao Monarch magic tool did not even puncture the skin of this as your clothes cultivator, let alone suppress and kill it. Moreover, at the moment of the collision, this as your clothes cultivator did not release any spell, no talisman, just resisted with a fleshly body. Can a person's fleshly body really cultivate to such an impervious to sword or spear? Zhao Monarch suddenly realized that the meaning of Nangongling was just that. Unfortunately, it is already late. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1368. Chapter 1368, Pushing Along the Way. Bang! While a law manifestation Dao Monarch was slightly misunderstood, Suzaimo had approached and shot Dao Monarch's head with a punch. The law manifestation Dao Monarch died on the spot. Although the bloodline of Azure Lotus true body is not strong, the fleshly body is comparable to the innate Dao Monarch magic tool, invulnerable, indestructible and impregnable. This fist hit, the fleshly body of law manifestation Dao Monarch couldn't carry it. Suzaimo's body flickered, and he came to the other law manifestation Dao Monarch, sending out the heartfelt ominous fiend chi. His eyes were fierce. The law manifestation Dao Monarch touched Suzaimo's gaze, almost terrified, and felt cold all over. Who is Suzaimo? The battle between heaven and earth valley, not to mention law manifestation Dao Monarch. How many super sect body fusion great experts died in his hands? How many ferocious clan great experts? Although Suzaimo's primordial spirit was damaged, the momentum on him was not changed at all. The law manifestation Dao Monarch was taken by Suzaimo's momentum, and the reaction was a bit slow. Suzaimo slapped him on the head with his palm and died on the spot. Just in a blink of an eye, 2 consecutive law manifestation Dao Monarch bodies fell. The fall of Ximens and Dongfeng has made the cultivator at the scene feel an unprecedented shock, as if it were collapsed. Now, the fall of 2 law manifestation Dao Monarch, Kuxa has completely looked silly. Those originals, which only existed in the legend, aloof and remote, and the unreachable expert, were dropped from the air in front of their eyes and died out. The sick-looking cultivator, who killed these law manifestation realm experts, didn't hesitate at all. It seems that these law manifestation Dao Monarch are no different from the ants in his eyes. Good, good, good. The Dao Monarch expression was furious. Icily said, "Do you dare to kill in my Ximen villa? I will cramp your skin and frustrate you." Bang! Dao Monarch shot violently, and a purple mountain flew in the eyebrows. It rose up against the wind and instantly swelled into a towering mountain of purple accomplishment. Innate Dao Monarch magic tool. This purple mountain was found by him in an ancient vestige. He followed him for many years, and his Dao name came from it. Go with. The Dao Monarch pointed forward. The coming of the purple mountain Hong Long Long came down, and a large shadow came over, covering the entire Ximen mountain villa underneath, exuding terrifying coercion and horrifying. The group repair was inexplicable. Many cultivators can't even withstand this pressure, and moved towards fleeing in the distance. This purple mountain seems to suppress the souls of the entire villa into a bloody mud, and there is nowhere to escape. Bang! The purple mountains stopped suddenly. Under the attention of Kunksu, under the purple mountain, stood a seemingly thin silhouette, holding the arm, holding this towering mountain, completely motionless. Compared to this purple mountain, the silhouette of Suzaimo is as small as dust. But no matter how the Dao Monarch urges magic power, how can he suppress Suzaimo? HMPH. Suzaimo sneered, slumped on one foot, and thundered, with one arm holding the purple mountains in the air. Call. Suzaimo was holding a purple mountain and moved towards a law manifestation Dao Monarch in the distance. The law manifestation Dao Monarch expression changed greatly, and the body suddenly burst into a phantom within the body, climbing rapidly, up to 6 jang high, capable to support both heaven and earth, exuding a strong breath. Heaven and earth Dharma, idol, law manifestation Dao Monarch the most powerful tool. Bang! As soon as this heaven and earth Dharma, idol came out, the purple mountain had already hit it. Heaven and earth Dharma, idol collapsed instantly. The fleshly body of the law manifestation Dao Monarch was also hit by 40% in the purple mountains. The primordial spirit failed to escape and died on the spot. 3 law manifestation Dao Monarch have fallen. Bang! 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 The remaining law manifestation Tao monarch felt the pressure and quickly urged the primordial spirit, took out heaven and earth Dharma idol, and a path of phantom rose into the sky. Heaven and earth Dharma idol of Tao monarch in Xiu has a height of 8 feet and 6 feet, and is covered with purple robes, like the huge demon god. Almost at the same time, many heaven and earth Dharma idol shot, heaven shaking, earth shattering. Bang! 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 Many of heaven and earth Dharma idols' huge fists and weapons stood on Suzaimo's body, bursting into a loud noise. But Suzaimo's body was not scarred. As your lotus true body, in this brief moment reveals its powerful side. Unless it's the law manifestation realm, the expert like Li Hen Tao monarch and the great clarity monk, you won't hurt the root of Azure Lotus true body at all. Under the siege of many heaven and earth Dharma idol, Suzaimo relies on Azure Lotus true body to push all the way and shoot consecutively, and 3 law manifestation Tao monarch bodies have fallen. Princes release the primordial spirit secret technique. The Tao monarch look pale, howling. This is already his last resort. The cultivator fights and kills, unless necessary, and generally does not use the primordial spirit secret technique. But now, this azure clothes cultivator is impervious to sword or spear, neither water nor fire can approach. They are completely incapable of starting, and a sense of weakness rises in their hearts. Neither their spell nor the magic tool can defeat this person's defense. Only the primordial spirit secret technique can ignore its fleshly body and directly suppress and kill primordial spirit. In the sky, a path of horrible divine consciousness waves. Although silent, there is a fatal killing intent. Not good. Beimings felt cold. The string of beads on her wrist was clearly the Master's primordial spirit's magic tool. Nowadays, Master Primordial Spirit is injured. Without this primordial spirit's magic tool, how can it resist the killing of primordial spirit secret technique? She wants to step forward and return Wisdom King's prayer beads to Suzaimo. But today, it's law manifestation Tao monarch. This level of battlefield, don't say she has a gold core Taoist, even nascent soul true monarch, Taoist of void return, it is difficult to approach. Just the coercion emanating from the battlefield will be able to suppress her movements. Beimings can only watch this scene, but there is nothing he can do. Master Beimings wanted to shout, but she had just spoken, but found that her voice was instantly wiped out by the wave of the surrounding divine consciousness and turned into nothingness. Feeling the primordial spirit's secret technique that came down, Suzaimo expression mocked, no dodging, no defense, no counterattack. A path of primordial spirit secret technique, which instantly flooded into his sea of consciousness and hit his primordial spirit. Suddenly, on his primordial spirit, a light green mist permeated, exuding strange powers, and devouring all these primordial spirit secret techniques. These primordial spirit secret techniques pierced into Suzaimo's sea of consciousness without ripples, and were swallowed up by life-cutting curse. You know, this life-cutting curse, but which race great expert sacrificed the power of primordial spirit. Even if most of the residual power is resolved by the Azure Lotus sword, it is not something the law manifestation Tao monarch's primordial spirit secret technique can counter. Suzaimo has a life-cutting curse. This layer of power of curse covers his primordial spirit, forming a curse barrier, which can isolate his induction from heaven and earth. This cursed barrier, which swallowed up the power of these primordial spirit secret techniques, has grown significantly. Suzaimo slightly frowned. Before that, he had bold ideas about whether to use the power of body fusion great expert to break the power of life-cutting curse. Now it seems that this idea is completely unworkable. Life-cutting curse devours other divine consciousness, and will continue to grow. His condition will only get worse. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1369 Chapter 1369 I am Huang Wu. Is this all right? The Tao monarch looked pale, the color of fear flashing in his eyes. Nothing to start, whether it is spell, magic tool, or primordial spirit secret technique. It is difficult to hurt this person. Ha ha ha. Zhao Monarch waited for the remaining law manifestation Dao Monarch to unfold, and fled into the distance, stood in the air, and distanced themselves from Su Zimo, dare not come forward easily. These law manifestation Dao Monarch, each and every one have become the bowstruck birds, and there is no longer the original arrogance. Su Zimo sneered, and did not pursue these people. After all, his primordial spirit was damaged and he couldn't use magic power. He couldn't do it with controlling space flight. In the War of Geniuses, he just fought close to these law manifestation Dao Monarch with the outbreak of fleshly body. Today, these law manifestation Dao Monarch fled far away, and he wanted to hunt down the past, fearing that it would take a lot of time and energy. Today's matter, it won't be long before it will spread to 3 great aristocratic families. When the time comes, startling body fusion great expert, the situation is no longer under his control. As your Lotus true body can't use magic power. If the body fusion great expert takes the full shot, he can definitely threaten him. Follow me. Leave here first. Su Zimo came to Beiming's and whispered. Beiming's didn't say a word, but was nodded, followed along. Hee. Just then, in the villa, a chuckle suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, an extremely horrifying atmosphere pervaded, and coercion came, covering the whole sky of Ximen. The coercion that law manifestation Dao Monarch just radiated, compared with this divine consciousness, is a cloud of difference. Kung Su was shocked, unable to move, just stared at his eyes. Even the law manifestation realm has surpassed the imagination and cognition of most cultivators. This aura is coming, and the group repair is like a chill, completely unthinkable. What a big shot is startled. Not good. Nan Gongling heart shivered with cold. Some low-level cultivators may not be judged yet, but he paid homage to 100 Refinements sect and even contacted Gehua a great expert and was very familiar with this aura. This is the power of body fusion realm. Liu Hanyan expression grave, sound transmission quietly, the situation is not good. There is a body fusion great expert hidden in this villa. If the ancestral uncle master was not injured, but just a body fusion great expert, they would not worry. But now, ancestral uncle master primordial spirit is damaged and battle strength is greatly reduced. Confronting body fusion great expert, I am afraid that it is bode ill rather than well. I do not know when. A thin and withered old man has come into the air. No one noticed when this silhouette appeared. It seemed that he was standing there from beginning to end. Although this silhouette is thin, it seems to be integrated with the whole piece of heaven and earth. It does not distinguish each other, but stands against the sky, exuding an incomparable momentum. Kung Su looked up at this silhouette, feeling like facing the whole piece of heaven and earth. Meet Elder Ku. Seeing this old man, Zhao Monarch and the others expressed ecstasy. The fear in her heart dispersed, and quickly saluted, shouting loudly. Elder Ku slightly nodded, his eyes swept through a messy battlefield, and finally fell on Su Zimo. His expression was cold, saying, "Fellow Taoist is on the realm of my Ximen aristocratic family. There is no reason to kill the war, now everything don't say, just want to turn around and leave." No reason? Su Zimo expressionless, said, "Your 2 Taoist avoid return from the Ximen aristocratic family and the Dongfeng aristocratic family, teamed up to kill my disciple. Isn't that the reason?" Just because of this. Elder Ku's mouth slightly angled, expression mocked, and said, "Don't say your disciple is not dead, even if you kill her. Killing her is not killing these people." Su Zimo slowly said, "If she dies here, you people in Ximen Villa must bury her." Bold, impudent, great tone. Zhao Monarch and the others' expression. Ximen aristocratic family dominates the southern region for 10,000 years, and has never been threatened like this. Your courage is not small. Elder Ku's eyes also surged of killing intent, saying, "I'm a little curious now. By your means, it should not be an unknown person. Who are you? Dare to threaten my Ximen aristocratic family like this?" Elder Ku has moved. No matter what the name of this Azure Clothes cultivator comes from, this person will surely die. If you let this Azure Clothes cultivator make a big fight and then retreat, then how can Ximon Villa face how to establish a foothold in true cultivation in the southern region in the future? Even if this person is a disciple of Super Sect, he still has to die today. Around Elder Ku's body, horrible magic power waves surged, and the entire heaven and earth was shaking, in the sky, with lightning and thunder, as if the end of the world was coming. The cultivator below, each and every one trembling with fear, dare not speak. The anger of great expert, even the ocean, is hard to calm down. Suzaimo expression calmly, looking at Elder Ku in the air, slowly speaking. Only 4 words were said. I'm Huang Wu. These 4 words fall. The air between heaven and earth freezes instantly. It seems that these 4 words have a powerful magic power, and even time is still. After the War of Heaven and Earth Valley, the Dao name Huang Wu was almost a taboo for the entire true cultivation world. Most of the law manifestation Dao Monarch and body fusion great expert would not even talk about it. Dao Monarch and the others had scared their face pale, and almost fell from the air. In their minds, they suddenly remembered some descriptions of Huang Wu in the real cultivation world. Azure clothes, black hair, and looked like a weak scholar. Many images are too similar to the person in front of him. The only difference may be that this person looks sick. Huang Wu turned out to be Huang Wu Dao Monarch. Huang Wu Dao Monarch was banished from the void by half-ancestor, but he was not dead, and he was still in the southern region. Elder Ku was still murderers looking, but after hearing these 4 words, his pupils contracted violently. Within the body's magic power, like a punctured airbag, dissipated instantly. Elder Ku felt his hands and feet cold, and seemed a bit immobile. Although he did not want to believe it, he knew very well that this man was Huang Wu. That kind of momentum, that kind of look, that kind of arrogant aura, only Huang Wu Dao Monarch is worthy of possession. This is the suppress and kill of countless heaven-chosen monsters, and many Dao Monarch great experts have accumulated the killing savage. Even if others want to imitate, they cannot imitate. After thinking about this, Elder Ku's first reaction was to run away and turn. How many people died in the battle between Heaven and Earth Valley? Not to mention the body fusion great expert of immortals, Buddhas and demons, Super Sect, even Dao Monarch great expert of Swire ferocious clan, all suffered heavy losses. Although he is a body fusion realm, he has entered his old age. With his battle strength, I am afraid that Huang Wu could stab him with a finger. Now, let alone a shot against Suzaimo, he is able to suppress the fear in his heart and stand in midair without stopping. It is already a great courage. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1370 Chapter 1370 Retreat. Go. Suzaimo faced Beimings nodded and turned away towards Ximon. Kunxi Ushua spread out a channel, spreading away as if avoiding something. In an instant, Suzaimo and Beimings would disappeared into the sight of everyone. From start to finish, none of the Ximon aristocratic family and Dongfeng aristocratic family stood up to stop. Even Elder Ku of Body Fusion Realm just stood by the sky, with a ugly face and no words. If someone looked at it, they could notice that Elder Ku's hands behind him were trembling slightly. It wasn't until Suzaimo's departure long before Elder Ku took a breath. The breeze blew through, and suddenly his back was so wet that he was scared out of cold sweat. Speaking of those 4 words, Suzaimo left, but the time it took half an incense stick to burn. But in Elder Ku's perception, it seems to be over 100 years. He seemed to have walked around the gate of death, and half of his feet were already in. Fortunate for 10,000, fortunate for 10,000. Elder Ku panted slightly, his face pale, and said secretly, it turned out to be Huang Wu Dao Monarch. Who can think of it? Who can think of it? No wonder I. No. Elder Ku swallowed and secretly thought, Huang Wu came to the southern region. This is too big. You must report it to the clan. Please ask the family head and all of the elders. At this point, Elder Ku's body flickered and turned into a stream of light, moved towards galloping away, and disappeared instantly in front of everyone. Nangongling 3 people are also relieved. Nangongling came to the Beiming family clansman and said in a deep voice, you should leave as soon as possible. This is a big deal. You stay here, for fear of other changes. Yes, yes, yes. Beiming family patriarch quickly nodded. Beiming Ao gathered his courage and whispered, Senior Nangong, did you protect us before because of Suxian? Huang Wu Senior? Nangong Ling nodded and did not conceal, saying, Huang Wu is our ancestral uncle master, your elder sister is my master aunt. Ah! Beiming Ao opened his mouth, hesitated for a while. He didn't understand the relationship. After all, too much is happening today. Not to mention it is a teenage boy. Even Law Manifestation Dao Monarch, who has lived for 1,000 years, was shocked by one thing after another. Nangong Ling added, the two perfect grade spirit tools you use are the gifts we give to Master Aunt. No wonder, Beiming Ao softly muttered, and many confusions in his heart gradually resolved. He finally understood why the elder sister had a perfect spirit tool. He also finally understood why the elder sister was able to cultivate martial Dao to this point in 3 years, shed the mortal body and exchange the bones. Because, over the years, the fragile man who was sick in their family was the legendary, fiercely named Huang Wu Dao Monarch. Martial Dao was founded by Huang Wu. Who else can understand martial Dao better than Huang Wu Dao Monarch? In this brief moment, Beiming Ao's prejudice against Su Zimo has completely disappeared, leaving only endless worship in his heart. He has never seen such a scene. Just with a Dao name, the cultivator of the huge Ximen villa has become dumb. Don't say what is nascent soul true monarch, Law Manifestation Dao Monarch, and even body fusion great expert, almost standing in the presence of the true cultivation world peak. When I hear this Dao name, I dare not say one more word, one word. Even the body fusion great expert is ashamed, for fear of angering Huang Wu, which will cause death. The deterrence of a Dao name can reach this level. Senior Nangong. Beiming Ao's heart moved, thinking of an opportunity for a Beiming aristocratic family, couldn't help asking, since the elder sister is the master aunt of Senior, will the Nangong family stand by the elder sister this time and help us the Beiming family? Nangong Ling faintly sighed, did not speak. This is exactly where he was embarrassed. He can stand by ancestral uncle master and Beiming's, but he may not be able to convince the family and agree with this choice. If the Nangong aristocratic family is also involved in the grudge with ancestral uncle master, his situation will be awkward. I also have to go back quickly and accuse the family head of this. Nangong Ling said something, and took Liu Hanyan, such as Xuan Liang, to leave first. The Nangong aristocratic family also quit the Ximen villa. Why is it so urgent? Xuan couldn't help asking in midair. Nangong Ling said in a deep voice, ancestral uncle master came to the southern region. This is the major event, and the family must be falsely accused. Moreover, the incident of ancestral uncle master being injured must not be hidden. Liu Hanyan also nodded, saying, the elder Ku of the Ximen aristocratic family was just scared by the Dao name of ancestral uncle master and lost his judgment. If he tells the truth about the villa, the family head of the Ximen aristocratic family and elders onlookers will definitely find the anomaly among them. Xuan expression, anxious, said, wouldn't that mean that ancestral uncle master is dangerous? Most likely. Liu Hanyan said, if the Ximen aristocratic family and Dongfeng aristocratic family join forces and want to take advantage of the damage of the ancestral uncle master primordial spirit, and lead the aristocratic family body fusion realm expert to kill it, the ancestral uncle master may be bodil rather than well. If half ancestor takes the shot, the ancestral uncle master will be even worse. Nangong Ling also sighed, expressing anxiety. Half ancestor will also shoot? Xuan heart startled, asked subconsciously. Normally, half ancestor realm has been cultivated in sect, and strives to step into ancestor realm, rarely showing up. Nangong Ling said, this is unusual. After all, it involves the ancestral uncle master and it is very likely to alarm the half-ancestor expert. This is how to do our. Xuan was anxious, and said, if we're calling back to the central territory immediately, please Master Jihuo ancestor master come forward. Too late. Nangong Ling shook his head and said, The southern region and the central territory are separated by millions and millions of li. When the news goes back, Master Ancestor Master has to come over. How many days have passed? Even more. How? Even if Grand Master Ancestor comes here, he is weak, and he has just stepped into the body fusion realm middle stage. How many people can he block? I am the only one who can save the ancestral Uncle Master. You are the Nangong aristocratic family. Liu Hanyan expression calmly, analysis. Yuan also quickly nodded, saying, if the Nangong family is on the side of the ancestral Uncle Master, even if the Dongfeng aristocratic family and the Simon aristocratic family join forces, it may not hurt the ancestral Uncle Master. Difficult to say. Nangong Ling sighed and said, 3 great aristocratic families have always been good friends. Same chi, connected branch. It is not realistic to want the Nangong aristocratic family to help an outsider. Even more. How? Ancestral Uncle Master has a special identity, which cannot be tolerated by immortals. Buddhas and demons 3 Dao. He was hunted down by Swire ferocious clan. Weighing the pros and cons, it is almost impossible for the Nangong family to help ancestral Uncle Master. After a short pause, Nangong Ling took a deep breath, and said, anyway, I have to go back and try it out. As for the success, it depends on destiny. I hope that the ancestral Uncle Master can help the heavens and the people to resolve this crisis. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1371 Chapter 1371 The Mystery of Bloodline. Master, this time you have broken up with Dongfeng and Ximen, 2 big aristocratic family. I'm afraid it's hard to do well. Bai Ming's expression was worried and analyzed. That body fusion great expert was afraid of your reputation and was scared away. But the 3 great aristocratic families dominate the southern region for so long, there are many experts in the family, as long as they come together to discuss it, maybe you can discover the reality of the Master. Master, you have done so much for me. The graciousness is deep in the sea. Thank you in the heart of disciple. But now that a disaster is imminent, please ask the Master to leave first and leave me alone. Bai Ming's knows that with Suzaimo's current strength, even if he cannot use magic power, it is extremely easy to leave this place with this powerful fleshly body. But if you bring her, she is just a gold core Taoist, and the 2 people want to escape the southern region. They are a little whimsical. Suzaimo expression calmly, you don't have to worry about it. I have my own arrangements. When Bai Ming saw Suzaimo saying this, he stopped admonishing. However, Bai Ming still frowned, and seemed to have another mind. Still worried. After 2 people walked for a while, Suzaimo saw Bai Ming bowed his head and seemed to be in a serious state, and asked with a smile, Master, Bai Ming looked at Suzaimo, and stopped talking. Suzaimo, seeing that the Xming's expression was different, paused, and turned his head and asked, what happened? What happened? Bai Ming took a deep breath, saying, Master, at Ximen Mountain Villa, I met some nascent soul true monarchs from the Dongfeng aristocratic family and stepped into Martial Dao 9th transformation power of dragons and elephants. Then, I also developed bloodline phenomenon. Ah, Suzaimo nodded, said, speaking of which, your bloodline phenomenon is a bit amazing. The Sea of Northern Ocean hides a terrifying monster beast. If I expected it, this monster beast is most likely Kun Clan, one of Swire's 9 great ferocious clans. Bai Ming's expression was a little confused, saying, I'm not sure. But just at the moment when the bloodline phenomenon broke out, I faintly felt that there was something in Bai Ming Town summoning me. Suzaimo's heart moved, her eyes narrowed, looking thoughtful. Do you still have this kind of induction? Suzaimo asked. Have. Bai Ming nodded. Go, check it out at Bai Ming Town, Suzaimo said, taking Bai Ming to speed up, and moved towards Bai Ming Town. It didn't take long for the 2 to return to Bai Ming Town. How about it? Suzaimo asked. Bai Ming closed his eyes and felt something, nodded and said, it should be here, but I don't know what it is. What's special about Bai Ming Town? Suzaimo looked at the town and asked. Bai Ming smiled bitterly and said, nothing. In recent years, Biiming Town has been searched inside and outside by the cultivator of 3 great aristocratic families. Not to mention what treasure secret techniques, even the stones from the ancient inheritance, have been the cultivator of 3 great aristocratic families was taken away. Where is the clan temple? Suzaimo asked again. Normally, the clan ancestral hall is the most important place of a family, and there may be no secrets hidden. Biiming shook his head and said, the clan ancestral hall has been demolished several times by the 3 great aristocratic families over the years. This ancestral hall is built by posterity, and there is nothing special about it. After a short pause, Bings said, if it is special, this town is the birthplace of the Biiming family, and it is the last homeland. Suzaimo was lost in thought. After a while, Biimings couldn't help asking, Master, you guess, my feeling is related to the secret guarded by the Biiming aristocratic family? Most likely. Suzaimo nodded, did not hide what he thought. Biimings shook his head and said, but if there is any secret in Biiming Town, these years have been discovered. Biiming family inheritance so far, Clansman 100010000000. Why only I have this strange feeling. Hearing this question, Suzaimo's eyes lightened, and he blurted out, bloodline. What? Biimings asked subconsciously, but didn't understand for a while. Suzaimo said in a deep voice, you also said that the magical treasures of the Biiming aristocratic family have been divided up by the 3 great aristocratic families and are declining. Without cultivation resources, and limited by this great aristocratic families in this place, it is impossible to travel, so no powerful cultivator has been born in these years. To this day, the highest family cultivation base is the nascent Soul True Monarch. Biimings said, but my cultivation base is just Gold Core Elm, which is not as good as before. You are different from them. Suzaimo said, you cultivated the bloodline phenomenon. Biimings opened his mouth slightly and gradually came to understand. Suzaimo said, when you cultivate the bloodline phenomenon, you are awakening some kind of power in bloodline, and then you will have a reaction with Biiming Town. Biiming's heart fluttered. She also faintly felt that the secret guarded by the Biiming aristocratic family is likely to lift the last veil. Yeah, but what exactly is this secret, and how do you find it? Biimings felt dry in his mouth, and asked, bloodline. Suzaimo pondered then said, perhaps, your bloodline is the key. Biimings without the slightest hesitation, popped sharp nails, and made a flick on her wrist. Above his wrist, a bloodstain appeared instantly. With Biiming's current fleshly body, even the innate spirit tool, it is difficult to hurt her, and it is not as sharp as her nails. Scarlet blood shed, dripping on the land under his feet. Blood infiltrated the dirt and disappeared. A long silence. In Biiming's eyes, there was a touch of disappointment. Suddenly, there was a shudder on the ground. Immediately afterwards, an extremely terrifying breath burst out, and the entire Biiming Town was shaking violently, and the ground roared and shook. Many clansmen in Biiming Town screamed, frightened and fled. Hum, hum, hum. A path of Gwenwa break through dirt and dust, erupting from the depths of the ground, shining in the sky. It is an ancient prohibition. Suzaimo squinted at these glory, low cried. I didn't expect that beneath this Biiming Town, there was an ancient prohibition, and the opportunity to touch was actually the bloodline of the Biiming family. But the premise is that there must be a family clansman to cultivate the bloodline phenomenon and awaken the true power in the family bloodline. Looking at this scene, Suzaimo sighed. Since the 10,000 years, the 3 great aristocratic families have never given up on the secret exploration of the Biiming family. However, under the oppression of the 3 great aristocratic families of the Biiming family, clansman cultivation is difficult, not to mention the bloodline phenomenon, and it is rare to be able to cultivate the gold core phenomenon. Because of this, the secret of the Biiming family has been buried for 10,000 years and has never been found. 3 great aristocratic families tried their best, and did nothing, but never thought that this secret was strangled by themselves. If it wasn't for the yin and the yang, Suzaimo came to Beiming Town and wanted to break the cause and effect, move the idea of apprenticeship, and preached with beings. I am afraid that this secret of the Beiming family will remain buried forever. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1372 1372 Divine Spring. After a while, this path of Gwangwu faded away. Beiming Town has also changed dramatically. The gigantic town had almost disappeared, and a huge deep pit appeared on the ground, dark and deep inside. And I didn't know where to go. Suzaimo said, "Let's go and see." The secret that your Beiming aristocratic family guards should be below. Beimings nodded, worried about what was going on. Suzaimo was ahead and Beimings was behind him. Some Beiming family clansmen, trembling with fear, wandering around the deep pit, dare not go down. The time it takes half an incense stick to burn. Suzaimo and Beimings came to the bottom of the pit. Obviously, it was carefully constructed here, paved with stone steps at the foot, and also covered with many ancient rocks, permeating a long time. At the bottom is a long martyrdom. Suzaimo, with azure lotus true body, took Beimings to move on. The longer you walk, the more humid the air ahead. In addition, Suzaimo can clearly feel that the air in front is full of vitality and spiritual chi is strong. It didn't take long for Suzaimo to twitch his ears, and he heard a faint sound of water flowing. In the underground, is there a dark river? Suzaimo slightly frowned, immediately shook his head to deny it. The sound of this stream is not so loud. It doesn't look like a deep underground river. Suzaimo and Beimings continued to move forward. After walking for a long time, his eyes suddenly opened up, and the two of them came into an extremely large great hall. Two people looked around. On both sides of the palace, there are two stone statues up to 9 feet each. Each stone statue holds different weapons in its hands, solemn and solemn, all with eyes closed and covered with dust. At the end of the two side stone statues, there is a huge water pond surrounded by jade stone sculptures, which are filled with golden yellow water flowers, exuding rich and extreme life aura. Suzaimo was shocked, and exclaimed, "Immemorial divine spring." Beimings also exclaimed. She just heard Suzaimo mention it, but didn't expect that there is an immemorial divine spring buried beneath Beiming Town. Suzaimo expression shakes. This immemorial divine spring is obviously different from the underground of Daizong. Underground Emperor Zong has no source, but standing water. And in the center of this water pond, there is a golden yellow blister constantly. There is obviously a spring below, and a continuous and upward divine spring. This is an immemorial divine spring that rivals the Dragon Bones Valley. Suzaimo was also curious, speculating about the secrets of the Beiming aristocratic family, but didn't expect, when this secret was revealed, it was so amazing. You should know that an immemorial divine spring is enough to attract the power of every major force and every major super sect. Relying on this immemorial divine spring, the Beiming aristocratic family can attract countless experts, and even cultivate a lot of heaven-chosen evil spirits to reproduce the glory of antiquity time. It is very possible. Immemorial divine spring is too precious. So far, Suzaimo knows that there is only Dragon Bones Valley. Just as Suzaimo was thinking, in the Great Hall, suddenly a path of light burst out. The 18 stone statues opened their eyes one after another, and the Hong Long Long shivered from the countless dusts on his body. He even survived, and his eyes were filled with sensible killing intent. Breaking into the heavy ground, kill without mercy. 8 statues spoke at the same time, making a sound. Call. A stone statue in front of me, holding up the giant sword in my hand, and moved towards Suzaimo and chopped it down. Suzaimo suddenly saw immemorial divine spring, and his heart was shaken. With a slight misunderstanding, the giant sword has come down. Too late to dodge, he could only extend the hand, trying to grab the giant sword. Bang! The giant sword collided with Suzaimo's palm, and a loud noise broke out. Suzaimo was trembling all over, as if was struck by lightning. The whole person was chopped by this giant sword, fell a dozen feet, and his palm was cut with a bloody wound. Hiss. Suzaimo suck in a breath of cold air. The power of this stone statue is too strong, it definitely reaches the body fusion realm. The giant sword in the stone statue does not seem to be a magic tool, but it can hurt Azure Lotus' true body. The formidable power of this giant sword can be imagined. Did these body fusion great experts at Antiquity Time live to this life? Suzaimo's expression is horrified. But then, he shook his head again and said, no, even if it is old ancestor of great ascension, but the thousand year life essence, these stone statues can never be people. Puppet. Suzaimo flashed a flash of light in her mind, and she thought, it must be me. Only Oka statues can ignore the years, from Antiquity Time inheritance to the present day. Another stone statue took a big step, and immediately came to Suzaimo, rounded his arms, and cut with a knife. Suzaimo could only raise his arm to resist. Bang! This blade was chopped on his arm, and the whole arm was numb and almost unconscious. Suzaimo's body was split again, and fiercely hit the wall behind him and slipped down. These stone statues are so stingy. Suzaimo dumbfounded. Although these stone statues have no life, the erupting power is comparable to body fusion great expert. If Suzaimo primordial spirit is you can use magic power. There are countless ways to unload this group of stone statues. But now, his primordial spirit is damaged, and his battle strength is greatly reduced. Faced with this group of stone statues, there was nothing they could do. The Beiming aristocratic family arranged 10 or 8 such powerful stone statues to protect immemorial divine spring and prevent them from being occupied by outsiders. But Suzaimo is inwardly grumbled. 2 stone statues have already made him like this. When 8 stone statues surround at the same time, how can he still have life? He spent his entire life suppressing and killing countless heaven-chosen evil spirits. Among the same ranks, he never lost a defeat. He is not afraid of even the Swyen9 clan. Is he going to be killed by this group of lifeless stones? If this story goes out, I am afraid that it will become the biggest joke in the true cultivation world. Dignified Huang Wudao monarch, the first evil Indiana 10000, was hammered to death by a group of stone people inherited from Antiquity Time. Master is careful. Beimings reacted, exclaimed, and rushed desperately, blocking Suzaimo. Do not. Suzaimo spoke quickly. Azure Lotus' true body has been sculpted by these stone statues. These giant swords and long swords have been cut down. Beimings was not enough to have 10 lives. Beimings closed his eyes, opened his arms, and stood in front of Suzaimo. It happened that a giant axe was cut down, and he was about to stand on Beimings' head, but suddenly moved away, avoiding Beimings' body, banged and chopped on the ground. The rest of the stone statues also bypassed Beimings and were moved towards Suzaimo again. These stone statues are crickets, don't hurt the clansmen of the Beiming family. Seeing this scene, Suzaimo and Beimings thought of this possibility at the same time. Beimings can only keep Suzaimo back, but she is alone. How can she protect Suzaimo comprehensively? In a hurry, Beimings yelled, "You guys stand by me." Strange to say, when these stone statues heard these words, they settled in place and stopped attacking. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1373. Chapter 1373. These things are so obedient? Suzaimo was surprised. But immediately, he understood. Yes, you awaken the power in the bloodline. Even the master here is recognized by the ancestors of the Beiming family. These stone statues are left by your ancestors of the Beiming family, and they will naturally obey your order when they sense your bloodline breath. Hearing this, Beimings seems to have realized. You must not stand there. This is my master. You must not hurt him. Beimings said to the 88 stone statues on the opposite side. The 18 stone statues closed their eyes one after another, and the divine light in their eyes quickly converged and fell back into silence. Beimings quickly supported Suzaimo. I am fine. Suzaimo shook his head. Although I was stabbed a few times by this stone statue, it didn't hurt at all. It was all skin trauma. Beimings said, "Master, you once said that immemorial divine spring can heal your primordial spirit wounds. Come on, I and these stone statues are here to guard and will not disturb you." "It is good." Suzaimo groaned a little and didn't quit. Moved towards immemorial divine spring. Suzaimo felt a little emotional because of beings. He was able to escape from the endless void. Later, after seeing the many experiences on Beimings, he moved his apprenticeship and stayed in this Beiming town for 3 years. For 3 years, life-cutting curse has been entangled in him, extremely painful, but he did not leave, just to break the cause and effect. Didn't expect. It was this move that gave him the opportunity to repair the primordial spirit. Now think about it, if he left early for healing, he went to look for a memorial divine spring. Let alone 3 years. I am afraid that it would be 30 years, 300 years may not have any results. 10,000 things and 10,000 things in the world are the most amazing. The so-called cause and effect report is just that. Suddenly, Suzaimo has reached the edge of the pool. He used to know about the existence of immemorial divine spring from Dragon Clan True Body, but if he saw it with his own eyes, his face is still hard to hide. This dive spring is simply the most amazing spiritual object between heaven and earth. Just standing on the edge of the pool, Suzaimo took a deep breath, and felt within the body is full of vitality, and the primordial spirit seems to be more comfortable. He no longer hesitated, leaping into the golden water pond, and the whole person was lying flat and sinking gradually. The endlessly huge vitality, flowing into the body along his pores, a path of life essence chi poured into the sea of consciousness, washing away the primordial spirit. Wrapped in rich vitality, warm is extremely comfortable. As your lotus true body is itchy and numb, like countless insect ants, constantly crawling in the flesh and blood. Suzaimo's body sank in the puddle and bumped into a huge stone beneath him, and was slightly stunned. I don't know if it was hit by him, or what. This rolling stone rolled to the side, and Suzaimo sinks smoothly into the bottom of the pond. At this point, immemorial divine spring is washing away the fleshly body, bloodline, skeleton, viscera, and even primitive spirit of Azure Lotus true body. Suddenly a stone in the puddle, Suzaimo didn't care. Being nourished by immemorial divine spring, for Suzaimo, it's not just about healing the primordial spirit and restoring the cultivation realm. As your lotus true body is changing from inside to outside, and heaven and earth turning upside down. His pores were overflowing with dark things, like dirt and impurities. And his skeleton, based on a lotus stem and supplemented with many super sect treasures, was originally cast as golden. Under the scour of immemorial divine spring, the skeleton of green golden gradually began to change. It became more and more translucent, crystal-like as jade. Jade green color gradually became heavy, and the dark golden gradually faded away. The dark impurities and dirt washed out by immemorial divine spring are not other, but Suzaimo's refining and refining, used to cast the treasure of skeleton. These treasures were originally powerful life source magic tools of the various disciples. Today, as your lotus true body treats these melted treasures as impurities and excretes them, each skeleton of Azure Lotus true body becomes more pure, clear green, more and more like a real lotus stem. Skeleton change. Bloodline is also undergoing qualitative change. Crash bang. The bone marrow flowed, and there were noises. With the increase of skeleton, and the continuous cutting marrow exchange of blood, the derived bloodline is also getting stronger. In the sea of consciousness, under the nourishment of immemorial divine spring, good fortune lotus platform issued a path of glow, constantly washing the black hair's primordial spirit. The curse is the most evil, but encountering immemorial divine spring, this kind of power can't resist. In the sea of consciousness, there are 10,000 rays of sunlight, 1,000 colors of Ruikai, and the green mist enveloped by the black-haired primordial spirit gradually melts, and the power of curse gradually dissipates. As your lotus true body is exuberating vitality from the inside out, getting more and more prosperous. Ximon aristocratic family. In the Great Hall, there were more than 10 experts, each of whom was a body fusion great expert, and the atmosphere was dignified. Suddenly, more than a dozen body fusion great experts were alarmed, showing that the matter was serious. The people in the middle, who seem to be just middle-aged, have already cultivated to the body fusion realm late stage, gaze as if a torch, with the majesty of a long-standing upper body, exactly the family head of the Ximon aristocratic family. Elder Ku, right in the center of the Great Hall. Huang Wu came to the southern region, and there was a direct conflict with our two families, Ximon and Dongfeng. Please tell us what you think. Ximon family head calmly took a sip of tea before slowly said, didn't expect. Huang Wu Dao monarch is really fateful. He was shot by Defan and exiled to the void. He can still come back alive. This Huang Wu is a disaster star. Where it goes, it will not be peaceful. Huang Wu has made a name for himself in the northern region and central territory, but he wants to challenge our two aristocratic family in the southern region. It is a bit arrogant and too arrogant. An old man slowly said, in the view of old man, this matter cannot be tolerated. Huang Wu should be suppressed and killed to prevent future trouble. Jing Welder, this statement is a bit inappropriate. Elder Ku frowns, saying, while Huang Wu is a law manifestation Dao monarch, how many body fusion experts died in the battle between Heaven and Earth Valley? The whole true cultivation world is shaken by it. Now that Huang Wu returns, he must be extremely strong, and in my opinion, it should not be an enemy. Jing Welder slightly smiled, saying, Elder Ku, you are old, and your head seems to be a bit imperfect. According to what you said, I must conclude that Huang Wu must be hurt. What do you mean? Elder Ku frowns, saying, Jing Welder neither fast nor slow said, according to your description, from Huang Wu's shot, until the end, he did not use spell, but only relied on fleshly body to fight. Yes. But what's wrong? Huang Wu's fleshly body is strong, and the power of melee is good, everyone knows. Elder Ku argued. Jing Welder shook his head and said, if you just don't use spell, that's all. Huang Wu hasn't even had magic tool, primordial spirit secret technique, or even controlling space flight. How can there be no weirdness in it? Elder Ku frowned, looking thoughtful. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1374. Chapter 1374 decides. Elder Ku, after all, is a body fusion great expert who lived more than 10,000 years old. At this moment, he calmed down and gradually returned to taste. Jing Welder said, I speculate that Huang Wu's primordial spirit is likely to be injured and unable to communicate the world. Even the most basic spell cannot be released. Is it so serious? Isn't it Huang Wu hiding? The rest of the body fusion great expert also talked about it. Elder Ku didn't say a word, and his face was a bit ugly. In fact, he also knew in his mind that Jing Welder's guess was most likely true. This means that he was scared away by Huang Wu Shengxing. Thinking of this, he naturally felt upset and expressed resentment. Ximon family head never spoke. Until then, he put down his teacup and said lightly, Jing Welder's speculation should be fine. In the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, there was a person which race great expert, self-destruction primordial spirit released a life-cutting curse, and wanted to curse Suzaimo. Although it did not succeed, presumably, with Suzaimo's cultivation base, it is impossible to survive without the power of life-cutting curse. Hearing this, there was no doubt in the hearts of everyone present. Many information and signs are combined, and it can be almost concluded that Huang Wu's primordial spirit is hurt. Moreover, the injuries are not minor. Brother Ximon. Just then, there was a chuckle outside the door. A big-sleeved cultivator came in, and everyone was present, but he didn't realize his existence before. Meet the Dongfeng family head. The body fusion great expert in the Great Hall stood up and saluted in front of the people. This cultivator is the family head of the Dongfeng aristocratic family. Brother Dongfeng is here. Ximon family head got up, smiled, and invited, please sit down. Dongfeng family head came to the Ximon family head to take a seat, and straight to the point said, I will not go in circles. I come here for the sake of Huang Wu. What do you think, Dongfeng? Ximeng family head asked. Dongfeng family head, the corners of his mouth were slightly tilted, his expression was cold, and he only said one word, kill. The word dropped, the temperature in the great hall seemed to drop a lot, the air of killing was pervasive, and the chill was bitter. Ximeng family head laughed, saying, Huang Wu has been famous for a long time and is quite tricky. Brother Ximeng. The Dongfeng family head interrupted, you also speculated that Huang Wu primordial spirit was hurt, and the battle strength was greatly reduced. This opportunity can be described as extremely rare. We can suppress it with any body fusion great expert. If you are worried about an accident, go to the expert in this great hall. My Dongfeng family also has more than a dozen body fusion great experts waiting outside and act at any time. Ximeng family head pouting and said, this Huang Wu Dao monarch, the primordial spirit is injured, it is easy to deal with, I am worried about another Huang Wu. Another? Dongfeng family head slightly frowned. Ximeng family head said in a deep voice, heaven and earth valley battle, shocked heavenly desolate. Huang Wu owns two great true bodies, now one in the southern region. Don't forget, he also has a Dragon Clan true body. When it comes to Dragon Clan true body, in the Great Hall, many body fusion realm experts' eyes glanced over a bit of fear. The cultivator of the three great aristocratic families, although no one went to Heaven and Earth Valley, but many details of the war came back, everyone heard it, was extremely shocked. It is rumored that Dragon Wu's Dragon Clan avatar is even more terrifying. Even Swire Ferocious Clan, many body fusion realm experts have been killed by Dragon Clan true body. Dongfeng family head frowns, saying, Dragon Clan true body, has been banished from the void. How could it be alive? This is hard to say. Ximeng family head said, Huang Wu is alive. The Dragon Clan true body is not guaranteed to be alive. If you can't completely kill Huang Wu's two great true bodies, you will provoke one to the family. Big trouble. If there is only Azure Lotus true body, Ximeng family head will certainly not be afraid, kill and kill. But what he was jealous of was Huang Wu's Dragon Clan true body. So, Brother Ximeng isn't planning to shoot? Dongfeng family head asked. Ximeng family head shook his head and said, this matter must be considered in the long run, wait and see first. In fact, Ximeng family head has other plans. In his opinion, there are too many sect forces offended by Huang Wu. As long as Huang Wu's whereabouts are passed on, no need for them to take action. Naturally there will be experts from all the super sects. It is even possible to alarm Swire Ferocious Clan. This is murder a person with a borrowed knife. Ximeng's family did not want to cause Huang Wu such a big trouble. Just then, there was a change outside the door. A cultivator was coming galloping, with clothes floating and looking extremely hurried. Report. The cultivator had not yet arrived, and shouted in the distance. Soon, the cultivator came to the great hall, expressing excitement, loudly said, reporting to family head, the news from Beiming Town. Beiming Town conceals an ancient prohibition, which was triggered by Beiming's today. There is a passage to the underground in Beiming Town. It is likely that there is. Speaking of which, the cultivator paused for a moment, and seemed unbelievable. Have what? Ximeng and Dongfeng two big family head asked at the same time. Two people have already thought of a possibility, that is, the secret guarded by the Beiming aristocratic family has emerged, probably a memorial divine spring, said the cultivator. Hiss. In the great hall, there was a sound of holds breath cold air. Ximeng and Dongfeng two big family heads got up, expression shocked. Ximeng family head asked, does this matter seriously? The cultivator replied, there is a family clansman bravely looking down and saying that there is a golden pond. Really? Two big family heads look at each other, and you can see the excitement and greed in the eyes. Didn't expect. Ximeng family head sighed. There are rumors in antiquity. The Beiming aristocratic family always guards a big secret. Didn't expect it to be a memorial divine spring. This life, divine spring was born, but unfortunately, the Beiming family has fallen. Dongfeng family head expression smiled coldly. Ximeng family head took a deep breath. Shin said, all of you in the great hall, Follow me to Beiming Town to capture the Divine Spring. There are those who dare to stop, kill without mercy. Originally, he also dreaded Dragon Wu's Dragon Clan true body. But now, after hearing the news of immemorial Divine Spring, even if he knows that Dragon Clan true body is still alive, he still has to grab this Divine Spring. Immemorial Divine Spring, worth the adventure of Ximen aristocratic family. Even more how? Dragon Wu's Dragon Clan true body is most likely to have fallen. At the same time, the Ximen family had told a few words to a body fusion great expert divine consciousness sound transmission. The body fusion great expert retreated secretly. Brother Ximen, this Divine Spring, you Ximen, I'm afraid you can't eat it. Dongfeng family head slightly smiled. That's natural. When the time comes, our two aristocratic family can discuss how to divide equally. As for the Nangong family, the Ximen family head paused. Nangong family, Divine Spring, Dongfeng family head, Eternal Sacred King. Chapter 1375. Chapter 1375. Lanshan Elder. Nangong aristocratic family. In the Great Hall of the Deliberations, the Nangong family sits in the center, and in addition to many body fusion great experts, there is also a person Taoist of Void Return, which is Nangong Ling. Normally, such occasions are not eligible to participate in the cultivation realm of Nangong Ling. But the discussion at this time was special, about Huang Wu Dao Monarch. If you say that the entire Nangong aristocratic family knows Huang Wu Dao Monarch best, I'm afraid there is only Nangong Ling. Everyone talk about it. The Nangong family master slowly said, since Huang Wu is not dead, he is still Ling's ancestral uncle master. This matter, I should stay out of the Nangong family. It's just that news just came out that Beiming Town may have discovered immemorial Divine Spring. Dongfeng and Ximen, two aristocratic family, have already set off. This matter is debatable. A middle-aged big man stood up with a fierce face, loudly said, family head, what is hesitating? You must get your hands and fight for immemorial Divine Spring. Not bad. Another said, immemorial Divine Spring is too precious. It is the rarest treasure between heaven and earth. If our family can get the help of Divine Spring, the overall strength will at least double. However, immemorial Divine Spring is a treasure guarded by the Beiming aristocratic family. If you try to grab it. The other person said nothing. Afraid of anything. The middle-aged man at the beginning said, Beiming family is long gone. Immemorial Divine Spring is the masterless object. Don't forget Huang Wu. The man reminded, Huang Wu is the master of Beiming's. If he wants to compete for the Divine Spring, he will have to fight against Huang Wu. What about Huang Wu Dao Monarch? His primordial spirit is damaged. He has been injured. His battle strength has been greatly reduced. What is there to be afraid of? The middle-aged big man chuckled. But Huang Wu Dao Monarch, there is also a Dragon Clan true body, whereabouts unknown. It is said that this Dragon Clan true body has stronger battle strength. If it antagonizes with Huang Wu, will it lead to the anger of Dragon Clan true body? Something outweighs the gains. For so many years, what Dragon Clan true body has no message, floating in endless void, has been washed away and skeleton doesn't exist. Even if Dragon Clan true body is alive, there are major super sects and Swire ferocious clan in front. Which round will get us? In the Great Hall, there was endless debate and a stubbornness. After a long time, the master of the Nangong family slowly raised his hand and pressed it down, and the Great Hall gradually calmed down. Nangong Ling, what do you say? Nangong family asked. Nangong Ling stood at the end of the Great Hall, but he still couldn't talk. After all, the experts in this Great Hall are all his elders, even grandparents. Without the inquiry of the family head, he is not good at intervening. It wasn't until this time that Nangong Ling stood up and Shin said, reporting back to family head, I don't recommend against Huang Wu Dao Monarch. How come we three great aristocratic families join forces, and are afraid of a law manifestation Dao Monarch? Middle-aged big man said with a sneer, Nangong Ling, don't because Huang Wu is your ancestral uncle master, you should face him. Don't forget your last name and bloodline. Facing the rebuke of middle-aged man, Nangong Ling was not upset. just shook his head and said, Huang Wu Dao Monarch is different from Mother Law Manifestation Dao Monarch. What can be different is nothing more than having three Supreme Dharma idol, that's all. The middle-aged man was still a little dismissive, and said, moreover, his primordial spirit was damaged, let alone heaven and earth Dharma idol, and even the most basic spell could not be released. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you will always be terrifying unimaginable Huang Wu Dao Monarch. Nan Gongling said, how terrible was the battle between heaven and earth valley? Isn't such a lesson enough? After a short pause, Nan Gongling said, and, I would like to remind you that elder, since there is immemorial divine spring, the injury on Huang Wu Dao Monarch will most likely be cured. When the time comes, even body fusion great expert may not be able to calm him. In the great hall, there was a sudden silence. Many of the faces of body fusion great expert have a look of dreading. The middle-aged man slightly fists, icily said, what are you afraid of? At worst, please ask the family's half-ancestor. Even if Huang Wu recovers from the injury, he can suppress and kill him. If it's Huang Wu Dao Monarch, step into body fusion realm. Nan Gongling asked again. This is impossible. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, how many years did Huang Wu step into the law manifestation realm? More than 100 years. Now I want to step into the body fusion, it's just crazy. Even more. How? Body fusion realm is the integration of heaven and earth Dharma idol into the fleshly body. Huang Wu owns three Tao Supreme Dharma idol. Although extremely powerful and sweeping the same stage, the world has 10,000 things and good fortunes. If you want to integrate three Tao Supreme Dharma idol into the fleshly body, his fleshly body can't bear it, you will explode. When Cultivator stepped into the body fusion realm, it was not all smooth sailing and no danger. The stronger heaven and earth Dharma idol, the greater the danger of blending into the fleshly body. And Suzaimo has three Tao Supreme Dharma idol. Such a danger is unprecedented. In fact, the cultivator in this great hall is not known. Today, there is a person who has successfully merged four Supreme Dharma idol into the body, and this person has a profound mind, has nothing to do with his plans, is amazing, and plans to under the heavens expert, and he is the biggest beneficiary of the battle of heaven and earth valley. Nangong family also nodded and said, with the help of immemorial divine spring, Huang Wu's injury is healed, but it is possible. As for entering the body fusion realm, this is impossible. Middle-aged Dahan said, family head, order it. Now if you shoot, you can still get a cup of tea. If you go late, divine spring is held by Dongfeng and Xiamen, two big aristocratic family, and it is too difficult to fight now. Nangong family, the owner of Tightly frowns, is still a little hesitant. So lively? Just then, an old voice came from outside the great hall. An old man with a dragon-headed cane walked in and concealed Shan. It looked like he had died for years and seemed to die at any time. See Supreme Elder. In the great hall, everyone stood up, expressed respect, and bowed saluted. Even the owner of the Nangong family came down from the theme and whispered, Land Elder, you are here. Those who can be among the three great aristocratic families in Supreme Elder are half-ancestor. Don't look at this Lanshan Elder, it seems that the oil is exhausted, and chi and blood are declining, but in fact, he has lived 2 years. As everyone knows, the life essence of body fusion great expert, has 10,000 years. Strictly speaking, even half-ancestor is still the body fusion realm and has not really stepped into the great ascension realm. But to become half-ancestor, it is possible to live over 10,000 years. With Lanshan Elder coming in, even if Huang Wu's injury is cured, we have nothing to be afraid of. The middle-aged big man turned cheerful, said loudly, hee hee. Lanshan Elder leaned on his cane, smiled slowly, and said, Nangong family first press the soldiers, and watch the changes. Supreme Elder. The middle-aged man couldn't help but say, if you let Dongfeng and Xiamen, two big aristocratic family, the early bird catches the worm, our Nangong family may never get a chance to get immemorial divine spring. This matter need not be disputed. I have my own decision. Lanjan Elder lightly saying, there is no objection in the Great Hall. Half-Ancestor appeared and ordered that even the owner of Nangong family could not disobey. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1376 Chapter 1376 Boulder. Beiming Town. Some Beiming Town clansmen couldn't help curiosity and moved down the stone steps towards the ground, but when they reached the door of the Great Hall, they were blocked by Beimings. You can't come in for the time being. They're all gone. Beimings looked at the clansmen of the Beiming family and said, Shensheng, why can't we enter? We are also clansmen of the Beiming family. That's right. The secret of the Beiming family must be buried here. Why do you Beimings dominate yourself? Some Beiming family clansmen stood at the door noisily, shoving to break into the Great Hall. Beiming's expression grew cold, and as soon as his body moved, he came to the door of the Great Hall in a blink of an eye, and punched the cultivator in front of him with the punch. The cultivator flew upside down, hit the cultivator behind him, fell into a ball, and screamed again and again. Roll. Beimings coldly said, this is the same as clansmen, otherwise, only one punch will kill you. Although Beimings was a woman, she is also a master of decisiveness. Otherwise, she will not dare to shoot at the Ximen Villa under the auspices of the two aristocratic family experts, and abolish Dongfeng in public. Suzaimo was healing an immemorial divine spring. It was impossible for her to break in and disturb Suzaimo. Even more how? There was such a big movement in Beiming Town, and it must have passed to the three great aristocratic families. After a while, there is no guarantee that no experts will be killed. These Beiming family clansmen stay here, just to die. Sister Beiming and the others have also been driven back from Ximen Villa. Brother, you leave here with clansmen. Beimings groaned. It is good. Beiming Ao nodded. He has complete trust in the elder sister. Even more how? Behind the elder sister, there is still a top character. As long as this person is alive, the elder sister is not in danger. Soon, Beiming Ao took the Beiming family clansmen out of Beiming Town. Beimings stood at the door of the Great Hall and looked back at the direction of immemorial divine spring, expressing concern. There has been no movement for so long. I don't know how the Master's primordial spirit is, whether it has healed. I'm afraid I don't have much time. Beimings secretly said in one's heart. Among the puddles, Suzaimo was motionless, but Azure Lotus' true body was changing with heaven and earth turning upside down. At this point, the impurities in Azure Lotus' true body have been almost eliminated. Each bone of Azure Lotus' true body is jade green, emerald-like, filled with glow, and the crash of bone marrow crash bang, a path of powerful bloodline is derived, transforming the flesh and blood. Even the treasures of the major super sects are taken out of the body as impurities. How powerful is Azure Lotus' true body? In the Sea of Consciousness, there are 10,000 channels of Xiaogyang and 1,000 channels of Ruikai. Good Fortune Lotus platform is full of vitality. Primal chaos chi is pervasive. The black primordial spirit sat on it, and the life-cutting curse on her body had completely disappeared. As Suzaimo expected, with the help of immemorial divine spring, the crisis of life-cutting curse has been resolved, and he is experiencing another opportunity. Nourished by immemorial divine spring, Good Fortune Lotus platform and Azure Lotus true body produce a very wonderful feeling, just like the lotus root and lotus stem. Bloodline blends together, regardless of each other. The lotus platform is in the sea of consciousness. The lotus leaf is the skin. The lotus stem is the skeleton. In this brief moment, Suzaimo felt that his body had disappeared, as if transformed into an azure lotus, swaying in immemorial divine spring. If Beimings looked back at this time, he would be surprised to find out on the surface of the golden pond, a lotus leaf floats. Above this lotus leaf, there is a lotus plant growing, but it has not bloomed yet. It is just a flower bud. Nourished by immemorial divine spring, this lotus bud gently sways, exuding a huge vitality. The primordial spirit was healed. But Suzaimo didn't get up. He intends to take this opportunity to try break through body fusion realm. Normally, If you want to integrate 3 Tao Supreme Dharma Idol, you will definitely bear great danger. Even as your Lotus true body can't resist it. But now with Immemorial Divine Spring, the chances of success are much greater. This opportunity, extremely rare, Suzaimo didn't want to miss. Call. The first Supreme Dharma Idol emerged, Thunderbolt Dharma Body. The Thunderbolt Dharma Body is like a thunder god, holding a flashing whip with electric light, dark clouds above his head, and the thunder sea on his feet. Suzaimo integrated this heaven and earth Dharma Idol into the fleshly body with a huge divide consciousness. Suzaimo groaned. Expression pain. How powerful is Supreme Dharma Idol? You can even suppress and kill ordinary body fusion. Great expert. Incorporating such a horrible power into the fleshly body is a huge burden for the fleshly body. Even as your Lotus true body can't bear it. As your Lotus true body's skin cracked, a path of wound instantly, Suzaimo instantly became a blood man, and countless blood flowed out and poured into the water pool. However, under the immense vitality of Immemorial Divine Spring, the wound on Azure Lotus true body is quickly repairing. But Supreme Dharma Idol's strength was too strong, and as soon as the wound healed, it cracked again. The entire golden water pond was stained with red blood. At this moment, an oval-shaped boulder in the depths of the pool suddenly moved, seeming to be extremely excited, constantly circling around Suzaimo's body. Strange to say, after the boulder circled a few laps, Suzaimo's blood disappeared and disappeared, turning into a golden yellow divine spring. There was no blood in the puddle, and the boulder seemed to be a little dissatisfied. Every now and then, I hit Suzaimo. It was just that Suzaimo was in deep pain at the moment, and he was unaware of the changes that had taken place in the puddle. I don't know how long it has been. Only Suzaimo gradually recovered slowly and regained his soberness. Too terrifying. Just a Supreme Dharma Idol. It is so dangerous. This is still the case where Immemorial Divine Spring is constantly nourishing. It can be almost concluded that if there is no Immemorial Divine Spring, Suzaimo forcibly accepts the 3 Tao Supreme Dharma Idol body fusion and will explode. Thinking of this, Suzaimo's mind flashed a silhouette. 3 Tao Supreme Dharma Idol. It's already so dangerous. What about the 4? Even though Suzaimo has cultivated to this step, that person is even more unfathomable in his heart. At this moment, in the puddle, something seemed to hit him, not lightly. Suzaimo snapped the thing with a subconscious backhand. He feels rough. Like what kind of stone? He didn't care. Just when the divine spring surged and hit something on him, Suzaimo calmed his mind and continued to accommodate. Second Supreme Dharma Idol. Come to Dharma Body. 9 Shanghai's Dharma Body. Solemn appearance, low eyebrows, hands folded, Brahman sound chanted in the mouth, sacred compassion. Suzaimo incorporates this heaven and earth Dharma Idol into the fleshly body. At this moment, Suzaimo felt like Azure Lotus true body was about to explode. The flesh and blood of Azure Lotus true body exploded, blood surged out, internal organs could not bear this pressure, and a path of crack appeared. Suzaimo opened his mouth wide and was sore in pain that he wanted to roar loudly, but was infused with a mouthful of divine spring, only making a grunting sound. Deep in the pool, the boulder came together again. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1377. Chapter 1377, The Real Secret. The intense pain kept stimulating Suzaimo. More and more blood is pouring into the puddle, and Suzaimo within the body dark green skeleton is also constantly deriving fresh bloodline, cooperate with Immemorial Divine Spring, and constantly repair the fleshly body. Supreme Dharma Idol is too powerful. Even as your Lotus true body can't bear it. Suzaimo's consciousness was groggy, and he became a little fuzzy. He passed out several times, and was awakened by intense pain. I don't know how long it has been. The pain on the body gradually eased. After the wound healed, there was no more cracking, and scabs had begun to fall off. Suzaimo took a breath. Finally came through. But the whole process was too painful. With such a strong will, he fainted several times, and I was afraid that it would have collapsed. This is just a fusion of two Supreme Dharma idol. If you want to fully step into the body fusion realm, you have to merge the three Tao Supreme Dharma idol. But Suzaimo is clear that today's Azure Lotus true body has reached its limit after merging two Supreme Dharma idols. If the three Tao Paragon spell is forcibly merged, Azure Lotus true body is very likely to explode. Suzaimo had no fear in his heart, without any hesitation. Today, with the help of immemorial divine spring, if you can't get body fusion, you will never have the hope to step into body fusion realm. 3 Tao Supreme Dharma idol, Heavenly Demon Dharma body. Suzaimo incorporates this Supreme Dharma idol directly into the fleshly body. Bang! Suzaimo's mind seemed to make a loud noise. The next moment, his consciousness seems to have been stripped from the fleshly body, and it can be clearly seen that Azure Lotus true body has burst. The flesh was peeled off, the viscera shattered, and only dark green bones remained, still supporting it. At this time, a crack has surfaced in this bone. Azure Lotus true body is destroyed. The injury was heavier than the one shot by Defan, and the entire fleshly body almost disappeared. Under this huge power, Azure Lotus true body soon has only one skeleton left, and vitality is rapidly passing. Even if there is immemorial divine spring, it is difficult to save it. The black-haired primordial spirit was spared under the shelter of the Good Fortune Lotus platform and surrounded by many rays of light. Suzaimo stared at the scene stunned. His eyes darkened. Did it fail? Since this Azure Lotus true body cultivation, it has encountered countless dangers. After all, it stopped at law manifestation realm and failed to achieve body fusion. Of course, Suzaimo is not sad. After all, he still has Dragon Clan true body and Martial Domain body. Moreover, he did not really fall, at least to preserve the primordial spirit, and there is still a chance to reshape the fleshly body in the future. It's just a pity to lose Azure Lotus true body. Under his gaze, I saw a huge oval-shaped stone flying constantly around the surviving bones and the blood mist surging. This stone is full of a person tall, with a rough surface and an ancient atmosphere. There are some mysterious lines on the stone, which are filled with two completely different flavors. It seems just like soft, like yin and yang. These two kinds of extreme breath sympathize on this boulder, and they have spread an extremely weird power of swallowing. They are gorging on the Azure Lotus true body, which is bursting and permeating the flesh and blood. This scene seems somewhat familiar. It was just that Suzaimo wanted to do not raise. Didn't expect. There is such a treasure in the depths of immemorial divine spring. Suzaimo's heart was dark. Good Fortune Lotus platform flutters, black hair primordial spirit sits on it, and wants to get close to the front for details. He was just approaching, and this stone turned out to have a huge life strength. Suzaimo was shocked. Such a powerful life strength, even on Dragon Clan, has never been seen before. Only Dragon Clan true body is comparable. This is not a treasure, this is a living egg. Suzaimo reacted quickly, but his heart was even more shocking. What a living egg could burst out such a powerful life strength? Even he felt a shock. The most important thing is that if this secret under Beiming Town is still undiscovered, it means that this dome was inherited from antiquity time. Suddenly, Suzaimo recalled a scene from the Ximen Villa. That is the Xming took out bloodline phenomenon, the huge monster beast that emerged. There was a flash of aura in his mind, a faint guess. Kun Clan eggs number. Unlikely. Although Kun Clan is ranked among the archaeological 9th family, life essence is similar to Dragon Clan, just the life strength of an egg, which can never reach this level. Even more how? On this dome, the power of swallowing evolved from the sympathetic evolution of two extreme powers is too strong. Not Kun Clan eggs. There is only one possibility. This is a Kunping egg. Kunping, one of 3 big immemorial taboo. According to legend, Kunping can turn fish into 1,000 miles, like an endless continent floating on the sea. You can also turn a bird into a flying wing. which is several tens of thousands of li. It is a power of the sun and moon. If Suzaimo expected it well, the two extreme powers pervading this dome should be power of the sun and moon. I am afraid that only Kunping eggs can give out such a powerful life strength. Prior to this, Suzaimo was still a little confused. Although immemorial divine spring under Beiming Town is extremely precious, what is the relationship with the X's bloodline phenomenon? Now he understands it. The secret guarded by the Beiming aristocratic family is not the immemorial divine spring at all, but this Kunping egg. Now, this Kunping egg is devouring his blood. The reason I feel a bit familiar with this scene is precisely because Yiling had experienced this situation when he first hatched. Immemorial divine spring, although full of vitality, only guarantees that Kunping eggs sustain life. To hatch Kunping, you need a lot of food and flesh. Therefore, this Kunping egg actively swallowed Suzaimo's bloodline. But Kunping is different from Dot. If Kunping's body is completely unfolded, it is too large, which also means that its power of swallowing is very strong, and the flesh on Azure Lotus' true body is just a drop in the ocean for it. Wanting to hatch this Kunping requires huge amounts of flesh and blood, which is unimaginable. Moreover, with this Kunping's power of swallowing, I am afraid that I can't afford to use all the power of Super Sect. Suzaimo's divine consciousness just touched the Kunping egg, and felt that within this dome, the vastness is like a sea. Endless. This Kunping egg is also a bit tricky. Suzaimo secretly thought, if this Kunping egg is exposed, it may cause the turmoil and chaos of the entire heavenly desolate continent. When the time comes, I don't know how many experts it will cause. At this moment, Suzaimo suddenly felt that there was a slight change in the Azure Lotus corpse that originally floated in the depths of the divine spring. P.S. Some readers ask, isn't Zaimo a 99 law manifestation? Here to explain, the 9-foot-9 law manifestation is a fusion of battles, not cultivated. Normally, Zaimo is 3 Tao Supreme Dharma idol, which can be fused into 9-foot-9s during battle. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1378 Chapter 1378 7th grade Azure Lotus. The Azure Lotus corpse that was already dead and full of fissures, under the scour of immemorial divine spring, suddenly filled with vitality. Then, this vitality gradually grew stronger and stronger, and gradually shrouded the entire Azure Lotus corpse. The broken bones gradually healed. On the dark green skeleton, the glow is diffused and the bone marrow has flowed. Azure Lotus' true body is back to life. Suzaimo had a feeling in the heart, and when Good Fortune Lotus platform moved, he returned to his eyebrows and took the spirit. In an instant, he had a wonderful feeling with Azure Lotus' true body. Great Hall. There are some changes in Divine Spring. Beimings couldn't help looking back. I saw an Azure Lotus growing above the water pond. The tops of the lotus stems, the buds slowly spread, and the lotus petals bloomed in layers. Each circle consists of 9 lotus petals, a total of 7 lamps. The 63 lotus petals are stained with golden light, sparkling divine spring dew, which is full of vitality. The lotus platform jade green is clear, gushing out 63 Tao Azure rays of light, flying around in midair, and then slowly falling back into the lotus hole. What a nice view. Beimings was surprised. Even if she saw this scene, she didn't know what happened. With her knowledge, she didn't know what this Azure Lotus was. But if you see the body fusion great expert from 3 great aristocratic families, you will definitely turn pale with fright, because this is a Good Fortune Azure Lotus. And, it is 7th grade Good Fortune Azure Lotus. Good Fortune Azure Lotus was shattered by Defan, but reborn in another way. Suzaimo's bones are lotus stems and skins are lotus leaves. They are connected to the Good Fortune Lotus platform in the Sea of Consciousness. Suzaimo is a humanoid Good Fortune Azure Lotus. Under the nourishment of immemorial divine spring, the 3 Tao Paragon Dharma body, which was originally a 6th grade Good Fortune Azure Lotus, has finally grown, and further, it has become a 7th grade. This is also the case, as your Lotus true body was able to come back to life and successfully enter the body fusion realm. 7th grade good fortune as your Lotus, how terrifying it is. Not many people in the true cultivation world today know it. Only Suzaima knew that the weakness of Azure Lotus' true body was completely gone. Suzaima within the body flowing bloodline is equal to bloodline derived from 7th grade good fortune Azure Lotus. In Divine Spring, Suzaima lay quietly on the bottom, dark green skeleton, and spawned a piece of flesh and blood. Gradually plumping, internal organs have also evolved. This fleshly body is transforming into a true Azure Lotus body. Above the water pond, under the eyes of beings, a huge piece of jade green lotus leaves are floating up from the water, picking up lotus leaves and covering the water. An Azure Lotus, in the middle of a lotus leaf, is swaying in bloom. Outside Beiming town, a path of silhouette came down, standing on the treads the sky, and each silhouette seemed to be able to blend into the whole heaven and earth, without exchanging each other, exuding huge coercion. Dongfeng, Ximen, 2 aristocratic families body fusion great expert arrived, and more than 30 people came. 3 great aristocratic families dominate the southern region. It has been a long time since such a big move. Even the 2 Dongfeng and Ximen 2 family heads are out. Nangong family didn't come. Dongfeng family head sneered. Ximen family head expression is as usual, lightly saying, since they are not coming now, when we take down immemorial Divine Spring, naturally we don't have to give it to Nangong family. Exactly. Dongfeng family head nodded. Many body fusion great experts will not hurry and look down at that huge cave below Beiming town. Ximen family head closed his eyes a little, then suddenly opened his eyes and said, although the deepest point cannot be seen, the breath below it is really full of vitality. Family head, do it. A great expert is eager to try, and can't help but say, I want to be the first to go in and suppress Huang Wu. No hurries. Ximen family head slightly smiled, saying, immemorial Divine Spring and Huang Wu Dao Monarch are just under Beiming town, but they still can't run. Let's join forces to block the space here and prevent Huang Wu Dao Monarch from using any shift symbols to teleport away. That's right, since we chose to take a shot today, we must cut weeds and eliminate the roots to prevent future troubles. The Dongfeng family head is also murderers looking. Shwa. These body fusion great experts were scattered one after another, scattered all over Beiming town, holding magic arts in their hands, sending out a Dao law force, submerged in the sky, and a range was heavily restricted. It didn't take long for the space here to be blocked by more than 30 body fusion great experts. Go, I'll wait. Please. The 2 family head expressions were self-confident, humbled each other, and then walked side by side along the stone steps, moving towards below. The remaining body fusion great expert followed closely. The underground route is not complicated. Going forward all the way. Not long after, many body fusion great experts saw a great hall in front. At the same time, Beimings, who was standing at the door of the great hall, also saw more than 30 body fusion great experts such as Dongfeng family head and Ximen family head. Beiming's heart shivered with cold. Although she didn't know anyone who came, she could not see the cultivation realm of these cultivators with her eyesight. But she could feel a strong danger in these people. Not even think. Beimings retreated, and flashed to the back of a stone statue. At the same time, Ximen family head slightly smiled, blinking, and a golden light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Glang! This golden light burst out from the eyes, and came instantly, chopped on that stone statue, and cut a deep trace directly. Eye technique. If it wasn't for Being's quick response, he hid one step ahead of time, but this eye technique is enough to suppress and kill it. Body fusion great expert wants to kill a gold core Taoist without even touching his finger. Not dead? Ximen family head slightly frowned, complexion sank. As a body fusion great expert, I took a shot against a gold core Taoist. Little missy, it's quick. Ximen family head said lightly, with a dark tone and a killing intent. At this moment, their footwork did not stop for a moment. They were close to the great hall, only a few feet away. You keep the door. You can't let anyone in without my order. If you break into the Great Hall, kill without mercy. Beimings quickly ordered that there was no nonsense with the Ximon family head and the others. Hum, hum, hum. The originally silent stone statue suddenly opened his eyes, burst out a path of divine light, and woke up completely. Hong long long. These stone statues move in unison, holding huge weapons, standing at the door of the Great Hall, like a giant god. Family head, look. Just then, a body fusion great expert stared at his eyes, expression shaking, pointing in the direction of the Great Hall, exclaiming. The great experts of the two aristocratic family looked in succession. Their eyes penetrated the stone statue, and they fell into the pool of water deep in the Great Hall. I saw an azure lotus blooming above the water pond, gently swaying, the lotus stem crystal clear and near transparent, like jade. A huge piece of lotus leaves spread on the golden water surface, undulating with the waves. This is group repair shake. Good fortune azure lotus. Oh my god, this is supreme treasures of heaven and earth. Let me count. Yes, it's 7th grade good fortune azure lotus. The voice of a body fusion great expert trembled. Didn't expect. The Beiming family is guarding such a shocking secret. It is so deep hidden. In each cultivator's eyes, there was a touch of greed. Who cares about such supreme treasures of heaven and earth? Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1379 Chapter 1379 Retreat. The moment I saw 7th grade good fortune azure lotus, the atmosphere suddenly changed slightly between Dongfeng and Ximon, two aristocratic family. Immemorial divine spring. The two aristocratic family can be divided equally and occupied together. But this 7th grade good fortune azure lotus is only one. Hee. Still Dongfeng family head chuckled and said, Brother Ximon, we still rushed in to suppress Huang Wu according to the original plan. As for who owns this 7th grade good fortune azure lotus, it may be temporarily slowed down and later negotiation. No problem. Ximon family head is also nodded. If Huang Wu hasn't been suppressed yet, the two big aristocratic family will fight because of this supreme treasures of heaven and earth. Then that is the biggest joke. Dongfeng family head turned his eyes and fell on the body of a dozen stone statues at the door of the Great Hall, sneering slightly. Little missy, you want to stop me from waiting with a few badges. You are so naive, Dongfeng. Don't underestimate these puppets. These puppets are interesting and can actually block my eye technique. Ximon family head said. A group of broken stones. Without the primordial spirit, they can't use spell, so how can they say that? Dongfeng family head waved and ordered, start. There were two body fusion great experts who were impatient, immediately appeared, and moved towards Great Hall. Get out of my way. The great expert of the Dongfeng aristocratic family is holding a huge long spear between the trembling of the gun body. The magic power is turbulent, and the void is trembling and twisting, as if forming a vortex, which can devour everything. Beings in the Great Hall look pale. Although she was standing in the Great Hall, it was just the aftermath of body fusion great expert's shot that made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Her figure was even uncontrollable, and she moved staggering at the door of move towards Great Hall. Body fusion realm is too powerful. Beimings was just gold core realm after all. Suddenly, the 7th grade good fortune azure lotus behind her gently swayed, diffused a path of glow, shrouded on Beimings' body, dissolving the power of body fusion great expert. Beimings hurriedly backed away from the door of the Great Hall, but commanded 88 stone statues to guard the Great Hall. Sure enough, it is supreme treasures of heaven and earth. It can even protect the Lord automatically, with such a mysterious power. Seeing this scene, the body fusion great expert of the two big aristocratic family has become increasingly hot. A stone sprite holding a long spear also shot at the same time. Very strong and straight. There is no magic power fluctuation, no mysterious moves. But when it is shot, it emits extremely terrifying power. Bang! Two the guns collided with a loud noise. The stone statue was not half a step back. and it completely resisted the offensive of Dongfeng aristocratic family great expert. A body fusion great expert from the Ximen aristocratic family has also come forward. With the palm of your hand on the storage bag, a flying light collar of cold light emerged and turned into a stream of light. When the speed of this sword was extremely fast, and it instantly struck the chest of the stone statue, but it failed to pierce it. On the contrary, the stone statue reacted, picked up the giant sword in his hand, chopped the flying sword and dropped it into the distance. Seeing this scene, in addition to the two family heads, the rest of the body fusion great expert also shot. The battlefield is not very wide. 10 or 8 stone statues guard the gate of the great hall. Although the offensive of these body fusion great experts is fierce, it is difficult to enter them for a while. 2. The big family head stands on his back and is not in a hurry. These stone statues are indeed extremely rare. The battle strength is comparable to body fusion great expert. Even in today's puppet sect, it is extremely rare. Moreover, these stone statues are full of impervious to sword or spear, and they are extremely powerful. Even if some great expert magic tools are smashed on it, they can't hurt the root. Of course, just after watching this, the two family heads have already discovered the weakness of the stone statue. First, these stone statues were buried for too long. Since antiquity time inheritance, even the finest stones cannot be eroded by years. Much worse than before. Even the life essence of the old ancestor of great ascension is just 1,000 years. Antiquity time so far, I don't know how many thousand years have passed. 2. The big family head looks closely. Although the great expert magic tool failed to damage the stone statues, if they are cut on the statues, they will always lay some stone debris. He is able to act like a being because of the existence of restraint. If the restraint on the puppets is destroyed, these puppets will become a group of tattered stones with no battle strength. Even more how? These stone figurines can't use spell, and they move slowly and are not as responsive as Cultivator. Before long, these stone statues were already scarred. On the huge body, a path of fissure was cut out. The ancient restraints on the puppets have been destroyed. The actions of these puppets have become slower and less powerful than before. Brother Ximen, let's do it too. Less night-long dreams. Dongfeng family head leisurely said. It is good. Ximen family head slightly nodded, body flickering, big sleeves fluttering, a path of bright brilliance flashing on the palm. The weapon of the Ximen family head is a pair of meteorological iron fist sets, which are cast from falling stars in the sky, invulnerable, indestructible and impregnable. Real innate great expert magic tool. Boom. Ximen family head came to a stone statue, and he raised his arm and hit it directly on the stone statue. This stone statue flew backwards, and fell heavily to the ground. A path of cracks appeared on the head, densely packed. Divine light in the stone statue's eyes gradually faded. This stone statue, although still struggling to stand up, has almost no battle strength. The Dongfeng family head has also shot, abolishing a stone statue. 2. The big family head joins the battlefield, breaking the deadlock instantly. There were also a few weak spots in the defense of the 10 stone statues. The rest of the body fusion great experts screamed, a powerful offensive broke out, and a huge gap was quickly torn open and rushed in. Beiming's heart shivered with cold. Under the sudden change of the situation, just in an instant, 10 of the 8 stone statues have been abolished, and the remaining 10 3dos are also scarred, and some of them are still unstable. The gate of the Great Hall can't be kept, and the rest of the stone statues have been retreated into the Great Hall. 2 family heads led over 30 body fusion great experts. Hee. Dongfeng family head smiled and said loudly, "Little Missy, I said that if you want to rely on these tattered stones to block my footsteps, that's a crazy dream." "Where is Huang Wu?" Ximen family head asked coldly. Facing the coercion of body fusion great expert, Beimings was sweating so much that he could hardly bear the pressure and wanted to kneel to the ground. However, she was stubborn and strong, and she still did not say a word in the face of body fusion great expert's questioning. Did not say? Ximen family head expression was cold, icily said, "No, I have a way for you to say. Just as the Ximen family head was about to start, the body fusion great expert next to him suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, that good fortune Azure Lotus is gone." Kung Zi looked sideways. Sure enough, good fortune Azure Lotus has disappeared from the golden puddle, as if it had never appeared. How come? Group repair expression was in doubt. To the big family head is also a big frown. Suddenly, one thought came to mind. Go dong, go dong. At this moment, a few bubbles suddenly appeared on the surface of golden water, and under the attention of Kung Zi, a silhouette gradually surfaced. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1380 Chapter 1380 Blast. Oh la la. The sound of water rang, and a silhouette came out of immemorial divine spring, all wet. This silhouette just shocked slightly, and the water vapor was gone. Black hair, azure clothes, delicate and pretty. This body is perfect, full of a path of azure glow, and the skin is crystal clear, like carved by divine jade. The huge life strength is almost overflowing from within the body. The eyes are shining brightly, and the blinking of divine glow. Where is this like a cultivator? Rather, it is like an inevitable spiritual god. The whole person just stands there casually, exuding a horrible momentum, which makes people feel worshipped. When some body fusion great experts see this silhouette, they all change expression. Many great experts touched this silhouette's gaze, but they were a little timid and subconsciously avoided the past. The big family head is also slightly discolored. Ximen family head narrowed his eyes, pumped shrink, and condensed. Huang Wu Dao Monarch. I'm Huang Wu. Su Zimo spoke slowly. As soon as the words fell, between the great experts of the two aristocratic family, they suddenly became agitated. Speaking of these 4 words, even for the body fusion great expert present, there is still a lot of shock. Your injury is already healed? Ximen family head glanced over Su Zimo's body, secretly frightened, and tentatively asked, "Healed?" Su Zimo lightly saying, "And, to correct your mistake, I'm not law manifestation Dao Monarch, but body fusion great expert." The minds of the big family head trembled. However, the high weight of 2 people, coupled with the strong battle strength, even in the body fusion realm, is also an extreme expert. In the face of a Su Zimo who has just stepped into the body fusion realm, he can still remain calm. Su Zimo expressionless, differently asked, "Just before, are you guys trying to kill me?" "I'm the family head of the Ximen aristocratic family, Ximen Tao." Ximen Tao faces Huang Wu slightly nodded. Dongfeng Xuan, the family head of the Dongfeng aristocratic family. Dongfeng Xuan slightly smiled, saying, "Huang Wu fellow Taoist joked. We came here only for immemorial divine spring." As long as Huang Wu fellow Taoist gave way, our two aristocratic family will never be hostile to Huang Wu. After learning that Su Zimo stepped into the body fusion realm, Dongfeng Xuan temporarily changed his plan and stepped back. Not bad. Ximen Tao is also nodded. Oh, Su Zimo frowned and asked, "What if I don't let it?" Complexion sank with 2 large family heads. The temperature in the great hall dropped to freezing point after Su Zimo said it. Silent for a long time, Ximen Tao only said slowly, "Huang Wu, you are only one person, this immemorial divine spring. You can't protect it. I never thought of taking up this divine spring, but the owner of this divine spring is the Beiming family, not you." Su Zimo said. "Beiming family is dead." Dongfeng Xuan sneered. "As long as there is one person in the Beiming family, you can't get your fingers dirty in this dive spring." Su Zimo's tone is calm, but there is an unquestionable power. "Huang Wu, are you going to fight against our two aristocratic family?" Ximen Tao finally showed impatience, showing killing intent. Icily said, "Press me with the two aristocratic family?" Su Zimo sneered, and said, "I just stepped into the body fusion realm. I don't want to kill people. You still have time to go now. And don't forget this divine spring in the future." Ha 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 ha. Dongfeng Xuan smiled angrily and shook his head. "Huang Wu, you are too crazy." "Really, when our two aristocratic family are nobody? I heard that Huang Wu is invincible." "It's a rare encounter today, And I just saw it. Ximeng Tao also said coldly, as you wish. The words didn't fall. Suzaimo had already stepped forward, and his feet fell on the ground. The whole great hall gave a violent vibration, and the ground burst. Dear, where does Ximeng Tao think? Without warning, Suzaimo dares to take the lead in the service of more than 30 body fusion great experts. Suzaimo opened his palm and moved towards Ximeng Tao's head. Grabbed. Suzaimo's nails were flashing azure cold light, which was extremely sharp, and before the palms came, Ximeng Tao felt a scalp sting. Courting death. Ximeng Tao Chen Xiao whispered, within the body chi and blood surging. Rays of light greatly rises on the glove, carrying chi and blood. Raising his fist, and moved towards Suzaimo's palm, fiercely hit the past. Suzaimo didn't move, turned his palm into a fist, and bumped into the fist of Ximeng Tao. Boom! Fist collision. With a loud noise, where it collided, it turned out a colorful magic power glow, moved towards all around spread. Ximeng Tao expression changed greatly. He has an innate great expert magic tool on his palm. He thought that this fist could kill Suzaimo's arm, but didn't expect that Suzaimo could rely on his flesh and blood to block his innate magic tool. How can this be? Ximeng Tao's heart was horrified. His face turned red. Chi and blood, and magic power have been pushed to the limit. Is that just a bit of strength? Suzaimo, calm and composed, staying still, indifferently asked. Suddenly, Suzaimo closed his fist and hit it again. The moment this fist hits out, his within the body chi and blood rises, sending out waves of heaven shaking, earth shattering, roaring and trembling. Blood as tide. After the transformation of Azure Lotus true body, bloodline has reached the point of blood as tide. Boom! Two the punches hit again. Kaka! There was a sound of fractures on Ximeng Tao's arm. Almost instantly, all the bones on his arm shattered, and then burst suddenly into a blood mist. Suzaimo, this fist's power is too strong, directly blow one arm of Ximeng Tao. Oh! Ximeng Tao screamed, and his body quickly retreated. For body fusion great expert, a broken arm is not a serious injury. Just in the blink of an eye, it can spur magic power to grow again. But this pain is deep into the bone marrow. At the same time, the remaining 30 body fusion great experts also shot. Suzaimo's arm slammed backwards, blocking beings behind him, facing the spell and magic tool that hit him, expressing no fear, hitting a path of punches. Boom! 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 Whether spell or magic tool, the covering of hiding the sky and covering the earth came over, and all were blocked by Suzaimo's fists. Kung Su was shocked. This is flesh and blood. Huang Wu, who stepped into the body fusion realm, practiced fleshly body to this kind of realm. In fact, today Suzaimo is a human-shaped good fortune Azure Lotus, and it is a 7th grade good fortune Azure Lotus, with the power of innate great expert magic tool. What magic tool can hurt him? Suzaimo felt within the body life essence chi billowing, surging, internal organs flashed with divine splendor, pure flesh, flawless and stainless, and skeleton was filled with azure glow. With his hands raised, he can spit out unprecedented power. This is not only the great power of the world of body fusion realm, but also the power of 7th grade good fortune Azure Lotus. Suzaimo has just stepped into the body fusion realm. Azure Lotus true body has been transformed again, and my heart is happy, without even using any spell secret technique. With just one pair of fists, more than 30 body fusion great expert offensives were all resisted. Update early today. Everyone goes to bed earlier. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1381. Chapter 1381, Half Ancestor arrives. The body fusion great expert expression present was horrified, and all felt scalp tingling in their eyes. Today's Suzaimo is simply an irresistible spiritual god, majestic and unforgiving. It is rumored that in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, this avatar of Huang Wu Dao monarch, spell, secret technique, and Heaven and Earth Dharma idol are the most terrifying. Bloodline is relatively weak, and the melee is not strong. But now, Huang Wu can fight with them without any spell secret technique. and it will not fall behind. He. Suzaimo suddenly laughed. He has just stepped into the body fusion realm. He is not familiar with the power of the body fusion realm, so he is only passive defense and has not yet taken the initiative. Now, after repeated shots, Suzaimo has gradually taken control of this power. You want to kill me this way? Suzaimo's eyes were great rises, and a bang. The whole person disappeared in place. Because he is too fast, the void is distorted wherever he goes. Suddenly, Suzaimo came in front of a body fusion great expert. Chi and blood rose. There was no extra movement. Raising his hand was a punch. The body fusion great expert held up the magic tool in his hand and barely resisted it. Bang! A loud noise. This great expert magic tool was blown into pieces by Suzaimo's fist. Countless fragments flew back, all immersed in the body of this body fusion great expert, among which there were several fragments, and even the person's face was pierced through the sea of consciousness. The primordial spirit disappeared on the spot. The silhouette fell from the air. A punch. Body fusion great expert. Seeing this scene, the hearts of many great experts trembled. Cultivated to their realm, they have almost stood at the peak of the heavenly desolate continent. The old ancestor of great ascension cannot be closed all year round. Some half-ancestor also rarely show up. The body fusion great expert is almost the peak expert of the major sect forces. But now, seeing a body fusion great expert was suppressed and killed by one punch, everyone felt a kind of fear in their hearts. Cultivation is not easy, especially when they practice this realm. No one wants to die. It's just that once the war has begun, they are already involuntarily. Suzaimo's counterattack has just begun. Bang! Suzaimo is on the battlefield without any secret techniques. He relies on fleshly body and bloodline to run rampant. No one can resist his power at all. In other words, no one can suppress the 7th grade good fortune Azure Lotus at the body fusion great expert present. Hardcore with Suzaimo, either dead or wounded. Throughout the great hall, drenched with blood, splashes are everywhere. Beimings was hiding in the depths of immemorial divine spring, for fear of being splashed with blood from these great experts. You know, a drop of energy in great expert's blood can regenerate a broken arm, which is enough to easily destroy Gold Core Taoist. This kind of battle is too far away for Beimings. However, being able to witness such a fight between great experts has greatly improved her horizons. Beimings crouched in the corner of immemorial divine spring, curled slightly, nervous. At this moment, she suddenly felt a change in the water under the divine spring, and something seemed to be swimming towards her. Beimings' heart startled, forbearing no shouting. She was afraid of affecting Suzaimo because of herself. It was so a little delay. The thing had come to her, circled around her, and touched her gently. It seemed not malicious to her. What is this? Beimings felt relieved. Looking down, I saw a huge oval stone below the divine spring, with a rough surface and a mysterious pattern of mystery. Beimings subconsciously extended the hand, cautiously, and tentatively touched the stone. This stone did not dodge, and was still stunned in the palm of Beimings, as if it had spirituality. So amazing, Beimings secretly said in one's heart. She seemed to feel that the move of this stone was to comfort her and let her relax. Don't worry. Bang! In the great hall, there is a loud noise again. Beimings looked up subconsciously. I saw in the air that another body fusion great expert was carried down, without any vitality within the body, already dead. Just this time, the body fusion great expert who died in Suzaimo's hands has exceeded 10. Although these people were body fusion great experts, they did not go to Heaven and Earth Valley, nor did they see the Battle of Heaven shaking, Earth shattering in person. Only then did they feel the fear brought by Huang Wu. However, the two big family heads have not retreated. Huang Wu, you are dead. Dongfeng Xuan coldly said, I heard that there is immemorial divine spring, and I have guessed that your cultivation base may be cured. So, I have already notified the family's half-ancestor expert to come. Dongfeng Xuan informed half-ancestor that he was worried about Suzaimo on the one hand and was preparing for the immemorial divine spring on the other. Unsurprisingly, the half-ancestor of Mike Simmons is already here. Ximon Tao slowly said, Huang Wu, the heritage of our ancient aristocratic family is not what you can imagine. You want by the strength of oneself to fight against the ancient aristocratic family, that is a mantis trying to stop a chariot, bring about one's own destruction. Oh, hearing that half-ancestor came, Suzaimo expressed calmness, but raised his eyebrows slightly, and said, since half-ancestor has arrived, then don't hide it. I'd like to see who brought about one's own destruction. Huang Wu, you are too crazy. At this moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared at the door of the Great Hall, as if out of thin air, slowly walked in. Wearing a simple robe, this silhouette looks middle-aged and ordinary, but standing there has a kind of calm as water and high as a mountain. As soon as this middle-aged man appeared, there was a subtle change in the battlefield. Meet Elder. The great expert of the Dongfeng aristocratic family, including Dongfeng Xuan, saw the middle-aged man hurriedly back and bowed saluted. Dongfeng aristocratic family's supreme elder is also a half-ancestor expert. Dao name is Desperate. He, Huang Wu, it seems that the lesson Di Fan taught you, still not enough. There was another sound in the great hall. An old woman walked in slowly, leaning on her body, hunchbacking, unkempt, smiling spookily, with only a few teeth left in her mouth. Meet Silvering Elder. Ximon Tao and the others. Seeing old woman, they are all expressing joy. Half-ancestor expert from Ximon aristocratic family. In a blink of an eye, the two big half-ancestor experts appeared, and the situation changed instantly. Even in momentum, it seemed that the two big aristocratic family had the upper hand. Beiming's heart hung up again. Although these experts are far away from her, she also knows that the half-ancestor expert is much more powerful than the body fusion great expert. But there was no fear on Suzaimo's face. On the contrary, in his eyes, there was a sneer of mockery. Slightly smiled, and said, it's different. Today, I have stepped into body fusion, and come to half-ancestor to teach me. You are too naive. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1382. 1382 Huang Wu is crazy. He. The old woman laughed, her voice sharp and harsh. Did I hear you right? Huang Wu, are you laughing at us for being naive? The old woman stared at Suzaimo. It seems that you know nothing about half-ancestor expert. Elder also said lightly, Huang Wu, if you bow your head now, I can be the master of today's affairs, and I will never blame it. Everyone was shocked. Desperate Elder Dongfeng Xuan couldn't help but say, this Huang Wu has killed so many of our body fusion great experts. We must not let him go. Huang Wu must have blood. Debt must be repaid with blood. Elder didn't say a word, just stared. Dongfeng Xuan shivered, and he kept silent. Desperate Elder looked at Suzaimo, with a strange rays of light flashing in his eyes, tempting to say, Huang Wu, think of my proposal. As long as you are willing to bow your head and step back, I can let you go. This low-level obfuscation technique is also used to show ugliness. How does half-ancestor do this? Suzaimo faint smile, looking at Elder seems to be looking at an idiot. He founded martial Dao, Bu Kang Sheng, the mind and will, have reached a peak. It is difficult for anyone to affect his mind. Even Jiao Jing, who is best at charming technique, is hard to confuse him. The only time Suzaimo won was at the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. At that time, he was defeated to the Great Clarity Monk. But then he broke free from the illusion technique of the Great Clarity Monk. Destiny Elder intentionally said that he wanted to confuse Suzaimo. As long as Suzaimo was hesitant, he would definitely show a weak spot. That's when the Desperate Elder's shot. However, he didn't expect that Suzaimo was powerful and unmoved at all. More importantly, after stepping into the body fusion realm, after good fortune as your Lotus has grown to 7th grade, he is no longer afraid of facing half-ancestor. On the contrary, Suzaimo was still eager to try. Since the land of preaching the Tao, he has not been able to escape the threat of half-ancestor. Li Fan shot 2 times and almost killed him. Today, isn't it half-ancestor expert, or half-ancestor expert of super sect? Suzaimo is about to try the power of half-ancestor. Fate, why not talk to him and kill him directly? The old woman said coldly, shaking the robe sleeve. Flying directly from the robe sleeve, flying out 2 silver lights, making a woo-woo sound, and in an instant, she had come to Suzaimo. This is a pair of silver rings. It is also the famous magic tool of Old Woman, invulnerable, indestructible and impregnable. Suzaimo within the body chi and blood is turbulent, gaze as if a torch, facing half-ancestor expert's magic tool, still not dodging the retreating intent. Raising his arms, clenching into a fist, moved towards the pair of silver rings over courting death. The old woman's eyes flashed. Seeing this, Elder also shook the head, saying, "Didn't expect." Huang Wu is not only arrogant, but also arrogant and ignorant. He even dared to use the flesh and blood to hard connect half-ancestor's magic tool. Before desperate Elder, there was a loud noise in the air. Bang! Almost at the same time, both fists collided with the pair of silver rings. Then, Old Woman and Suzaimo changed their faces at the same time. How can it be? The old woman stared at the muddy eyes, watching the scene incredibly. Her magic tool didn't even kill Suzaimo's hands. Destiny Elder couldn't say any more. A stun in his eyes. And the other side. Suzaimo also frowned. Old Woman's magic tool is significantly more powerful than other great expert magic tools. He is now a human-shaped good fortune Azure Lotus, 7th grade good fortune Azure Lotus, comparable to the innate great expert magic tool. But now, although he blocked the pair of silver rings, he also experienced a pain in his hands and a slight numbness. Good. The old woman was nodded again and again. No wonder it was so arrogant. It turned out to be somewhat capable. After a short pause, the old woman spoke sharply. However, if you only have this means, in the true cultivation world, Huang Wu will be removed. To tell you the truth, we only used 70% of our power. The old woman smiled grimly at last. Oh, is it? Suzaimo lightly saying, I just used 50% of my power. Clever teeth. The old woman complexion sank screamed, stop being dead. What are you still doing? Go and get me that slut from the Beiming aristocratic family. There must be a secret on that slut. I have to say that the eyes of this old woman are really spicy. Dongfeng Xuan, Ximen Tao and the others came here. Immediately, it means that the secrets guarded by the Beiming family are good fortune Azure Lotus and immemorial divine spring. But the old woman smelled something unusual. In fact, the secret guarded by the Beiming family is not an immemorial divine spring at all, but a Kunping egg. The desperate elder also stood up. His wrists trembled, and a cold light sword long sword was added to his palm. The long sword was revealed, and the temperature in the great hall plummeted. This sword is called Desperate. Desperate Elder said, I have been cultivation so far, and heaven chosen died under desperation. Countless. Yu Huang Wu count 1. The words didn't end, and Elder shot at the same time. The situation changed rapidly. 2 big half-ancestor also shot at Suzaimo, and Dongfeng Xuan, Ximen Tao, and many other body fusion great experts also set off, bypassing Suzaimo, and moved towards immemorial divine springs Beiming's. Not to mention so many body fusion great experts, just standing out is enough to suppress Beiming's. Suzaimo expression was cold. I think you guys are courting death, Suzaimo suddenly shouted, urging the primordial spirit. After stepping into the body fusion realm, this is the first time he has urged the primordial spirit. The huge divine consciousness permeates, and the endless magic power surrounds him. Suzaimo's fingers are agile, continuously changing magic arts, fast, and even a path of afterimage appears. Great Brahma fist, flying sand running stone, fist of heavenly demon. Oh, well, what? Hey, Mimi. Hey, subduing demons seal, subduing monsters seal, imprisoning immortal seal, immobile essential seal, great Vajra wheel seal, great Mount Xumi seal. 6 words of great clarity incantation. Great clarity Dharma seal. A Tao law technique erupted from Suzaimo's hands, and the stone broke. You know, these spells of Suzaimo cultivation are the highest grade spells in the true cultivation world, and the formidable power is amazing. And he stepped into the body fusion realm. The formidable power of these Tao law techniques has been exerted to the extreme. With so many Tao law techniques, none of them were moved towards Two Big Half Ancestor, but moved towards Dongfeng Xuan, Ximantao and other body fusion great experts. This scene, as if the end of the world is coming, the sky is falling, the whole great hall is on the verge of collapse. Our day, Huang Wu is crazy. Ximantao was terrified and lost self-control for a while, and couldn't help but swear. Where would he think that Huang Wu ignored the Two Big Half Ancestor they met, but shot at them? Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1383 Chapter 1383, The Secret of Half Ancestor. How can it be? Seeing this scene, the two half ancestors were dismayed. Even if Suzaimo's fleshly body can block their magic tool, they will not be so shocked. But this scene has completely exceeded the cognition of two people. Normally, a normal cultivator can only release one Tao law at a time. Some powerful heaven-chosen can burst into 2, 3 Tao instantly. Like some immortal evils, maybe 6 paths can erupt. This is not just a matter of whether the primordial spirit is strong enough. But after the release of a Tao law, there must be a pause. This principle is like making a punch. If you want to make a second punch, you must first retract your fist and then punch again. Like Suzaimo, more than 30 peak spells erupted in one breath. What is this? Even if the two half ancestor have lived for more than 2 years, they have never seen this in the real cultivation world. If more than 30 Tao law techniques are not targeted at Dongfeng Xuan, Ximantao and the others, but moved towards them and released, although they may not hurt 2 people, they will never feel good. In fact, the Two Big Half Ancestors don't know this, but it's common sense. Suzaimo can do this. In addition to the dark primordial spirit condensed profound truth, the essence of immortal, demon, Buddha 3 sects, there is a more important reason. That's good fortune azure lotus. Good fortune azure lotus is supreme treasures of heaven and earth. In addition to its formidable power, it has many mysteries. Today, Good Fortune Lotus platform is hovering in Suzaimo's sea of consciousness, slowly rotating under the black hare's primordial spirit. The lotus petals are filled with divine splendor, 63 lotus holes, and a path of glow, giving black send primordial spirit continuously to provide power. It is for this reason that Suzaimo can burst into such a fierce spell offensive in an instant. In fact, this ability was born after the rebirth of Good Fortune Lotus platform in Xizong Underground. Today, the Good Fortune Lotus platform has transformed into a 7th grade, exerting this power to the extreme. As soon as I shot, it was shocking. Huang Wu, this is your own courting death. That's no wonder we are. The old woman said faintly, it's terrible. You don't have to keep your hands. You can suppress and kill it directly. The words did not fall. The old woman held a pair of silver rings in both hands, and moved towards the front fiercely and threw it away. The silver ring turns into 2 cold lights, and suddenly comes to Suzaimo's front. At the same time, Elder shot desperately, hitting the long sword in his hand. The sword trembled in the air, as if turning into a winding poisonous snake, exuding a cold air, exposing fangs, moved towards Suzaimo. Bit it. 2 big magic tools here. At this time, the 2 big half ancestor didn't keep their hands. Huang Wu, who wouldn't tell you the big story, I'd like to see, where is your 50% strength? Old woman sneered. Just now, Suzaimo blocked the old woman's blow, but said that she only used 50% of her power. How could the old woman believe it? Well, let me see what Huang Wu means. Suzaimo's gaze was greatly rises, the eyebrows rays of light flickered, and an azure lotus platform flew out, permeating 10 million azure rays, dazzling, moved towards the silver ring, and long sword fiercely hit it. When Jinji's clashes sounded, fire star flowing in all directions. The silver ring exposed the body, the desperate long sword, and the sword body was exposed again. A little pause. The three weapons suddenly exploded and turned into a path of light and shadow, each flying backwards. Needless to say, the 7th grade Good Fortune Lotus platform is supreme treasures of heaven and earth. The two half-ancestor magic tools, the formidable power, are also far superior to the Great Expert magic tool. These three weapons collided together, and the power that erupted was too scary. If it weren't for the Good Fortune Lotus platform, even if it was replaced with the innate Great Expert magic tool, it would be crushed to pieces. Bang! 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 At this time, more than 30 top-level spells that Suzaimo just broke out have also come down, colliding with the offensive of Dongfeng Xuan, Ximeng Tao and the others. A loud noise of heaven shaking, earth shattering. Some body fusion great experts, when encountering subduing demons seal, subduing monsters seal, imprisoning immortal seal, etc., have relatively little spell power compared to formidable power. Some body fusion great experts, with great spells such as Great Mount Xumi Seal and Great Vajra Wheel Seal, were beaten by 40% 5 on the spot. Some body fusion great experts may be hit by 2 or 3 Dao Law. It was smashed on the spot and turned into a mist of blood. Skeleton doesn't exist. Body and soul entirely exterminated. This battle, just in a blink of an eye, was divided. Although short-lived, it was extremely shocking. On the battlefield, corpses are everywhere, drenched with blood. Extremely tragic. Biimingzu opened her mouth and glared at beautiful eyes. She had completely forgotten to breathe. The remaining 20 body fusion great experts were shot by Suzaimo, and most of them were suppressed and killed. Only 4 or 5 people, including Dongfeng Xuan and Ximeng Tao. Among them, there are 2 great experts, and it seems that they cannot survive, and Life Oro is rapidly passing. If the 2 big family heads had some life-saving talisman and means, then they would also die on the spot. The big family head trembled, looking at Suzaimo's eyes, full of fear. Huang Wu. Seeing this scene, the old woman eye socket cracked and hated gnashing teeth. Although, in the Ximeng aristocratic family, there is also the existence of body fusion great expert, but today's loss is too great. The life essence of great expert, but 2 years. 2 in the precipitation of 10,000 years, Huang Wu killed so much. The old woman murderers looking, seeing that she couldn't hit, and didn't give Suzaimo a respite, she shot again. Her hands were weird with strange handprints, and in her palm, there was a heart-wrenching power. Her withered palms waved forward, and a cold light passed, as if it were a cold moon, silent and breathless, exuding a chilling bitterness. Where the cold moon crossed, a slight crack appeared in the void. Even the void can't bear the power of this cold moon. Suzaimo's pupil narrowed slightly. The power of this cold moon seems to have exceeded the scope of magic power. Suzaimo's hair was all up. Is it? Suzaimo's heart shivered with cold. At this moment, I saw that Elder was madly encouraging the divine consciousness, pinching out a sword technique, and moved slightly towards Suzaimo. A bit of cold light came from the fingertips of desperate Elder. Speed neither fast nor slow. But this cold light exudes the breath of extremely dangerous. Huang Wu, you have to pay for your arrogance. Elder coldly said, although half-ancestor has not stepped into the Great Ascension realm, it can easily kill the body fusion great expert because the half-ancestor expert has realized a little divine ability's power. Suzaimo's heart was stunned, and there was no doubt. From antiquity time, a word has been passed down. Spirit power is not as good as magic power, and magic power is not as good as divine ability. Suzaimo just felt that the power of the old woman and the desperate elder too seemed to be beyond the scope of magic power, and there was only one possibility: divine ability. Although it's just a sliver of divine ability's power, it's stronger than any spell, and it's scary. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1384. Chapter 1384, Hardly Divine Ability. Although it is just a trace of divine ability's power, it creates an insurmountable gap between half-ancestor and body fusion great expert. Although it is just a trace of the ability of divine ability's power, the void in the Great Hall is already unbearable, and even a slight crack is permeated. Huang Wu, I'd like to see, what else can you do? The old woman screamed, expression ruthless. At this time, Huang Wu had just released more than 30 peak spells, and it was difficult to break out for the second time in a short time. The Good Fortune Lotus platform, because of the collision, just flew out and was embedded in the wall of the Great Hall. It was impossible to come to the rescue. In the face of the two big half-ancestors' shots, and in the midst of the air filled with these two strands of divine ability's power, Suzaimo seems to have no means to resist. The old woman and desperate elder are waiting for Suzaimo to fall. However, the two people looked at Suzaimo, and suddenly there was an uneasy feeling in their hearts. Suzaimo is too calm. It's not like desperately obediently surrender. It's like, what else does Suzaimo rely on? How can it be? Two people immediately denied. Even if Huang Wu has any other whole cards that can block the ability of divine ability's power, two big half-ancestor don't believe it. At this moment, I saw Suzaimo took a deep breath, within the body chi and blood, and spurred bloodline to the limit. Hong long long. The sound of blood as tide is deafening. Just with blood as tide, I want to resist divine ability's power. It's really act recklessly. Old woman coldly smiled. Relax. Just then, the elder expression changed. Cry out in surprise. No. The old woman also noticed abnormalities, and her eyes widened. In the two persons induction, Suzaimo's power of chi and blood, after being urged to blood as tide, is still climbing, and there is no tendency to stop. Is it? Two big half-ancestor trembled. Immediately afterwards, they saw an extremely shocking scene. Behind Suzaimo, a crystal jade green azure lotus emerged, soaring into the sky, as if to break through the entire Great Hall, with 10,000 rays of light, 1,000 colors of Ruikai, diffused and swaying light. This. The lips of the old woman trembled, but she couldn't say any more. Bloodline phenomenon. In desperate elder's mouth, he uttered 4 words with difficulty. Above blood as tide is the bloodline phenomenon. Since ancient times, every generation can cultivate the cultivator of the bloodline phenomenon, and there are very few cultivators, which are the most peaks evil in every way. Since ancient times, no one has ever ranked in the bloodline phenomenon list, because there are too few cultivators to cultivate the bloodline phenomenon. They can be cultivated, and they are almost invincible. But the bloodline phenomenon is also strong and weak. For example, the Dragon Clan Tarubody practiced Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture. The bloodline phenomenon derived from it is extremely horrible, and the butterfly image finely condensed is even more powerful, and has never encountered an opponent so far. And Suzaimo's bloodline phenomenon is not bad. Appears the 7th grade Good Fortune Azure Lotus. Stepping into the body fusion realm this time, Azure Lotus true body has transformed, repelling all impurities within the body, and fleshly body and bloodline have become extremely pure. It is logical to condense the bloodline phenomenon. Two big half-ancestors stared at Suzaimo. Suddenly, the silhouette of Suzaimo seems to have disappeared. In front of them, there is only a good strain of Good Fortune Azure Lotus, which shakes light and exudes extremely terrifying power. At this time, their two divine abilities' power also came down and collided with Good Fortune Azure Lotus fiercely. Bang! A loud noise. The whole space seems to be frozen. Beimings felt only 2 ear-stabbing pains and could not hear any more. Soon, her 5 senses have disappeared. It was still in Divine Spring that the water was surging, and the stone exuded a strange power, so that she gradually recovered her five senses. Slowly recovers. Hong Long Long. Great hall on the verge of collapse. I saw countless gravels, rolling down, and smoke and dust rising. A void of black cracks emerged from the void at the collision, exuding a cold atmosphere, as if it could devour everything. This power has broken the void. Evenly matched. Suzaimo's bloodline phenomenon, blocking two divine abilities power. Of course, this is just the divine abilities power of half-ancestor. It's just a trace, and there is very little for the true divine ability. Dongfeng Xuan and Ximen Tao were hiding in the corner. After seeing this scene, they gradually returned to taste. They were just outside the great hall, and the good fortune azure lotus that they saw was not a treasure at all. It was Huang Wu, great expert. In the air, Suzaimo's figure reappeared, taking a few steps back, and the two big half-ancestor are also retreating. Two people's faces were a little pale. On the face of it, this time is tough and seems to be evenly divided, but the old woman and the desperate elder are obviously a bit disadvantaged. Old woman is almost 10,000 years old. Even if she is half-ancestor, she can live over 10,000 years old. I'm afraid it won't last long. Both her chi and blood have begun to decline. Desperate elder is relatively young, but the two big half-ancestor are younger than Suzaimo. Compared with Suzaimo, their fleshly body and bloodline are worse than 100,000 miles. In this collision, the two big half-ancestors were a small loss. Of course, this small loss has almost no impact on half-ancestor. Huang Wu, you. The old woman glared at Suzaimo and wanted to say something ruthless, but she couldn't explain it. Suzaimo once said that he only used 50% of his strength, but there was no exaggeration in it. Two big half-ancestor looked at each other, and they could see deep fear in the other's eyes. Fear is mixed with some fear. You know, Huang Wu has just stepped into the body fusion realm. Even so, the battle strength of Huang Wu can be compared with half-ancestor. There was a reluctance in the big half-ancestor. But the two also knew that with Huang Wu here, I'm afraid it will be difficult to compete for immemorial divine spring today. For today's plan, it is to leave as soon as possible, rush back to the family, let the other half-ancestor of the family come out of the mountain, and besiege Huang Wu. Ha 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 ha. Just then, there was a loud laugh outside the great hall. I heard that Huang Wu is the first demon of 10,000 ancient times. I saw today that the rumors were true. A middle-aged man strode in with a meteor, looking out of the ordinary, looking at Suzaimo in the air, arching, leaving in Xia Nangong. The family head of the Nangong aristocratic family, met Huang Wu, fellow Taoist. Behind Nangong Li, more than a dozen body fusion great experts were also standing. Nangong Ling is also among them. People from Nangong aristocratic family are here too. Suzaimo slightly nodded, indifferently asked, Nangong family, also want to compete for immemorial divine spring? Nangong Li, you are here now. Do you want to take advantage of the fisherman? You really have a good abacus. Dongfeng Xuan said hatefully. Nangong smiled lightly, ignored Dongfeng Xuan, and just said to Suzaimo, Huang Wu, fellow Taoist, misunderstood. I Nangong aristocratic family, will never be against you. Beijing family. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1385. Chapter 1385. Heaven Murdering. At this moment, another group of cultivators came over outside the great hall, and some of them turned out to be Beiming and other Beiming family clansmen. Little brother, Beimings slightly frowned, I didn't let you leave as soon as possible. Why did you run back again? Beiming was somewhat angry at Beiming's. One quickly explained, we originally wanted to leave but didn't go far, and were intercepted by some cultivators of the Ximen aristocratic family and Dongfeng aristocratic family. Fortunately, the expert of the Nangong aristocratic family arrived. Save us. The Beiming family patriarchs also nodded, saying, if it is not the case, the Beiming family is afraid to be destroyed, Oh, Beimings listened secretly. I didn't expect that after learning about the secrets of the Beiming family from Dongfeng and Ximen, two big aristocratic family, he didn't hesitate to kill the Beiming family directly to the last one. We need to cut weeds and eliminate the roots. Many thanks Nangong aristocratic family seniors. Beimings worships the Nangong Li and the others deeply. She also knew in her heart that the Nangong aristocratic family was willing to take the shot, and it was all in the face of the master. But even so, this is a great kindness. Well, let's talk. Nangong smiled lightly and said, get up, don't be so polite. Seeing that Beimings came to worship here, Nangong Ling quickly flew away. Although his cultivation base was higher than Beimings, his seniority was there, but he could not afford to worship Beimings. Su Zaimo's expression is also slightly eased. Nangong Li, as the family head of the Nangong family, you actually helped the group of remnants of the Beiming aristocratic family. Did your supreme elder of the Nangong family know? Fate Elder asked slowly. Of course I know. At this moment, an old man, holding a dragon cane, slowly walked in. It was the half-ancestor expert of the Nangong aristocratic family, Lanshan Elder. Lanshan, old woman expression stubborn, scolded. What do you mean? This Huang Wu's whole card has been released as long as we can suppress it, as long as the three of us join forces. When the time comes, this immemorial divine spring, our three great aristocratic families can be divided equally. Why not? Lanshan Elder shook his head slightly and sighed. Death, Silvering, you can stop it. Close hand? The old woman screamed. How many children, Huang Wu, killed my two aristocratic family? Today, there are 30 body fusion great experts folded in his hands. Would you let us close? Since Huang Wu has chosen to go to war with our two aristocratic family, you don't even want to leave the southern region alive. Elder expression icy cold, looked at the old woman and said, go. Two people are ready to leave. Immediately rush back to the family. Please invite other half-ancestor experts in the family. According to their estimates, if there were 5 half-ancestor, it would be enough to siege Huang Wu. Who made you go? At this moment, Su Zaimo suddenly said a word. His tone was flat, but there was a ray of cold killing intent. The old woman and the desperate elder too paused for a while. Immediately, there was a mockery in the eyes of the two big half-ancestor. Hee. Desperate elder couldn't help laughing, shaking his head and saying, why, do you still want to stop us? I admit that when you Huang Wu just stepped into the body fusion realm, you have the power to fight with us, but you want to stop us. The way to go, that's foolish dreaming. At this time, even Lanshan Elder agreed with what Elder said. In his opinion, between Su Zaimo and the two big half-ancestors, the battle strength is comparable, and no one can do anything. Two big half-ancestor Su Zaimo can't stop if he wants to leave. Lanshan Elder has a special identity and cannot easily fight the half-ancestor of Dongfeng and Ximen, two aristocratic family. Otherwise, the situation will escalate and it will most likely trigger the aristocratic family battle. The consequences are unimaginable. You can go if you want, Su Zaimo lightly saying. However, you and two of you need to take a strong oath in front of me, and you will not take revenge on the Beiming family in the future. If you violate this oath, you will be destroyed by nature. Ha ha. Desperate Elder smiled angrily and said, you let us swear to you. Huang Wu, what do you count? The old woman couldn't bear it, and yelled, I'll be born when you wait for fame, and you deserve us to swear. Two big half-ancestor lived so long, where did he get this treatment? In their opinion, Su Zaimo's words are completely insulting them. Two people didn't realize that Su Zaimo was really giving them a life, a choice. Since you are not willing to take an oath, don't leave. Su Zaimo's body moved towards the desperate elder, and the old woman rushed forward. Go. The desperate elder and the old woman didn't want to entangle with Su Zaimo. The two were lightly shouted and turned away and galloped away towards Great Hall. Suddenly, a heartbreaking killing intent came down, and the temperature plummeted in the Great Hall. Even the two big half-ancestors have a sense of distress. The desperate elder and the old woman galloped while looking towards behind them. Seeing this, two people saw an extremely shocking scene. I saw Suzumo hold a sword technique in both hands, and within the body suddenly burst out a path of dazzling sword chi, densely packed, 1,000 to 10,000. The big half-ancestor was shocked, and the pupils contracted violently. Heaven-murdering sword chi. Wherever you look, all are heaven-murdering sword chi. Heaven-murdering sword chi's formidable power is great, but it doesn't hurt half-ancestor who realized a little divine ability's power. But Suzumo's shot, the heaven-murdering sword chi that broke out, is not one or two, but not two, but 1,000. With so many heaven-murdering sword chi, the sky is almost cut into pieces, cutting off the retreat of the two big half-ancestor. The desperate elder and the old woman only felt tingling in their eyes, but they shed tears uncontrollably. Not to mention them, even Lanshan elder outside the battlefield was disappointed and changed subconsciously, for fear of being involved. On the 10,000 heaven-murdering sword chi, the formidable power of destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth almost broke out. When the old woman and elder are still working hard, controlling the life source magic tool, releasing countless talisman cards, and resisting the sword chi that has come over. But there are too many sword chi, almost forming a sea of swords, setting off a stormy sea, swallowing up the two big half-ancestor. The blood mist is gushing out. Dongfeng Xuan and Ximintao, two big family head, curled up in the corner at this moment, completely looking dumbfounded, expression frightened, body trembling slightly. No longer the grace of aristocratic family head. The big family head finally felt the terrifying of Huang Wu. This fear will accompany them throughout their lives, like a nightmare, forever lingering. It didn't take long. Flutter, two bloody silhouettes fell to the ground from midair. The breath was weak, and numerous wounds were cut by the heaven-murdering sword chi. The flesh and blood were rotten, which was beyond recognition. The half-ancestor expert is really powerful and vibrant. After being strangled by more than 10,000 heaven-murdering sword chi, he suffered such a severe wound, but he has not fallen immediately. He took a sigh of relief. Of course, the sea of consciousness of the two big half-ancestor is already fragmented and penetrated by sword chi. The primordial spirit was also stabbed by sword chi and could not survive. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1386. Chapter 1386 joins hands. Huang Wu, you. Destiny Elder's breath was weak, and blood was constantly flowing in his mouth, and he couldn't even speak. His internal organs have been penetrated by heaven-murdering sword chi. Such a serious injury, even if the body fusion great expert has a vigorous vitality, it can't heal. Within the body vitality is rapidly passing. The old woman lay on the ground, turning her head hard, staring at a pair of dead fish eyes, fiercely staring at Suzumo, the primordial spirit dying, not staring. It didn't take long for Elder to die. Two big half-ancestor, all killed. They never thought that Suzumo even had a whole card, and that card was released, and it could kill them. I have to say that heaven-murdering sword art is indeed one of the three great sword techniques in ancient times, and the formidable power is amazing. Until now, heaven-murdering sword art has been almost unfavorable. At the time, it was only during the fight with Li Hendao Monarch that heaven-murdering sword chi was resolved by leaving regrets scripture and all resisted. Most of the time, in the same level, almost no one can block the edge of heaven-murdering sword chi. Of course, heaven-murdering sword chi is not invincible. At least, Sword Sector's earth-murdering sword art and formidable power is not weaker than heaven-murdering sword art. If you have a body fusion great expert created from earth-murdering sword art, you can compete with Suzumo. Even more how? On heaven-murdering and earth-murdering, there is a legendary human-murdering sword art with stronger formidable power. Moreover, Suzumo knows at least two people among the evildoers who can completely block his shot. One is Azura and the other is the Great Clarity Monk. Suzumo is thinking wildly. The cultivator in the Great Hall is still in the shock of the genius. It can't come to God for a long time. Huang Wu, fellow Taoist, you are really. After a long time, Lanshan Elder smiled slightly bitterly and stopped talking. Didn't expect. Even he looked away. At the same time, there was a moment of rejoicing in his heart. To be honest, he didn't join forces with Dongfeng and Ximen, two big aristocratic family, for two reasons. One of them is the Dragon Clan true body worried about Suzaimo. Another reason is because of the potential of Suzaimo. It's just that he didn't expect anything. Just Suzaimo today is enough to make him feel scared. It is conceivable that if he chooses to join forces with the two aristocratic family, today, the half-ancestor corpses that died on the ground are not two, but three. Half-ancestor was killed. I'm afraid it's hard to do well. Lanshan Elder sighed. Dead more than 30 body fusion great experts, and two more half-ancestor, Suzaimo and the two aristocratic families' hatred. It is completely over. How? Suzaimo frowned, and said, will the old ancestor of these two aristocratic family be alarmed? He is now body fusion realm. Even if he relies on Azure Lotus true body, he can compete with half-ancestor, but if he is against the old ancestor of great ascension, there is no doubt that there is no chance of winning. Should not be. Lanshan Elder was also a bit unsure, saying, normally, old ancestor will not show up unless it is the family's calamity. Be that as it may, but in today's battle, the blow to the two aristocratic family is too great. If old ancestor is alarmed, it is very likely. Suzaimo expression calm. The soldiers are coming to block. Water appears, earth shuts. If old ancestor comes, at worst he will run away. Now that he has stepped into the body fusion realm, he has completely grown up. Even if old ancestor wants to suppress and kill him, it is extremely difficult. Suzaimo turned slowly. His eyes fell on Dongfeng Xuan and Ximen Tao. More than 30 body fusion great experts, only two of them are left. Originally, there were 2 or 3 alive, but they were also involved in the Storm of Heaven murdering Sword Chi and were directly hanged. Body dies and Tao disappears. Suzaimo's gaze came. Too big family head in one's heart trembled, expression of despair. Before the two experts led the great expert, what kind of spirit was it, and where did you expect it to be? Huang Wu, fellow Taoist, please raise your hand. Dongfeng Xuan expression suffering, begging. If nothing else, he still has more than 10,000 years of life essence. He does not want to die. Even if his face is gone, he has to give it a try. Huang Wu, fellow Taoist, I will never be against you again when I go back. Ximen Tao quickly vowed. Seeing this scene, everyone felt 10001000. Didn't expect. The family head of the two big aristocratic family has fallen to this point, kneeling on Huang Wu's body, begging for mercy. The scene of suppress and kill two big half-ancestor is too horrifying. Two big family heads have been terrified. Let's go. Suzaimo expression mocked and said, after you go back, say to your family's half-ancestor, don't mess with me. Today's affairs, that's it. Yes. The two big family heads were nodded again and again, saying, we absolutely dare not. This is the truth. Even if you really want to get revenge, you have to think long and hard, or simply ask old ancestor to go out and kill Huang Wu. It seems to see what the two big family heads think. Suzaimo said, if you ask old ancestor to go out of the mountain, you have to think about it. If I don't die, Huang Wu, your two big aristocratic family will never be peaceful. This is a naked threat. The two big family head was frightened and shook his head, saying, Huang Wu, fellow Taoist, laughed. We dare not. Go away. Suzaimo lightly saying. Two big family head hearing this, I dare not stay here again, turned away without turning my head back, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Suzaimo released two people, they need two of them to pass a message. Today's business is over, and he will not bother to find the two aristocratic family. But if the two aristocratic family still refuses to give up, then he has nothing to worry about. Huang Wu, fellow Taoist, good means. Lanshan Elder slightly nodded, admired. Nangong family is here today. Why? Suzaimo turned to ask. Regardless, Nangong family did not join forces with the two aristocratic family, and because of Nangong Ling, Suzaimo has a good impression of Nangong family. It's also for this immemorial divine spring. Lanshan Elder said. However, Huang Wu fellow Taoist, don't get me wrong. I just want to ask, how does fellow Taoist handle this divine spring? This is the treasure of the Beiming aristocratic family. I won't take it. Suzaimo lightly saying. Lanshan Elder said, but if you just rely on the Beiming family today, I'm afraid it's difficult to guard this dive spring. Huang Wu fellow Taoist, you can't always stay here. Suzaimo was silent. Lanshan Elder said, I have a suggestion. My Nangong family helps the Beiming family and guard the divine spring here. During this period, my Nangong family will naturally help the Beiming family clansman cultivation with absolutely no privacy. If the Beiming family is in danger, my Nangong family will do my best to help. As for the conditions, it is my Nangong family, and I also want to share the divine spring here. I wonder what everyone from Huang Wu fellow Taoist and Beiming family mean. Suzaimo said, that's what the Beiming family is all about. I don't care. In fact, this is the best choice for the Beiming family. Only in conjunction with the Nangong family can the Beiming family keep this immemorial divine spring. Otherwise, don't say it as Dongfeng and Xiamen two big aristocratic family. If you come to a sect, you can easily destroy the Beiming family. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1387 Chapter 1387 Half-Ancestor Accepting a Disciple. Beiming family patriarch looked towards Beiming's brother and sister, said, I'm old now. In the future, the Beiming family can only rely on you two, and you can make a decision on this matter. I will never stay in the family again. Beiming shook his head slightly, and said, my Dao, that's not it. Brother, you decide. Hearing here, Suzaimo was relieved. Beiming's practiced martial Dao. Her world is a true cultivation world that is vast and boundless, with countless secrets. Not this small Beiming town. If Beiming stays in Beiming town in order to develop her family, even if her innate talent is high, her accomplishments on martial Dao are limited. Sister, I'm still young. You stay and help me. Beiming could not help but say. He was only 5 years old after all. The burden of revitalizing the family fell on him, and it was indeed cruel. Beiming's eyes passed a hint of hesitation. But soon, she made up her mind to leave Beiming town and go to true cultivation. Today, the Beiming family is almost destroyed. This crisis can be resolved because of Master's strong battle strength. Even if the family grows bigger, there are more clansmen, and without Peak's expert, it will inevitably suffer a great disaster. Therefore, staying in Beiming town, it is better to go out to practice and grow quickly. If she can practice body fusion realm, great ascension realm, as long as she is alive, Beiming aristocratic family, there will be a day, there will be no danger. The two siblings looked at each other, and without further words, they understood each other's heart. Beiming said softly, brother, you have grown up. No matter what decision you make, your sister will support you. It is good. Beiming gritted his teeth and said, that being the case, I have decided to join forces with the Nangong aristocratic family to resent the grievances of the past, write off all of them and share the divine spring. Nangong Ling and the others are hearing this great joy, relieved. This result is undoubtedly the best situation for the two aristocratic family. Even Lanshan Elder was slightly nodded, looking at Beiming Ao's eyes, full of appreciation. You know, before that, 3 great aristocratic families humiliated the Beiming aristocratic family and snatched the cultivation technique, secret technique and treasure resources of the Beiming aristocratic family. This is how many years of hatred. At a young age, Beiming was able to put down these grudges for the sake of his family. His vision was so broad-minded that he had begun to have the head of the family. This is also a good seed, Lanshan Elder muttered. Everyone was shocked that Beiming's innate talent is strong, but Beiming is not weak. After all, being able to step into Dao of Core at the age of 10, with some inaccessible cultivation techniques, scarce cultivation resources, and the ability to condense gold core phenomenon, This is beyond most heaven chosen. Suzaimo looked at Lanshan Elder, and said lightly, Lanshan fellow Taoist, Beiming family will let go of the grievances of the past, and share the divine spring with the Nangong aristocratic family. The Nangong family should always say something. Fellow Taoist is usually called realm or equivalent. Suzaimo is just body fusion realm. Lanshan Elder is half ancestor. But Lanshan Elder heard the word fellow Taoist, but didn't resist at all. Huang Wu just suppressed and killed the too big half ancestor and called him a fellow Taoist. What's the problem? Lanshan Elder was pondering the single thought head in his heart. Hearing this sentence, he immediately made a decision, squinting his eyes, looking at Beiming Ao, and laughing he said, I still lack a final disciple under my door. I don't think so. Old fogey can pass you something. Half-ancestor admission. This is a big deal. Not to mention Beiming family clansmen, even the cultivator of the Nangong aristocratic family shows a burst of envy. Beimings was also very happy with this identity. I am afraid no one will dare to attack Beiming Ao. Who dares to provoke half-ancestor's disciple must bear the anger of half-ancestor. Huang Wu's face is too big. Many cultivators were secretly shocked. In fact, even without Suzaimo mentioning this, Lanshan Elder also moved to accept. Brother, don't meet the master yet. Beimings reminded. Beiming Ao quickly ran to Elder Lanshan, kneeling down respectfully and worshipping the teacher. Well, let's talk. Lanshan Elder lifted Beiming Ao with a smile. Nangong leaves. You two will move around more in the future. Lanshan Elder said to Nangong Li. With a bitter smile in Nangong centrifugal, he is a family head of the Nangong aristocratic family, body fusion great expert, and has lived nearly 10,000 years old. But because of Lanshan Elder, his seniority is the same as that of a 5-year-old child named Beiming Ao. It's flush. Beiming. Brother. Nangong Li moved towards Beiming Ao, arching his hands, lightly coughed. Calling a brother or a brother to a 5-year-old child is really weird. Huang Wu fellow Taoist's future plans? Lanshan Elder turned to look towards Suzaimo and asked, today's events, it will not be long before they will spread to the true cultivation world. Huang Wu's every move in the true cultivation world will attract countless lines of sight. May stay in the southern region for a while. Suzaimo thought of another thing, but didn't say it clearly, but said something vaguely. Lanshan Elder said, if Huang Wu fellow Taoist has any difficulty, I can also send a message to the Nangong family at any time. If I can do it, my Nangong aristocratic family will help. In fact, this is a polite phrase. If Suzaimo fought against Dongfeng and Ximen, two big aristocratic family, Nangong aristocratic family would never shoot. If it's okay, let's go away first. Suzaimo said, here is the important guardianship of Nangong and Beiming, two aristocratic family in the future. I can't just step in. I will stay here for a few days and let me know if there is anything outside. This is under the expulsion order. Lanshan Elder and the others also left with interest. Sister. Beiming Ao called softly and wanted to come over. Beiming shook the head, and said, brother, you also leave here with clansmen, without my order. Don't come down. What? Beiming Ao hesitated for a moment. Although full of doubts, he chose to follow the words of Beiming Zhu and quit the great hall with the Beiming family clansmen. Before long, only Suzaimo and Beiming Zhu were left in this great hall. There are also many corpses, full of flesh and blood. Master, are you okay? Beiming Zhu asked softly. Suzaimo nodded, pondered, then said, there is one thing. When she saw Suzaimo placed the expulsion order, she vaguely guessed that the master seemed to be hiding something and did not want to let others know. Not to mention the Nangong aristocratic family, even the other clansmen of the Beiming family, have to hide. What is going on? Just then, just listen to oh la la. A divine spring rang, and a huge rock flew out of the golden water hole, rolling on the ground. The texture on the surface of the boulder is surging with two extreme breaths, and sympathy has evolved into a kind of strength of devouring, as if the flesh and blood of this place is absorbed in the mouth. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1388. Chapter 1388, tricky this is. Beimings was startled. Just before Suzaimo battled many great experts, she hid in immemorial divine spring and felt the existence of this stone. But now, the stone popped out and rolled around on the ground, which still caught her off guard. Is this a living thing? Beimings couldn't help asking Suzaimo when he saw him. Yes. Suzaimo nodded, looking at this oval-shaped boulder, slowly said, "It is the real secret of your Beiming family guard, not this immemorial divine spring." Hearing this, Beimings was shocked and stunned. How she didn't expect, the secret guarded by the Beiming family, it wasn't supreme treasures of heaven and earth like immemorial divine spring, but a weird stone. She was intelligent, and immediately responded. This secret, the master did not say before, but told her when everyone was gone. It must be a big deal. Beimings stared at this huge stone for a moment, frowned slightly, and couldn't help asking, "Is this an egg?" Suzaimo asked without asking, "Have you heard of immemorial taboo?" "Something I heard," Beimings said. "It is because of the news of the First World War against Heaven and Earth Valley that I knew that in immemorial era, there is a terrifying and powerful creature called immemorial taboo. The monster beast beside the master is immemorial taboo. Ah, Suzaimo nodded, saying, "Yiling is a puppet, one of the taboos." "One of the taboos?" Beimings froze and asked, "Isn't immemorial taboo a race?" Suzaimo said, "Immemorial era, there are 3 great taboos, is just one of them, and the other 2 taboos are Dragon Phoenix and Kunping." Beimings looking thoughtful. A little later, her eyes lightened, and she suddenly asked, "Master, wouldn't you mean that this giant egg gave birth to an immemorial taboo?" "Unsurprisingly, this should be a Kunping egg," Suzaimo said. "Ah!" Beimings exclaimed. "How powerful is immemorial taboo?" Even the Taiku-9 clan was jealous, and even before Yiling grew up, they started teaching and mobilizing people to kill them together. How did Beimings didn't expect? His ancestors guarded such a shocking secret. Suzaimo said, "The reason why this was not told to others is that the secret is too big. Immemorial divine spring is spread out. With the strength of the Nangong aristocratic family, it may be possible to keep this divine spring. But if the news of the Kunping egg is spread, let alone the Nangong aristocratic family, even 3 great aristocratic families, I'm afraid I can't keep it. In fact, this secret is a blessing to the Beiming family. That's why the ancestors of the Beiming family were so cautiously." Suzaimo said, "I let others leave. At first, I wanted to tell you about it. In the second, this Kunping egg is very spiritual. You can see that he is eating the flesh essence origin. He could even feel the danger outside, and he didn't expose it in advance. He didn't run out until I let someone else leave." Beimings nodded. "Although this Kunping hasn't hatched yet, it has shown an unusual spiritual wisdom." What to do? Beimings frowned slightly and asked out loud. Suzaimo also shook the head. A little groaning, Suzaimo said, "After the Kunping egg has absorbed the flesh essence origin, look at the situation. It can only be like this." Beimings nodded. Just then, Beings felt a certain opportunity in his heart. "Master, I may be breaking through," Beimings said. "In fact, after practicing martial Dao, after condensing Qi and blood gold core, you can try to break through." Suzaimo asked Beings to continue her cultivation. She wanted to lay a perfect foundation for her to go further on the future cultivation path, because no one knows martial Dao better than him. Martial Dao main body is trained to power of dragons and elephants, and then breaks through, condenses the primordial spirit, and even derives a fire of martial soul. The formidable power is extremely strong. Then breakthrough here. Suzaimo nodded, pointing to immemorial divine spring. Beimings has long reached the realm of breakthrough. Now, watching a battle between great experts, with the touch of my heart, I finally feel the opportunity of primordial spirit. Beimings went at the golden pool, sat cross-legged, and tried to break through. Suzaimo guards at the great hall door, not only guarding Beimings, but also guarding that Kunping egg, not to be seen by outsiders. Time goes by. In an instant, one day one night passed. Suddenly, Beimings was shocked, and the breath of within the body kept rising. It seemed that some kind of yoke was broken, and she even showed a sharp edge. Suzaimo expression moved, slightly nodded, and said, "Nice, good." Beiming's breakthrough realm has stepped into martial soul realm. Nascent soul realm of immortals, Buddhas and demons 3 Tao. Not only that, the martial soul of Beiming's originally evolved a long sword showing off one's ability, and then transformed into a physical form. Martial soul is diverse. Suzaimo's martial soul is derived from flames, and Beiming's derived from the sword. Not surprisingly, in the future cultivation, Beiming's insights on Sword Tao will inevitably surpass others. With such a martial soul to help, Beiming's Sword Tao formidable power is bound to be extremely terrifying. After another hour, the breath of beings gradually came to a steady state. Beiming's opened his eyes, feeling the change within the body, and couldn't help showing a smile, saying, "Master, I succeeded." Suzaimo nodded. At this moment, the Kunping egg next to it also stopped, and the flesh on the ground had been swallowed up by it. But even so, this Kunping still shows no sign of hatching. You know, the flesh and blood in this great hall are all body fusion great expert and half ancestor expert. Such a huge flesh essence origin failed to hatch this Kunping. Kunping's power of swallowing is really terrifying. Suzaimo was shocked. Now it seems that this taboo is really tricky. Not to mention him, even Super Sect may not be able to hatch this Kunping. Even if it hatches out, with the appetite of this Kunping, I am afraid that I can eat 1 or 2 Super Sects. It is no coincidence that taboos are rare. Like Kunping, it consumes such a huge amount of resources. If it is a few more, the entire heavenly desolate continent will be exhausted. Just as Suzaimo was thinking, the Kunping egg jumped up and down, came to his side, and slapped on his arm. Very intimate. Beiming's came out from immemorial divine spring. This Kunping egg rolled to Beiming's feet and made a circle around Beiming's. Having swallowed so much flesh and blood, although it failed to hatch, this Kunping egg was obviously extremely happy. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1389. Chapter 1389 named Xiao Yao. Master, what can you do? Beiming's was worried. In the end, the Kunping egg's power of swallowing is too big, let alone Beiming's. Even Super Sect can hardly hatch it. Once this Kunping egg is exposed, the Beiming aristocratic family will face the disaster. Suzaimo was silent. He could not bring this Kunping egg with him. In the meantime, for hatching this Kunping egg, he also does not have that many treasure resources. Blood and flesh essence. Too, he has other important things. It is impossible to put his mind on this Kunping egg. Just then, Suzaimo's mind moved and a solution came to mind. In the extreme northland of Heavenly Desolate, there is a sea that is frozen all year round and is called the Northern Sea. Among the Northern Sea, there is a very wide inland sea, which is Bai, one of Heavenly Desolate 9's forbidden areas. And this forbidden area is one of 9 great ferocious clans, the habitat of Kun Clan. If this Kunping egg is thrown into the Bai, Kun Clan will do his best to hatch it, and he will fight to protect it from growing. Kunping to Kun Clan is like Dragon Phoenix to Dragon Clan. Bai has existed since immemorial era. I don't know how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures and cultivation resources are buried. Just a Northern Sea, there are countless creature experts. On Heavenly Desolate Continent, there are 3 seas and 4 domains. Just an ocean, its area is far more than 4 domains and 1 continent. And the living creatures contained in it are even more diverse. Even, there are many powerful archaic creatures. Kunping returned to Bai, and he was truly back to his heaven and earth. There, Kunping will definitely be able to hatch. And, with the huge monster of Kun Clan, cultivation resources will also be continuously. There, Kunping will grow quickly. There, as long as Kun Clan hides the secret, there is no danger. It can be said that Bai is a nearly perfect place for Kunping. Of course, this method is somewhat risky. After all, taboos are not ordinary creatures. Today, the Kunping egg is awakened by his bloodline, so he is close to him. And because the Beiming family guarded him, I felt bloodline of Beimings. So this Kunping egg is also very close to Beimings. But if it is thrown into Bei, its connection with Suzaimo and beings will be completely broken. In that kind of environment, without them to accompany them, how many years later, this Kunping really grew up, I am afraid they have no feelings for them. In the eyes of Kun clan, human races are all ants. Even more how, in the eyes of Taboo Kunping. When this Kunping grows up, what will it look like? This is definitely an unknown variable. Suzaimo groaned a little, looking at the Kunping egg in front of him, and said in a deep voice, I can take you to a place where you can grow up quickly, but Beiming and I are not by your side. The Kunping egg immediately shook his body, seemingly reluctant. You go, follow me, I can't protect you at all. Beimings laughed, and patted Kunping's egg lightly. This Kunping egg is still reluctant, it just depends on Suzaimo and Beimings walking around, extremely sticky. After a little while, this Kunping egg seemed to think of something, and suddenly rolled in front of Suzaimo, leaning forward slightly, as if saluted. Suzaimo laughed dumbfounded, shook his head slightly, and said, What are you doing? Worship a teacher. He used to say this casually, but unexpectedly this Kunping egg jumped up from where it was, hopping around, as if Suzaimo had hit his mind. So smart. Beimings couldn't help but praise it. This Kunping hasn't hatched yet, just an egg can have such spiritual wisdom. Master, would you take him? Beimings also laughed. Immemorial Taboo Zen 8. Talent is definitely better than me and should be qualified to be your disciple. Receive an immemorial Taboo as disciple. If this thing spreads, I am afraid it will cause a stir. What is immemorial Taboo? Who is qualified to be a Taboo teacher? Even more how? For immemorial Taboo, others are afraid to avoid it. Who will take the initiative to provoke it, and what relationship is involved? But Suzaimo has no worries about such things. If you count Kunping and Swire, 3 great taboos, they are more or less related to him. Moreover, receiving Kunping as disciple is not necessarily a curse. Master, just accept him. Beimings really loves this Kunping, revealing the daughter state rare, and said slightly coquettishly, I am eldest disciple. Multiple little junior brothers or little junior sisters, couldn't be better. Suzaimo didn't answer. Looking at the Kunping egg not far away, Shenshin said, It's a trivial matter to worship, are you serious? Kunping jumped twice in situ, saying he was very serious. Beimings laughed while covering his mouth. Suzaimo said, That being the case, I will accept you as disciple. Beimings was your eldest senior sister. My name is Suzaimo, Dao name Huangwu, you remember. The Kunping egg looks quite excited and is frequently saluted. Master, he doesn't have a name yet. Beimings reminded. Suzaimo groaned a little and said, Since this is the case, I will give you a name Xiao Yao. I hope that in the future, you can be comfortable in Xiao Yao, free and unconstrained. Smile proud heaven and earth. Xiao Yao is not only the hope that Suzaimo placed on Kunping, but also a manifestation of Kunping's own ability. Xiao Yao, Xiao Yao. Beimings softly muttered 2 times, patting Kunping eggs, said with a smile, In the future, you will have a name, your name is Xiao Yao. Hearing the name, Kunping egg was also very excited, hopping and jumping up and down in front of Suzaimo. Don't come with me. Suzaimo smiled slightly and pushed away the Kunping egg, saying, You worship me as a teacher, and I have to send you to Bei even more. Biao is the best place for Xiao Yao. Previously, Suzaimo was hesitant, but now that Xiao Yao has become his disciple, no matter what Xiao Yao will become in the future, he has to send Xiao Yao over. Only in Bei can Xiao Yao grow up safely. Hearing Suzaimo's words, the Kunping egg was a bit lost. Listen to the master's words, if he goes to the place called Bei, he has to leave the master and senior sister. He woke up and saw Suzaimo and Beimings at first glance. Because of bloodline, he has an inexplicable closeness to 2 people. Today, the 3 are forced to separate. Master, Bei is in heavenly desolate extreme northland, millions and millions li away from here. When are you going to leave? Beimingzhu asked. I have other things and will not return to the northern region for the time being. Suzaimo said, another me, I will take Xiao Yao to Bai. Another me? Beimingzhu hesitated for a moment and didn't understand. Just then, a person walked in outside the great hall. This person wore a purple robe, black shawl, and delicate and pretty eyes. Seeing the appearance, he was exactly the same as Suzaimo. It's a bit stuck today, only one more. Let us sleep. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1390 Chapter 1390 Blade Technique Great Accomplishment. Martial Dao main body left Xiao Yao, and in the Great Hall, only Suzaimo and beings were left. Without Xiao Yao, in the Great Hall, he calmed down for a while. Beimingzhu bowed her head slightly, with a slight sorrow in her eyes. After a while, she finally said, Master, you have to go. Ah! Suzaimo nodded and did not conceal, saying, you have cultivated to nascent soul realm. It is time to go out and practice it yourself, and break into the true cultivation world. Beimingzhu didn't say a word. She also knew in her heart that the master could not stay with her all the time, protect her to grow, and shield her from all wind and rain. But there was such a desire in her mind. Even if her cultivation base doesn't make any progress, I hope the master can always stay with her, guard her, and protect her. Beimingzhu took a deep breath, and soon adjusted it, put away these thoughts in his heart, and said, okay, I'll go and see the true cultivation world outside. Master, rest assured, Beiming will not lose your face. Today's events will spread throughout the true cultivation world. When the time comes, under the heavens cultivator will know, she Beimingzhu was an eldest disciple of Huang Wu. When the time comes, maybe there are some dangers and challenges waiting for her. These will become the cornerstones of her practice of martial Dao. Where is the master going in the future? Beimingzhu asked again. It happened to be in the southern region that I was going to meet an old man. Suzaimo's mind flashed. A little monk's voice, softly muttered, it's been a long time since he heard of him, and I can't. Rest assured. You have to improve the cultivation base as soon as possible. In the future of Heavenly Desolate, I am afraid that there will be many calamities and no strong strength, let alone a sheltered family. Even yourself will fall easily. Suzaimo reiterated. His worry was not unfounded. All signs have shown that Heavenly Desolate will be messy. A huge change in heaven and earth, I am afraid it is coming. This great change is likely to sweep the entire Heavenly Desolate continent. There are no sect forces and no race creatures can survive. Southern Sea, deep under the sea. In the ocean, there are huge living creatures, far beyond the mainland. The resources in the ocean are also extremely rich, giving birth to countless experts. Heavenly Desolate has 8 great monster territories. Among them, Eastern Sea, Southern Sea, and Northern Sea. 3 films sea territory, occupy 3 of them. There are endless secrets in the ocean. It has been rumored that among the 3 sea territory, the most ancient vestige is the most preserved and the most complete. The ocean is deep. At its deepest point, it can even reach hundreds of thousands of meters. On the deepest ocean floor, there are not many creatures, because, as the depth of the seawater increases, the pressure around the seawater is also increasing. Without the cultivation base of the body fusion realm, simply cannot survive in the deep sea. At this time, a silhouette was sitting in the dark and deep bottom of the Southern Sea. This silhouette red hair shawl is like a flame. Even in the deep sea, there is no sign of extinction. Dragon Clan True Body. Although Dragon Clan True Body is still law manifestation realm, with his fleshly body and bloodline, he can still survive in this deep ocean. After being instructed by a mysterious expert, Dragon Clan True Body dived into the depths of the ocean and practiced Ding Hai Wan on the ocean floor. Dragon Clan True Body can survive on the ocean floor, but it doesn't mean that he can move freely under the sea. With his fleshly body and bloodline, deep under the sea, he can still feel terrible pressure. Each action consumes hundreds of times more power than on land. It is also a knife. Under the resistance and pressure of seawater, the speed of each knife becomes extremely slow and difficult. result. In such an environment, Dragon Clan True Body has clenched his teeth and kept cultivation. 3 years of cultivation. Dragon Clan True Body's perception on the knife path is getting deeper and deeper. He finally realized profound truth of Ding Hai. Without seeing the sea with your own eyes, you will never really understand the essence of Ding Hai volume. Without the kind of stormy sea you can experience in the ocean, you will never experience the power of Ding Hai. For 3 years, the cultivation base of Dragon Clan True Body, although still at law manifestation realm, has no breakthrough. But above the knife path, he already had a new insight. This day, Dragon Clan True Body is cultivation on the bottom of the sea, with closed eyes, constantly shooting and retracting. Suddenly, Dragon Clan True Body opened his eyes. In this dark and deep sea, it seems as if 2 divine lights are emitted, illuminating this deep sea. Under the reflection of this divine light, Dragon Clan True Body can clearly see that there is a faint silhouette of 3 Dao, along the undercurrent of the ocean floor, moved towards him in the direction of murderers looking. The person is not good. The speed of 3 people is extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they have come closer. 3 great experts. The Dragon Clan True Body divine consciousness is sensed at a glance. All 3 Dao silhouettes are all body fusion realm. There was a mockery in Dragon Clan True Body's eyes. I didn't see how Dragon Clan True Body moved. When the divine consciousness moved, the long knife placed on both knees suddenly bounced and fell into the palm of the hand. Dragon Clan True Body expression indifferent. Hold the dragon soul blade and cut forward. This blade, completely chopped in the air, did not chop anyone. 3 Dao silhouette who rushed over was overjoyed. It seems that this person has no means. This blade can even be cut off. 3 The thoughts in people's hearts have just risen, and suddenly the expression changes. After this blade fell, a huge vortex, heaven shaking, earth shattering suddenly formed at the edge of the blade, which stirred the entire ocean. In the deep sea, it is not obvious. If someone is standing in the sky, looking down at the sea, it will be clear that the sea water is continually gathering and rotating, forming a huge vortex. Deep in vortex, it seems to reach the bottom of the sea. In the deep sea, 3 body fusion great experts have just shot, but they are driven by the power of this huge vortex. The life source magic tool has deviated from its original trajectory. Even the fleshly body of their 3 people was a little out of control. They were moved by the force of this horrible vortex, and moved towards the direction of Dragon Soul Blade. 3 great experts. Big shock. This formidable power is so scary. This person is just law manifestation realm. How can I cut out such blade technique? This blade has completely driven the great power of the world. This is the power that body fusion great expert can only touch. The idea of 3 body fusion great experts has just risen. I saw that Dragon Clan True Body had retracted the Dragon Soul Blade and cut it out again. Oh la la. A wave of waves reaching several thousand meters was moved towards 3 people. This is not real sea water, but the heavy waves of blade chi. The waves formed contain extreme sharp edges, which can smash 10,000 objects and scream. 3 great experts didn't have much time to think about it, mudly priming the primordial spirit, condensing a Dao law technique, controlling the life source magic tool, and colliding with this wave. Bang! A loud noise. 3 great expert as if was struck by lightning. A path of fissures appeared on the robe of the body, and the body was already covered with scales, drenched with blood. In the eyes of 3 great experts, there is endless fear. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1391. Chapter 1391. Cut off the demon. Just 2 knives. 3 body fusion great experts have been hit hard. Withdraw first. The enemy cannot. Divine consciousness sound transmission of 3 great experts, by accident, moved towards far away. Crash bang. In order to make the speed reach the limit, 3 great experts appear at the same time, and they are actually the 3 creatures in sea territory, the big monsters of body fusion realm. On one of them, the body is extremely large. It is a silverfin megalodon. The huge silver fin on its back is shining with bright brilliance. According to legend, The silver fins on the back of this silverfin megalodon shark can naturally absorb water, cultivate and enhance the cultivation base, which is extremely powerful. In this sea territory, it can be regarded as one of the sharks. Normally, for many creatures such as monster race, the battle strength will climb at least 30% after being transformed into the ontology. But this silver-finned megalodon did not stay there for a while. After transfiguring the body, immediately chose to move away and flee. The other two big demon, a body, is a colorful dragonfish. According to legend, within the body of the Arowana, there is a thin dragon clan bloodline, which is a branch of the lineage of the hybrid dragon, and the potential is naturally no small matter. The body of another great demon is an ancient electric eel with blue lightning bolts flashing around, wagging its tail and traveling in the deep sea, with extremely fast speed. Want to escape? Suzaimo waved a knife. Blade chi was heavy, around his body, moved towards all around, issued a path of stormy sea, sweeping four sides. 3 Before the great demon escaped, he was engulfed by the rolling waves behind him. Hey, hey, hey. 3 The demon screamed, madly urged the primordial spirit, did his best to release a Tao law, and collided with this shocking wave. Bang! 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 3 The great demon trembled all over, and the old injuries were not healed, and new injuries were added. Among the 3 monsters' mouths and noses, a path of scarlet blood, and the viscera inside the body, were all moved by this shock. Long Mo, fellow Taoist, we are a bit famous in this southern sea, and we also asked fellow Taoist show mercy. The silver-finned megalodon shark felt the breath of death and couldn't hold it anymore. He lowered his face first and asked for mercy. You come to kill me, but want me to show mercy? Suzaimo expression mocked and asked a question. Misunderstanding. The ancient electric eel also spoke humans' words and quickly explained. We also heard that there is a person expert who is practicing blade technique and was curious in his heart, so he wanted to come and discuss with fellow Taoist. Suzaimo faint smile asked, how do you 3 know my name? 3 The great enchanter froze, and a glance of panic passed over his eyes. But soon, the silver-fin megalodon replied, no one knows the name of Divine Phoenix Island Young Master. Knowing I'm Divine Phoenix Island Young Master, dare you come and kill me? Suzaimo expression grew colder, and slowly said, who gives you so much courage? Suzaimo first arrived at Divine Phoenix Island, but in just 3 years, he has hardly touched anyone. After inheriting the position of young master, he ran to the deep sea cultivation. These 3 demon, he simply did not know. What's more, how could he resent the 3 big demon? The only possibility is that the 3 big demon are instructed. The 3 demon faces are ugly. The silver-fin megalodon was silent for a long time, and Shin said, Long Mo, we have an oath, and this is impossible to say. Don't say, let's die. Suzaimo shook his head slightly, too lazy to talk nonsense with 3 big monsters, and shot again, cutting forward. This time, Dragon Soul Blade chopped down, but did not make a sound. In the deep sea, a path of ripple waves emerged, and moved towards 3 great monsters rippling away. This blade, silent, contains a fatal killing intent. Long Mo, you bully intolerably. The silver-finned megalodon shouted, and suddenly opened a bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, exposing its huge, sharp teeth. In his eyes, a flash of ruthlessness flashed. Puff puff puff. This mouthful of silver teeth suddenly fell off the mouth of the silver-fin megalodon shark, still stained with blood, like a path of long sword flying sword, moved towards Suzaimo stabbed. This is the hand of the silver-fin megalodon. This huge tooth, which he has cultivated for so many years, contains most of his actions. After this move is released, even if he can survive, the battle strength is greatly reduced. To this day, he can't care much. The Arowana and the ancient electric eel also released their life-saving cards, a path of talisman and a path of secret technique. Ka, ka, ka. These giant teeth collided with the rippling ripples of the Dragon Soul Blade, and they instantly shattered into pieces. sinking into the ocean floor. You know, there are thousands of silverfin megalodon sharks. It was destroyed by Suzaimo in this way. The secret technique released by Arowana and ancient electric eel can't stop the blade ripples. The talismans of the two great demon are all chopped up by these heavy ripples. 3. The demon opened his mouth and spit out a large pool of blood. Countless wounds were added to the three people, and the internal organs inside the body were chopped out by this ripple with a path of bloodstains and scars. The expression of the three demon divided into three directions, moved towards distant escape. This is after all the Southern Sea. They have lived in the Southern Sea for 10,000 years and are more familiar with the terrain, environment, and everything of the Southern Sea than Suzaimo. They believe that as long as they are wide enough, the three monsters can use the terrain of the Southern Sea to get rid of Suzaimo. Suzaimo looked at the three big monsters who had fled, still sitting on the ground, and never got up. To be precise, from the appearance of three demon, he did not get up. Suzaima closed her eyes suddenly. Pursuing the feeling in my heart is like a daily cultivation practice, wielding a knife. This blade is like a heavenly steed, soaring across the skies. Originally, because of this battle in the deep sea, this sea territory was already a stormy sea, and the waves were turbulent. But after this blade was cut out, this sea territory was instantly calm. Big Southern Sea, calm and tranquil. And the three demon did not escape far. A saber light dropping from the sky, chopped on top of their heads. Their bodies suddenly froze, their eyes dimmed. Three demon, primordial spirit, body dies and Tao disappears. At the same time, Suzaimo has sensed the situation over Azure Lotus true body and feel relieved. 3 years of cultivation. Although he has improved a lot on the knife path, but his cultivation realm is still hovering around the law manifestation realm great perfection and cannot go any further. The road to true cultivation, the harder it gets, it is even more difficult to break through the great realm. Azure Lotus true body was nourished by immemorial divine spring, coupled with good fortune. Azure Lotus growing to 7th grade, it was only one step into body fusion. Dragon Clan True Body wants to step into the body fusion realm. I don't know how long it will take. Maybe 10 years, maybe 100 years. If there is no opportunity, even 1,000 years, thousands of years are possible. Such things can't be rushed. It's time to go back. Suzaimo softly muttered, ready to leave for Divine Phoenix Island. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1392 Chapter 1392, Penglai Invitation, Divine Phoenix Island. Many cultivator treads the sky, overlooking the sea, discussed spiritedly. Just now, this Southern Sea made such a big noise. And I don't know what kind of war broke out below. I guess it's most likely a shot by great expert. Mo Ying stood aside, frowning slightly, expressing concern. At this moment, a cultivator came not far away, wearing a white shirt, quite elegant, gentle expression, smiling. Great expert Tenfeng. Many cultivators saw this person and quickly saluted. Although 3 years ago, great expert Tenfeng failed to lead Dragon Soul Blade, but he has been operating on Divine Phoenix Island for many years and still has an unshakable position. Even more how? Great expert Tenfeng itself is the owner of another Divine Phoenix bone. For 3 years, great expert Tenfeng faced the Southern Sea, and only recently returned to freedom and returned. After all, the great expert Tenfeng was extremely restrained from the beginning to the end in the Dragon Spirit Hall. What are you talking about? Great expert Tenfeng asked with a smile. It was just that the Southern Sea was suddenly breaking and raging, and we were speculating that there should be peak experts in the Southern Sea, a cultivator said quickly. Ah! Great expert Tenfeng slightly nodded, saying, now the sea is calm. It seems that this battle has ended, and everyone has dispersed. Don't surround it. As you bid. Many cultivators are arching their hands, ready to turn away. Oh la la. Just then, there was a sound of water from the sea. 3 huge silhouettes emerged from the sea, filled with heavy bloody chi. Kunxi looked subconsciously, can't help but change color. Not good. It's a silverfin megalodon. Ah, That's an ancient electric eel. One more arowana. Hey, right? As soon as the exclamation sounded, everyone noticed anomalies. The bodies of the 3 sea territory creatures are all scaly and bruised. Although the blood still radiates huge energy, it has no life aura. The energy emitted by this blood is so powerful. The 3 real estate cultivation realm of sea territory, I am afraid that it will reach the body fusion realm. Strange, how could the bodies of the 3 monster beasts jump out of the sea by themselves? At this moment, there were cultivators' eyes, and underneath the corpses of 3 monster beasts, there was a silhouette, with red hair, wearing scarlet robes, holding 3 huge monster beast corpses in one hand, and holding one in the other long knife. This is quite a few cultivator. Suzumo became the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. Although he was announced on Divine Phoenix Island, he later went to sea cultivation and barely showed up. When the island's cultivator saw Suzumo, he could not immediately recognize it. Only the eyes of great expert Tenfeng flickered, and then they resumed as usual. Mo Ying recognized Suzumo at a glance, and finally a smile appeared on his face. With relief, he came to Suzumo and bowed, saluted. "Young master, you are finally back." "Meet the young master." The cultivator on Divine Phoenix Island reacted and saluted. The status of Divine Phoenix Island young master can be described as an under 1 person on the island, above 10,000 people. And you can use magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. Even elder of some body fusion realm, when they see Suzumo, they have to be saluted. Suzumo's eyes turned and fell on the great expert Tenfeng. Great expert Tenfeng smiled, moved towards Suzumo, bowed slightly, and said, "Heavenly Phoenix, I have seen young master." The smile of great expert Tenfeng is very sincere. It seems to make people feel like a spring breeze, unconsciously feeling goodwill and trust. "Young master, this is." Great expert Tenfeng pointed to the bodies of the 3 big monsters held by Suzumo, and said, "If I read correctly, these 3 big monsters are big monsters named subduing a region in the Southern Sea." "Do not know," Suzumo said. "I wanted to besiege me on the bottom of the sea and I slaughtered it." The flesh and blood of these 3 monsters was precious and just brought up for the island's cultivator to eat. Even if the demon body falls, it is full of treasure. Not to mention some bones and minions, the flesh and blood of these big demon alone contains extremely pure energy. Moreover, the energy of flesh and flesh, which has just fallen, is not so violent, relatively soft, and is most suitable for eating. The surrounding cultivator heard these words, and they all shouted, quite excited. Suzumo kept the 3 monsters in the crowd and said, "Let's handle them." "Young master is generous." Great expert Tenfeng couldn't help but sigh. These 3 demon are all fierce in the Southern Sea domain, didn't expect. But they were beheaded by the young master. "I don't think the young master has stepped into the body fusion realm. Didn't expect that there is such a battle strength. It is really amazing." If you change to someone else and hear these words of praise, you will inevitably show some joy. However, Suzumo expressed calmly and suddenly asked, "I lived with these 3 big monsters. So why do you say they want to kill me?" "I don't know." Great expert Tenfeng pondered, then said, "The reason is nothing more than vendetta, or what treasure is planned. I speculate that these 3 big demon fancy what treasure was on the young master." Seeing the young master is just law manifestation realm, he became greedy. This explanation makes sense. Correct. Great expert Tenfeng suddenly took out a gold yellow invitation from the storage bag and handed it to Suzumo, saying, "The other day, Divine Phoenix Island received an invitation from the Eastern Sea Penglai Island young master and invited the young master to Eastern Sea Tells." Eastern Sea Penglai, Suzumo softly muttered and took the invitation. On the invitation, there was a big line of red characters, as if burning a flame, and revealed a bit of sharpness. "Listening to Divine Phoenix Island young master new establishment. Gratifying. I am also very curious about Longmo fellow Taoist." At this time, as the Eastern Sea hibiscus blooms, rarely seen. I will specially invite Longmo fellow Taoist to come here to enjoy the flowers and drink tea. I hope fellow Taoist 10,000 do not leave. Interu cultivation. There are 2 islands and 1 house. These 2 islands refer to Southern Sea Divine Phoenix Island and Eastern Sea Penglai Island. Mo Ying took the invitation and glanced at it, nodded, and said, "It is indeed an invitation to Penglai Island." "Who is the Penglai Island young master?" Suzaimo asked. "Penglai Island young master, Dao name Xuan Shuang, body fusion realm." Mo Ying said, "Penglai Island has similarities with Divine Phoenix Island. Most of the cultivators on the island are also practicing knife paths. It's just that most of the knife lanes left by Blade Sovereign are widely open and powerful. And the knife lane inheritance on Penglai Island is weird and feminine, very tricky, very ruthless." "How is the relationship between the 2 islands?" Suzaimo asked again. "It's okay," Mo Ying said, "because the 2 island cultivators are cultivating knife paths. It is inevitable to learn from each other, but there is no deep hatred and no major conflict has erupted. This invitation is very polite. Young master may wish to check it out at Penglai Island." "Oh?" Suzaimo frowned. Mo Ying explained, "Once the young master is established, even if there is no invitation from Xuan Shuang Great Expert, the young master will have to go to Penglai Island sooner or later." 2. On the Penglai Island, when the Fusang tree blooms, the opportunity is rare. Fusang tree is the divine tree of the Eastern Sea. According to legend, the hibiscus blossoms, and every flower will bloom aflame, which is extremely stunning. There was even a cultivator, watching the hibiscus flowers blooming and realizing. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1393. Chapter 1393 Sacred Volcano. Heavenly Phoenix. "What do you say?" Suzaimo asked casually. Great Expert Tanfeng laughed, saying, "My thoughts are the same as Mo Ying, and it is recommended that the young master go to Penglai Island to make an appointment. The blade technique inheritance of Penglai Island is quite strange. If the young master can take a look, there may be new insights. Moreover, when you go to Penglai, the young master doesn't have to worry about any safety issues. Even if Penglai Island is bold, he won't dare to think of an island young master. Young master, rest assured, I will stay with the young master during this trip, and will protect the young master to return unscathed." Great Expert Tanfeng said confidently. "Okay." Suzaimo nodded, said, "That's the case. Then go to Penglai Island to see Heavenly Phoenix. You can arrange it." "It is good." Great Expert Tanfeng bowed down and soon disappeared. No one is more familiar with such things than him. Suzaimo looked at the departure of Great Expert Tanfeng. His eyes flickered, looking thoughtful, softly muttered, "Eastern Sea, Eastern Sea." But half an hour, everything was ready. There are not many people accompanying this time. There are only 2 body fusion great experts, namely Great Expert Tanfeng and Mo Ying. The remaining law manifestation Dao monarch has more than 10 people. Jing Ming and Jing Sheng, who had disputes with Suzaimo in the Dragon Spirit Hall, were among them. Came to the beach. I saw Great Expert Tanfeng's fingers changing continuously, radiating a path of divine light, submerged into the sea, and slamming, "Come out." It didn't take long for the voice to fall, and a large shadow suddenly appeared under the sea not far away. Immediately afterwards, the sea surface bulged, and a huge monster slowly rose up to the surface, carrying a huge turtle shell on its back, like a huge land. Great Expert Tanfeng said, "This is the Dragon Tortoise supported by Divine Phoenix Island. With it carrying us, we can reach Penglai Island in about 10 days. Dragon Tortoise, pure blood ominous beast family. It is rumored that its within the body is also inheriting a trace of dragon blood. Moreover, this Dragon Tortoise has been practiced in body fusion realm." Suzaimo and the others descended on Dragon Tortoise's back. This Dragon Tortoise didn't say a word. The thick limbs moved, breaking through the huge waves, and moved towards Dongfeng. Moved away, The speed was amazing. From a distance, it looks like a moving continent. Suzumo and the others floated on the sea for 10 or 7 days. These days, they have encountered many powerful creatures in the sea territory, but after seeing this dragon tortoise of Divine Phoenix Island, they chose to avoid each other. On this day, a large area of land appeared in front of everyone's sight. Arrived. Great expert Tenfeng slowly got up. Eastern Sea, Penglai Island. The cultivator patrolling the island also noticed the situation on the sea long ago, and immediately notified. A short time later, a large group of cultivator greeted from Penglai Island. The head of the man looked very young, wearing a white gown, with a magnificent manner, and shouted in the distance, "Divine Phoenix Island young master ahead, Long Mo fellow Taoist, right?" Under Xuan Shuang, long known I saw it today, and it was truly amazing. Suzumo also smiled slightly, saying, "Xuan Shuang fellow Taoist is kind." Xuan Shuang's eyes fell on the great expert Tenfeng and Mo Ying behind Suzumo, nodded, and said, "The two people are also old knowledge. I trust you have been well since we last met." Meet Xuan Shuang fellow Taoist. Great expert Tenfeng and Mo Ying both bowed slightly. Although the cultivation realm of 3 people is the same, after all, Xuan Shuang is expensive as an island young master and has a distinguished position. 2 people cannot lose the courtesy. "Long Mo fellow Taoist please." Xuan Shuang leaned slightly sideways, inviting, and said, "Today, Fusang tree is blooming, fellow Taoist comes just right. Let me see it in the flower pavilion." "It is good." Suzumo nodded, and did not quit. Under Xuan Shuang's leadership, the crowd went all the way. Not long after, a towering mountain emerged in front of the mountain. On top of the mountain, lava was gushing, the heat was rising, and the sky was gone. "Fusang tree, right in this volcano," Xuan Shuang explained. "Normally, this volcano will be silent, but once the Fusang tree is blooming, this volcano will erupt and erupt. This is not an ordinary volcano. This is sacred volcano on Penglai Island. Its most central lava, even if the body fusion great expert falls, it will be easily incinerated." At this time, the law manifestation Dao monarch following Suzumo and the others was already sweating. It is 10 li away from sacred volcano. But these law manifestation Dao monarch can't bear it anymore. Xuan Shuang slightly smiled, saying, "Just stay here, keep going, you all have your life worried." As for Long Mo fellow Taoist, naturally you don't have to worry. Although Suzumo is also a law manifestation realm, relying on Dragon Clan true body, this temperature has little effect on him. "Long Mo fellow Taoist, please follow me." Xuan Shuang went ahead and continued, "Here, you can't see the Fusang tree at all." The ancestors of Penglai Island, who had taken the risk, established a flower viewing pavilion in an area of sacred volcano. When we boarded sacred volcano and arrived at the flower viewing pavilion, we could clearly see Fusang tree. Suzumo expression calmly followed Xuan Shuang. After the great expert Tenfeng arrived here, a strange smile of found mystery appeared on his face, but soon disappeared. The closer you are to sacred volcano, the more horrible the heat becomes. Surrounded by sacred volcano, it has long been reduced to ruins. There is no vegetation or vegetation. At the feet of sacred volcano, the gap between the crowds gradually came to light. Among them, the 3 body fusion great experts behind the great expert Tenfeng, and Mo Ying, were all lightly red, exuding a layer of fine sweat beads on their foreheads, breathing slightly. And Suzumo, great expert Tenfeng, and Xuan Shuang all expressed as usual. Great expert Tenfeng and Xuan Shuang too were heart-shivered with cold, although they did not speak. They are body fusion realm and heaven chosen of body fusion realm. One island an island young master and the other has a dive phoenix bone. The bloodline is amazing and can naturally withstand this temperature. But Long Mo is just law manifestation realm, and it's not changed. Everyone climbed and went on. Hong Long Long. After boarding sacred volcano, everyone could clearly hear the roar of the volcanic eruption. which was appalling. In this roar, everyone felt a small feeling. It seems that once this sacred volcano gets angry, the lava hiding the sky and covering the earth will fall, and everyone will be burned to ashes. Everyone kept walking, getting closer to the top of the mountain. After walking for a while, a huge pavilion finally appeared in front of me. Just right in front of us. Xuanzang pointed at the pavilion in front and said a word, speeding up his pace. At this point, the three body fusion great experts behind Mo Ying and Xuanzang were already gasping for breath, sweating, and their lips were chapped. Even the faces of Xuanzang, great expert Tan Feng, and Suzaimo were slightly red. Suzaimo was shocked. This has not really reached the volcanic crater, but the heat waves emitted by the lava have such formidable power. How terrifying will the lava that erupts in the volcano? Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1394. Chapter 1394. You really are. Look at you. Xuanzang stood in the flower pavilion and pointed forward. Following Xuanzang's eyes, everyone looked. At this angle, just looking down at this huge volcano, I saw the hot lava flowing inside, red as blood, and the rolling heat waves, which was extremely shocking. What's more shocking is that in this volcano, a tall tree grows. The branches are full of green leaves, and flowers blooming like flames. Fusang tree. This is the divine tree in the legendary Eastern Sea. Mo Ying softly muttered. In the eyes of everyone, there was a deep shock. If it weren't for your own eyes, everyone would be unimaginable. In such a hot lava, even to have one plant grow out. Huang Wu, it really is you. At this moment, there was a resentful voice from outside the flower pavilion, full of hate. Among the people in the flower viewing pavilion, only Mo Ying was slightly surprised. He turned around, looked around, and whispered, "Who?" The rest, including Xuanzang, great expert Tan Feng, and even Suzaimo, didn't have much surprise on their faces, and it seemed that they knew this would happen. Those who can recognize him as Huang Wu must have met him. And on this Eastern Sea, there was only one person who had met him. Golden Crow Three Crown Prince. Suzaimo turned slowly and looked at the Golden Crow Three Crown Prince not far away, mocking expression, saying the same. It really is you. In fact, Suzaimo thought of Golden Crow Three Crown Prince when he heard the Eastern Sea. It is said that the forbidden area of the Golden Crow family is on the Eastern Sea Penglai Island. Listen to your tone. Have you guessed it? Great expert Tan Feng asked with a smile. Suzaimo said, it took so long for you to get started, it's really hard for you. When did you start to doubt me? Great expert Tan Feng was a little puzzled and asked, I have never shown anything strange to you, even you young master. I took the lead to meet. The first time we met, I had doubts. Suzaimo said, you asked me at the time, where did the woman who told me my divine phoenix bone went? I said that she had left long ago and never returned. Yes, that's the case. Great expert Tan Feng nodded. Suzaimo continued, hearing the news, you acted a bit regrettable, but I vaguely felt that you were relieved and relaxed a lot, because, in this way, you don't have any scruples against me. Great expert Tan Feng couldn't help laughing, nodded, and said, yes, your induction is really keen, and such subtle emotional changes have never been hidden from you. Suzaimo continued, after that, everything is beyond your control. When you were completely unprepared, I suddenly took control of Dragon Soul Blade and became the Divine Phoenix Island Young Master. Hearing this, great expert Tan Feng's face sank immediately. Suzaimo asked, the other three monsters who shot me down the other day are yours. Not bad. This is the end, there is no need to conceal. Great expert Tan Feng nodded, said, at that time, I got a secret letter from Penglai Island, saying in the letter that you are legendary Huang Wu Dao monarch. In the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, suppress and killed a lot of body fusion great experts, famous under the heavens. I naturally have doubts about this. Suzaimo continued. So you let the three monsters besiege me, you just want to try my means. Not bad. Great expert Tan Feng said, I saw three so-so monsters die so sharply, I decided to join forces with Penglai Island. Great Expert Tenfeng, how dare you collude with Penglai Island to murder the young master? It was not until this moment that Mo Ying reacted, expressing coldness and questioning. I am afraid that only Mo Ying was in the dark among the crowd. Su Zimo originally thought that Mo Ying was also bought by Great Expert Tenfeng. After all, Mo Ying originally suggested that he come to Penglai Island. Now it seems that Mo Ying is really unaware. Heavenly Phoenix, you are from the Divine Phoenix Island. Doing such a rebellion is worthy of your conscience. Is it worthy of what the Island Lord taught you over the years? Mo Ying was out of breath and questioned again. Until now, she couldn't understand why the original was still Wenru Iroh, the Great Expert Tenfeng who was kind to others. How could it suddenly become like this? Conscience? Great Expert Tenfeng's mouth slightly tilted, and laughed at himself, saying, I'd like to ask you, is the Island Lord passing the position of young master to an outsider? Is he worthy of conscience? Who can control Dragon Soul Blade? Who is the Divine Phoenix Island young master? This is the rule set by Blade Sovereign. The Island Lord only acts according to the ancestral teachings. Why is it wrong? Mo Ying argued loudly. Hee. Great Expert Tenfeng laughed and said, I Heavenly Phoenix was born on Divine Phoenix Island and grew up on Divine Phoenix Island. How much have I paid for Divine Phoenix Island over the years? Because I can't control Dragon Soul Blade, Island Lord just passed the young master to an outsider. I don't accept it. What? Great Expert Tenfeng worked hard on Divine Phoenix Island. Didn't expect. Once Su Zimo stepped on his head, he couldn't accept it simply. Dragon Soul Blade belongs to me. The young master belongs to me too. Great Expert Tenfeng didn't hide his killing intent, and slowly said, I don't care who you are, if you dare to grab something from me, there is only dead end. You Huang Wu can take control of Dragon Soul Blade. It's just because someone has implanted a Dive Phoenix bone in your fleshly body. As long as I can take your Divine Phoenix bone and have 2 Divine Phoenix bones, I also can control Dragon Soul Blade. Mo Ying coldly said, Heavenly Phoenix, if you continue to be obsessed today, what's the use of your Dragon Soul Blade? You will be hunted down by everyone on Divine Phoenix Island and you can't go back for life. Ha 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 ha. Great Expert Tenfeng couldn't help but laugh. Mo Ying, you are so naive. Today, none of you can leave. Huang Wu is dead. I will push it all clean. Divine Phoenix Island young master, only I will sit. Great Expert Tenfeng had already discussed everything with Penglai Island and Golden Crow Clan. As long as Huang Wu died, he pushed the matter to Golden Crow Clan and he could stay out of the matter. When he takes Dragon Soul Blade back to Divine Phoenix Island, who knows the truth? Great Expert Tenfeng said so much, and finally pour out all the depression and anger that has been in my heart over the years. His eyes turned and landed on Su Zimo's face. Su Zimo's expression still looks calm and unconcerned. He seems to have no awareness at all. He is already in danger, and body dies and Dao disappears at any time. This calmness makes Great Expert Tenfeng frown very irritable. There is something I don't understand. Great Expert Tenfeng stared at Su Zimo. Shin said, since you already doubt me, why should you follow me? Because you want to plot my Divine Phoenix bone. I have the same idea. Su Zimo also laughed and said, if you are honest, I will never shoot at you. But if you are courting death yourself, then no wonder I am. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1395 Chapter 1395 8 Sects Locking Dragon Formation. Before that, even if Su Zimo suspected Great Expert Tenfeng, he couldn't get his shot. As Great Expert Tenfeng said, he never showed any hostility or even outrageous behavior. Even if Su Zimo wanted to deal with Great Expert Tenfeng, there was no chance. But it's different now. I haven't revealed you. I just want to see how long you can endure. Su Zimo expression mocked and said, now you look like that. Huang Wu, you still want to take away my Divine Phoenix bone. Think about your own situation. Great Expert Tenfeng said with a sneer, since I chose to show you a showdown, I made 10,000 full preparations. Even if you are Huang Wu Dao monarch, I still have to hate this today. Just by you? Suzaimo slightly smiled, his eyes turned, and he fell on the Golden Crow Crown Prince, and said, "There is this futile man, just want to kill me." Huang Wu Dao monarch. Hearing the word waste man, Golden Crow Crown Prince's face sank instantly, gnashing teeth. At the beginning of the battle in Heaven and Earth Valley, his third claw, the claw of the divine phoenix transfigured by Suzaimo, was born and abolished. Although, body fusion great expert can be reborn with a broken arm. But like the third leg of the Golden Crow family, Heaven's Eye clan's heavenly eye, once severely damaged, it is difficult to heal. This is tantamount to ruining most of the Golden Crow Crown Prince. Today, the Golden Crow Crown Prince is still the body fusion realm, but the battle strength is not as good as before. Ranking at the end of the Golden Crow tens. Such a deep hatred, without skinning and cramping Suzaimo, frustrating his ashes, will hardly calm his resentment. Xiu Anshuang, as a Penglai Island young master, today you are going to help Golden Crow clan and murder me Divine Phoenix Island young master? Mo Ying still refused to give up. He asked loudly. Say these are useless. Suzaimo shook his head and said, since Penglai Island invited me here, I didn't plan to let me leave alive. Clever. Xiu Anshuang nodded. Praise it. Suzaimo's words turned around. His eyes glanced at Xiu Anshuang and the others, and said, however, with a few of you, you can't hurt me. Great expert Ten Feng, counting Xiu Anshuang and the three body fusion great experts behind him, as well as the Golden Crow Crown Prince, are just 6 great experts. This battle is far worse than Heaven and Earth Valley. Huang Wu, don't worry. Golden Crow Crown Prince smiled grimly and said, since I know that Divine Phoenix Island young master is you, I have prepared a great gift for you. Start. Golden Crow Crown Prince was shocked, loudly shouted. Tone barely fell. Around the whole pavilion, suddenly burst out a path of gorgeous brilliance, filled with a very strange power, like a path of shackles, moved towards Suzaimo's body wrapped around it. Around this flower pavilion, Early had the great formation early, waiting for Suzaimo to step in. Strangely, the power of this formation only affected Suzaimo, while Mo Ying felt nothing. Suzaimo suddenly frowned. Stuck into this great formation, he felt that his bloodline was suppressed by a strange power. Even his primordial spirit was not spared. This great formation is a formula passed down from immemorial era upper realm, named 8 sects, which is specifically for Dragon Clan. Golden Crow Crown Prince said, how about, Huang Wu? Doesn't it feel like bloodline and primitive spirit within the body have been imprisoned and cannot be urged? Whatever your secret technique, the divine ability bloodline, are all gone. You are now half a waste. Mo Ying expression grave, tightly guarding in front of Suzaimo. Suzaimo also said nothing. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, Golden Crow Crown Prince was even more proud of thinking that he had fully controlled the situation and couldn't help laughing. Huang Wu, don't think about breaking the formation. Golden Crow Crown Prince continued. This formation was built here with the help of the lava power of this sacred volcano. With your power, simply cannot break this great formation. Of course, I also heard that your accomplishments in formula are extremely high. Unfortunately, I won't give you this time and opportunity to dismiss. Golden Crow Crown Prince, you are too naive. Suzaimo slowly said, I said, if you want to kill me, it's up to you guys. And what kind of lockup? Simply doesn't work. The words didn't fall. Suzaimo's eyes suddenly ignited 2 blazing flames, burst out 2 scarlet-haired divider lights, and moved towards Golden Crow. Emperor shot away. Eye of torch shining. Golden Crow was so ashamed-faced. Laughter came to an abrupt end. Golden Crow the Emperor immediately transformed into the body, turned into a golden light, and moved towards fleeing away. This golden light was in the air. Immediately, A scream came. Golden Crow Three Crown Prince's figure is re-emerged. A golden wing has been pierced by Eye of Torch shining, which has scorched a large block. Golden Crow's body speed belongs to peak in 9 great ferocious clans. Golden Crow Three Crown Prince broke the third leg and the battle strength diminished, but it did not affect his body style. Even so, the eye technique is instantly approaching, and one of the wings of the Golden Crow Three Crown Prince is pierced. If he reacts slightly, I'm afraid he has become a corpse. Suzaimo felt a little sorry. This time, he ran to kill Golden Crow Three Crown Prince. Of course, this time the eye technique is also really not completely without harvest. In addition to damaging the Golden Crow Three Crown Prince, a body fusion great expert from Penglai Island behind him was suppressed and killed on the spot. Suzaimo's shot was unpredictable and extremely sudden, coupled with eye technique instantaneous, extremely fast. Although the Golden Crow Three Crown Prince reacted and walked away, the body fusion great expert standing behind him was unguarded. In the wrong expression, Eye of Torch shining pierced his eyebrows. Not to mention the primordial spirit, the entire head of this great expert was burned with a big hole. How could this be? Xuan Shuang slightly frowned. A little anxiety rose in my heart. You don't have to worry, Golden Crow Three Crown Prince loudly said. This Huang Wu's eye technique can be activated without the primordial spirit. After this eye technique is released, Huang Wu will not have any whole cards. Is it? Suzaimo smiled, and put a palm on the storage bag, and took out a chill from it, overpowering the wanton knife. The blade is almost transparent, and you can see the keels inside. Dragon Soul Blade. Suzaimo holds Dragon Soul Blade in his hand and makes a big move forward. Oh la la! Blade chi burst out, and a layer of heaven overflowing giant wave condensed, and moved towards Golden Crow Three Crown Prince swallowed up. On the sword, surrounded by dragon chi, a divine dragon condensed, tumbling in the stormy sea, exuding endless majesty, and moved towards everyone. How could this be? Golden Crow Three Crown Prince. This blade derives such a powerful mood, which means that Suzaimo's primordial spirit is not subject to any restrictions at all. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1396. Chapter 1396. Ding Hai. I have to say that the formula passed down from Upper Realm by immemorial era is indeed formidable power. After starting, Suzaimo's bloodline has been completely locked. No matter how he urged him, it would be difficult to activate bloodline. Normally, his primordial spirit cannot escape the locked end. It's just that the Sea of Consciousness of Dragon Clan True Body is really scary. At the beginning, life-cutting curse released by Wuxi self-destruction primordial spirit, Azure Lotus True Body was almost suppressed and killed, but Dragon Clan True Body was not affected at all. In the Sea of Consciousness of Dragon Clan True Body, there is not only a dormant divine tortoise, but also 3 light balls with terrifying atmosphere. The power of the 8 sects sudden dragon formation, which had just landed in the Sea of Consciousness, was erased by 3 balls of light. Therefore, although Suzaimo cannot urge bloodline, there is no restriction on the primordial spirit. Even if he loses the great killing artifact of fleshly body and bloodline, he still has a lot of powerful cards to use. The Dragon Soul Blade was cut out, and the sound of the tsunami and dragon's roar broke out at the same time. HMPH. Xuan Shuang coldly snorted, reprimanded. On this sacred volcano, you used Ding Hai Blade technique, you are asking for trouble. Xuan Shuang took out Life Source Magic Tool, which is also a long knife. This knife looks extremely out of the ordinary. Without the thickness and power of Dragon Soul Blade, it is relatively narrow and slender, like a poisonous python. Xuan Shuang runs his mind, and fiercely chops off the huge waves of assaults the senses. Sting. A hot blade chi burst out, splitting the oncoming huge wave into 2 halves, and a squealing sound of water and fire collision came. Even the dragon, which was transformed by a Dragon Soul Blade, was cut off by it. Xuan Shuang, as a body fusion great expert and a Penglai Island young master, is naturally the most top heaven-chosen evildoer. Compared with the title of the major super sect, it is also strong. However, in the knife lane, he was not yet able to compete with Suzaimo. The reason why Suzaimo can break the blade technique is because of the law manifestation. Xuan Shuang's cultivation technique, the attribute is fire. On top of this sacred volcano, the formidable power of this cultivation technique has reached the extreme. In contrast, every blade of Dinghai volume contains the artistic conception of the ocean. As soon as blade technique came out, formidable power on sacred volcano was weakened by 1 point. Suzaimo expression remains the same. This blade, like a heavenly steed, soaring across the skies, has no trace. But all of a sudden, heaven and earth seemed to be still. Xuan Shuang watched Dragon Soul Blade and slowly fell off from the top of his head, but he couldn't move. Xuan Shuang finally showed horror. Legend has it that Blade Sovereign Inheritance is the most terrifying blade technique of formidable power. Over the years, although the cultivator of the two islands has been studied countless times, this type of blade technique has never been released. Even in the impression of Kungsu, this type of blade technique has become a legend of nothingness. Now, when Dinghai came down, Xuan Shuang felt the fear of watching the blade coming down, but couldn't escape the resistance. Kang Lang. At this moment, the sound of the blade's sheath slamming suddenly. A stunning blade light came, and the sword intention was exactly similar to Dinghai, and the Dragon Soul Blade moved towards Suzaimo was cut off. Two kinds of almost identical knife collisions, kill each other, offset, and devour. Xuan Shuang immediately broke away from the shroud of the terror. Expression was horrified, and before he knew it, he was scared out of cold sweat. Suzaimo's eyes narrowed. Heavenly Phoenix. This scene was somewhat unexpected. Didn't expect. You even realized Dinghai style, Suzaimo said. Only before, it was the great expert Tanfeng who took the shot and released the Dinghai style to save Xuan Shuang. Great expert Tanfeng's mouth slightly tilted, proudly saying, Huang Wu, you look down on me. My heavenly phoenix, it's more than that. Great expert Tanfeng is deeply hidden. Not to mention Suzaimo, even Mo Ying didn't know his true strength. Mo Ying didn't know great expert Tanfeng actually cultivated success. Oh, what else do you do? Suzaimo frowned. Great expert Tanfeng Shin said, today I joined forces with Penglai, Golden Crow Clan, just to make sure that 10,000 is not lost. Huang Wu, without these 8 sects lock the dragon array, even if it is one-on-one fight, you may not be mine opponent. Is it? Suzaimo laughed and said, then you receive my one move. Suzaimo urged the divine consciousness, and a sudden divine light burst into the eyebrow, sinking into the sky. Divine abilities power diffuse. Hong Long. There was a loud noise in the sky. The clouds burst, a stout and huge stone pillar dropping from the sky, exuding terrifying coercion, moved towards great expert Tanfeng hit it. This stone pillar is grey, and a 5-clawed divine dragon is climbing on it. It is vivid and lifelike, as if it can suppress the 10,000 family. Suzaimo's second innate divine ability, Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar. This innate divine ability came, and the war broke out completely. 2 body fusion great experts on Penglai Island, besieging Mo Ying. Although Mo Ying is only one person, he fights with 2 body fusion great experts, but does not fall into the wind. And Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince, great expert Tanfeng, and Xuan Shuang 3 people met Suzaimo. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince and Xuan Shuang exploded, and moved towards this ancestral dragon divine pillar. At the same time, great expert Tanfeng urged bloodline and raised the sky, and a loud phoenix sound broke out. The power of chi and blood skyrocketed, and he slashed to ancestral dragon divine pillar. Bang! Heaven shaking, earth shattering cry. Ancestral dragon divine pillar was crushed by 3 people together. Ha 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 ha. Great expert Tanfeng said with a big smile, legendary 10,000 ancient demon evil, but that's it. Let me see your means. Tone barely fell, the body of great expert Tanfeng flickered, and he immediately came to Suzaimo, cut it with a knife. Crash bang. This blade not only cuts out the heavy meaning, the great expert Tenfeng's within the body, but also the sound of the tide. Blood as tide. The tide of bloodline resonates with the sound of the tidal wave, making this blade formidable power increase. Suzaimo picked up Dragon Soul Blade and backhanded. When knives collide, fire start flowing in all directions. Suzaimo was so shocked that he couldn't help taking a step back. His cultivation base is, after all, a great realm lower than great expert Tenfeng. Moreover, his bloodline was imprisoned, and the power of melee was naturally inferior to that of great expert Tenfeng. At this time, Xuan Shuang also came forward and stabbed a knife. This blade, compared to the great expert Tenfeng's blade technique, seems strange and tricky, and it is invincible. Suzaimo stepped back. The Golden Crow Crown Prince relied on the agility of the body, constantly wandering around Suzaimo, waiting for the opportunity. Although his wings are injured, the threat to Suzaimo is still not small. The three great experts teamed up to completely prevail and control the situation. Suzaimo expression calm. Even if he fell into the downwind, there was still no panic in his eyes, as if everything was under his control. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1397 Chapter 1397 Divine Phoenix Bloodline. Suzaimo bloodline was banned, and the power of melee was greatly reduced. For a time, he was suppressed by three great expert Tenfeng. However, even if you can't use bloodline, with the fleshly body of great desolate monster king's secret scripture, the omniscient spiritual awareness, Suzaimo can still be undefeated. Heavenly Phoenix, how did you do that? During the war, Suzaimo was still able to tell his mind and chuckled. The great expert Tenfeng expression was cold. I silly said, Huang Wu, since you want to die, let you see my true power. Hey! Great expert Tenfeng within the body chi and blood. His whistling, through the golden cracks, is like a long phoenix of true phoenix, with endless coercion. Behind him, a divine bird burning with a raging flame gradually appeared, flapping its wings, expressing majesty and cold eyes, like a spiritual god who came to the world. This divine bird is crimson, burning with flames, no variegated feathers, and awesome. Great expert Tenfeng treads the sky, standing under the reflection of the divine bird behind it. It looks incomparable. Bloodline phenomenon. Seeing this from the corner of his eyes, Mo Ying was so shocked that he couldn't help exclaiming. Suzaimo squinted slightly, but didn't show much expression of surprise. Seeing the bloodline phenomenon rising behind the great expert Tenfeng further confirmed a speculation in his mind. Huang Wu, my flowing bloodline within the body is the blood of divine phoenix, and is not weaker than you. Great expert Tenfeng slowly said, the only thing you beat me is that there was a person expert, and for you heaven-defying changes the fate. Connect the dive phoenix bone to your within the body. Otherwise, you are simply not as good as me. It's impossible for me to take a step first and take charge of Dragon Soul Blade. As predicted, the bloodline of great expert Tenfeng is indeed the blood of divine phoenix. In fact, the Dao name of great expert Tenfeng already revealed some information. And great expert Tenfeng once told Suzaimo that half of his within the body is not human race bloodline. Great expert Tenfeng said, in the Temple of Dragon Spirit, I released Divine Phoenix Blood Essence. I wanted to blend with Divine Phoenix Bone. If it succeeds, I will transform into a Phoenix blood vein of the Taboo family. Suzaimo's heart started to understand one thing. Immemorial era, Heavenly Desolate Continent has three great taboos. But in fact, Dragon Phoenix, Kunping and are not the only taboos, such as True Phoenix, but they are also taboos. But they have not appeared in Heavenly Desolate. There are many Divine Phoenix and Divide Phoenix, but if you want to create a true Phoenix, it is 100,000,000 in 10,000 does not have one. Great expert Tenfeng shook his head slightly, passing a trace of hatred in his eyes, and said, it's just a pity, I still failed. Suzaimo's Divide Phoenix bone has been integrated into the body, but even so, he has not been able to transform into Dragon Phoenix bloodline. The Divine Phoenix bone of Great Expert Tenfeng is just a piece of bone, just the bloodline fusion, and wants to derive the Phoenix blood vein. That is whimsical. However, Huang Wu, you can safely die. Great Expert Tenfeng said, I will never waste the Divine Phoenix bone on you. With 2 Divine Phoenix bones, my transformation may increase greatly. Stop talking nonsense to him. Xiu Anshuang urged, hurry up, suppress and kill him, so as not to cause other accidents. Kill. Great Expert Tenfeng loudly shouted, behind the Divine Phoenix soaring into the sky, carrying a raging flame, moved towards Suzaimo, dived away. At the same time, the Great Expert Tenfeng III also shot at the same time, killing Suzaimo again. The most violent offensive broke out. If it is normal, Suzaimo urges bloodline, which leads to the bloodline phenomenon. Naturally, it can be shaken with this Divine Phoenix natural phenomenon. But now that his bloodline is blocked, the bloodline phenomenon is naturally unavailable. Suzaimo's expression was calm, looking at the 3 people who rushed over, pinching a magic arts with his fingertips, waving his hands in front of him, a path of grey mist permeating under his palm. This grey mist exudes a weird magic power wave, like a huge swamp, covering 3 people. Baron. Today's barrenness, in the central area, the speed of reducing life essence can be dying for 1,000 years. Great Expert Tenfeng and Xiu Anshuang are both young and have cultivated to the body fusion realm for thousands of years of cultivation. They all have more than 10,000 years of life essence. But don't say it's life essence to 10,000 years of body fusion. Great Expert, even the old ancestor of Great Ascension, is unwilling to withstand the decay of life essence. Even more. How? 1 breath, 1,000 years. This speed is so fast that no one can afford it. It's this Tao law. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince pupil shrinks, seeing the raging grey mist in Suzaimo's palm, immediately reacts, and moves towards the distance. After all, in Heaven and Earth Valley, he had seen the Baron formidable power. So he had been prepared for a while, and immediately saw him away. But Great Expert Tenfeng and Xiu Anshuang did not recognize the Baron power. When the grey ripples permeated and all 2 were involved, the talents of the 2 people were shocked, showing the horror. Life essence. My life essence, Xiu Anshuang exclaimed. Even though he is noble, as a Penglai Island young master, experienced and knowledgeable, he is now at a loss as to what to do. Life essence is falling too fast. Great Expert Tenfeng is also shocked. His first reaction was still to urge bloodline primordial spirit, condensed magic power, and wanted to compete with the Baron. But he found that the hegemony of this Tao law technique, even if the blood of Divine Phoenix was flowing in his within the body. At the same time, the Divine Phoenix natural phenomenon has descended on Suzaimo. The Baron spell has no effect on the Divine Phoenix natural phenomenon. HMPH. Suzaimo coldly snorted, stretched out his right arm, opened his palm, and moved towards this Diverge Phoenix natural phenomenon. Bang! The Divine Phoenix natural phenomenon slammed into Suzaimo's right hand, and a loud noise broke out. Suzaimo looked pale. The entire arm has been burned, torn skin and gaping flesh by this Divine Phoenix natural phenomenon. If there was no Divine Phoenix bone, his entire arm would be useless. Although bloodline was banned, the existence of the Divine Phoenix bone still blocked most of the power of the Divine Phoenix natural phenomenon. Is this not dead? Great Expert Tenfeng's pupils shrunk slightly, and his body retreated, trying to get out of the barren envelope. At this moment, in the light of fire, Suzaimo rushed out, stepping on the barren grey ripples, and immediately came to the Great Expert Tenfeng. Within the range of the Huang Wu spell, the speed of other cultivators will become extremely slow, but it had no effect on Suzaimo. I still want to go? Suzaimo's expression was cold, suddenly poked out his palm and grabbed the head of Great Expert Tenfeng. The palm of Great Expert Tenfeng was photographed on a storage bag, and a scarlet-eared bone piece was directly drawn out, and magic power was injected. This piece of bone burst into a divine light, and moved towards Suzaimo. Divine Phoenix Bone of Great Expert Tenfeng. It is good. Suzaimo looked at the greatly rises and said, I'm waiting for you. This Divine Phoenix Bone. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1398. Chapter 1398 Divine Phoenix Bloodline. Suzaimo bloodline was banned, and the power of melee was greatly reduced. For a time, he was suppressed by 3 Great Expert Tenfeng. However, even if you can't use bloodline, with the fleshly body of Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture, the omniscient spiritual awareness, Suzaimo can still be undefeated. Heavenly Phoenix, how did you do that? During the war, Suzaimo was still able to tell his mind and chuckled. The Great Expert Tenfeng expression was cold. I silly said, Huang Wu, since you want to die, let you see my true power. Hey! Great Expert Tenfeng within the body chi and blood. His whistling, through the golden cracks, is like a long phoenix of true phoenix, with endless coercion. Behind him, a divine bird burning with a raging flame gradually appeared, flapping its wings, expressing majesty and cold eyes, like a spiritual god who came to the world. This divine bird is crimson, burning with flames, no variegated feathers, and awesome. Great Expert Tenfeng treads the sky, standing under the reflection of the divine bird behind it. It looks incomparable. Bloodline phenomenon. Seeing this from the corner of his eyes, Mo Ying was so shocked that he couldn't help exclaiming. Suzaimo squinted slightly, but didn't show much expression of surprise. Seeing the bloodline phenomenon rising behind the Great Expert Tenfeng further confirmed a speculation in his mind. Huang Wu, my flowing bloodline within the body is the blood of Divine Phoenix, and is not weaker than you. Great Expert Tenfeng slowly said, the only thing you beat me is that there was a person expert, and for you heaven-defying changes the fate. Connect the Dive Phoenix Bone to your within the body. Otherwise, you are simply not as good as me. It's impossible for me to take a step first and take charge of Dragon Soul Blade. As predicted, the bloodline of Great Expert Tenfeng is indeed the blood of Divine Phoenix. In fact, the Dao name of Great Expert Tenfeng already revealed some information. And Great Expert Tenfeng once told Suzaimo that half of his within the body is not human race bloodline. Great Expert Tenfeng said, in the Temple of Dragon Spirit, I released Divine Phoenix Blood Essence. I wanted to blend with Divine Phoenix Bone. If it succeeds, I will transform into a phoenix blood vein of the Taboo family. Suzaimo's heart started to understand one thing. Immemorial era, Heavenly Desolate Continent has 3 great taboos, but in fact, Dragon Phoenix, Kunping and are not the only taboos, such as True Phoenix, but they are also taboos, but they have not appeared in Heavenly Desolate. There are many Divine Phoenix and Divide Phoenix, but if you want to create a True Phoenix, it is 100 million in 10,000 does not have one. Great Expert Tenfeng shook his head slightly, passing a trace of hatred in his eyes, and said, it's just a pity, I still failed. Suzaimo's Divide Phoenix Bone has been integrated into the body, but even so, he has not been able to transform into Dragon Phoenix bloodline. The Divine Phoenix Bone of Great Expert Tenfeng is just a piece of bone, just the bloodline fusion, and wants to derive the Phoenix blood vein. That is whimsical. However, Huang Wu, you can safely die. Great Expert Tenfeng said, I will never waste the Divine Phoenix Bone on you. With 2 Divine Phoenix Bones, my transformation may increase greatly. Stop talking nonsense to him. Xiu Anshuang urged, hurry up, suppress and kill him, so as not to cause other accidents. Kill. Great Expert Tenfeng loudly shouted, behind the Divine Phoenix soaring into the sky, carrying a raging flame, moved towards Suzaimo dived away. At the same time, the Great Expert Tenfeng 3 also shot at the same time, killing Suzaimo again. The most violent offensive broke out. If it is normal, Suzaimo urges bloodline, which leads to the bloodline phenomenon. Naturally, it can be shaken with this Divine Phoenix natural phenomenon. But now that his bloodline is blocked, the bloodline phenomenon is naturally unavailable. Suzaimo's expression was calm, looking at the 3 people who rushed over, pinching a magic arts with his fingertips, waving his hands in front of him, a path of grey mist permeating under his palm. This grey mist exudes a weird magic power wave, like a huge swamp, covering 3 people. Baron. Today's barrenness. In the central area, the speed of reducing life essence can be dying for 1,000 years. Great expert Tenfeng and Xu Anshuang are both young and have cultivated to the body fusion realm for thousands of years of cultivation. They all have more than 10,000 years of life essence. But don't say it's life essence to 10,000 years of body fusion. Great expert, even the old ancestor of great ascension, is unwilling to withstand the decay of life essence. Even more how? One breath, 1,000 years. This speed is so fast that no one can afford it. It's this Tao law. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince pupil shrinks, seeing the raging grey mist in Suzaimo's palm, immediately reacts, and moves towards the distance. After all, in Heaven and Earth Valley, he had seen the Baron formidable power. So he had been prepared for a while, and immediately saw him away. But great expert Tenfeng and Xu Anshuang did not recognize the Baron power. When the grey ripples permeated and all 2 were involved, the talents of the 2 people were shocked, showing the horror. Life essence. My life essence, Xu Anshuang exclaimed. Even though he is noble, as a Penglai Island young master, experienced and knowledgeable, he is now at a loss as to what to do. Life essence is falling too fast. Great expert Tenfeng is also shocked. His first reaction was still to urge bloodline primordial spirit, condensed magic power, and wanted to compete with the Baron. But he found that the hegemony of this Tao law technique, even if the blood of Divine Phoenix was flowing in his within the body. At the same time, the Divine Phoenix natural phenomenon has descended on Suzaimo. The Baron spell has no effect on the Divine Phoenix natural phenomenon. HMPH. Suzaimo coldly snorted, stretched out his right arm, opened his palm, and moved towards this Diverge Phoenix natural phenomenon. Bang! The Divine Phoenix natural phenomenon slammed into Suzaimo's right hand, and a loud noise broke out. Suzaimo looked pale. The entire arm has been burned, torn skin and gaping flesh by this Divine Phoenix natural phenomenon. If there was no Divine Phoenix bone, his entire arm would be useless. Although bloodline was banned, the existence of the Divine Phoenix bone still blocked most of the power of the Divine Phoenix natural phenomenon. Is this not dead? Great expert Tenfeng's pupils shrunk slightly, and his body retreated, trying to get out of the barren envelope. At this moment, in the light of fire, Suzaimo rushed out, stepping on the barren grey ripples, and immediately came to the great expert Tenfeng. Within the range of the Huangwu spell, the speed of other cultivators will become extremely slow, but it had no effect on Suzaimo. I still want to go? Suzaimo's expression was cold, suddenly poked out his palm and grabbed the head of great expert Tenfeng. The palm of great expert Tenfeng was photographed on a storage bag, and a scarlet-eared bone piece was directly drawn out, and magic power was injected. This piece of bone burst into a divine light, and moved towards Suzaimo. Divine Phoenix bone of great expert Tenfeng. It is good. Suzaimo looked at the greatly rises and said, I'm waiting for you. This Divine Phoenix bone. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1399. Chapter 1399. Half Ancestor. Su. In the heart of Suzaimo's eyebrow, a bronze cauldron flew out. His body was covered with cracks, exuding an ancient atmosphere, like walking through the great desolate era. Bronze cauldron blocked in front of Suzaimo. Divine Phoenix bone in the hands of great expert Tenfeng. The scarlet-eared divine light that burst out, although the formidable power is powerful, and can even penetrate the great expert fleshly body, but hit the bronze cauldron without causing any ripples. Call. On the contrary, bronze cauldron, under the control of Suzaimo, moved towards great expert Tenfeng fiercely. If it is normal, great expert Tenfeng urges magic power and bloodline, which can easily avoid this collision. But at this moment, he was plunged into the desolate fog, moving slowly, watching bronze cauldron run over, but he couldn't escape at all. Great Expert Ten Feng's response was also extremely fast. He moved the long knife with one hand, and moved towards Bronze Cauldron. At the same time, he urged the Divine Phoenix Bone, and once again burst into a scarlet-eared flame, hitting Bronze Cauldron. When the long sword slashed on Bronze Cauldron, fire started flowing in all directions. Great Expert Ten Feng was shocked, but felt that his arm was numb, and the blade trembled. He almost flew away. You know, this long knife is his life source magic tool, which is also the innate magic tool. He once made it with Divine Phoenix blood sacrifice, and can even compete with Dragon Soul Blade. But at this moment, the long knife was chopped on Bronze Cauldron, and the blade was buzzing and shaking, as if there was a sound of wailing. Great Expert Ten Feng couldn't care less. With the help of the violent countershock power of both sides, he urged Bloodline magic power to evacuate and break free from the barren scope. However, just after his figure just jumped, he felt a silhouette flashed in front of him, and Suzaimo had come forward, like a python, winding up along his body. Suzaimo's expression is cold, takes a deep breath, and suddenly emits strength. Python dogging. Every muscle in Suzaimo's body will swell and burst, and can constantly squeeze the space of Great Expert Ten Feng, even hang it. Great Expert Ten Feng made a subconscious effort, but did not break away. He felt that Suzaimo's body was only weak and weak, but after being entangled, he became as hard as a stone in an instant. Not good. Great Expert Ten Feng, the scalp exploded, heart shivered with cold. Huang Wu is going to hang me. Under a severe crisis, the heart of Great Expert Ten Feng was beating fiercely, almost exploding, bursting out a path of turbulent bloodline. The sky shouted, and Feng Ming shone. Great Expert Ten Feng felt the threat of death. This time the bloodline broke out and has already tried his best. Suzaimo strangled with all his strength. Great Expert Ten Feng desperately broke free. Two people crazy wrestling. If Suzaimo's bloodline is not banned and bloodline erupts, in a blink of an eye, the Great Expert Ten Feng can be hanged. But at this time, Suzaimo was unable to use bloodline, and he was in a stalemate with Great Expert Ten Feng. By this time, the barren spell had dissipated. Suddenly, outside the pavilion of flower viewing, two golden lights suddenly appeared, just like lightning and rushing thunder, and they were just around the corner, emitting endless killing intent. The terrible divine consciousness comes down. Mo Ying was so shocked that she changed color. This coercion even made her feel choking for a while. Not good. Half-Ancestor is here. Mo Ying was shocked. A glance at the corner of her eyes saw the two golden lights, and her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. These two golden lights, chi and blood, are turbulent, and the breath on your body is exactly similar to the Golden Crow 2 Crown Prince. It is extremely hot, obviously the Golden Crow family. Half-Ancestor expert by Ferocious Clan. Finished. Mo Ying was desperate. At the same time, Suzaimo felt the crisis. The habitat of Golden Crow Clan is on this Penglai Island, and it is no surprise that there are two half-ancestors of Golden Crow Clan coming. If Suzaimo's bloodline is not banned, facing Golden Crow Clan half-ancestor is also bodil rather than well. Even more how? He couldn't use bloodline, and now he has all the cards. Against two Golden Crow Clan half-ancestor, there is absolutely no chance. Huang Wu, you are dead. Ha 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 ha. Great Expert Ten Feng couldn't help laughing. Suzaimo's expression is calm and silent. Seeing that two golden lights have been killed, Suzaimo's brows suddenly filled with a terrible divine consciousness wave. At the center of his eyebrow, a palm-sized scarlet-eared scale suddenly floated out, crescent-shaped. Primordial Spirit Secret Technique, a reverse scale. The pupils of Great Expert Ten Feng contracted violently. On this scale, he smelled a strong breath of death. In his sea of consciousness, the primordial spirit was shaking uncontrollably. Fortunately, this primordial spirit secret technique is not aimed at him, but the half-ancestor of the two Golden Crow Clan. Otherwise, Great Expert Ten Feng believes that he must die. The second Golden Crow Clan half-ancestor was also taken aback, stunned. Normally, A primordial spirit secret technique of law manifestation. Tao monarchs simply cannot threaten them. They casually divine consciousness. They can smash each other's primordial spirit secret technique. But this scale is different. Even the two big half-ancestors of Golden Crow clan felt a hint of threat. Act recklessly. The two big Golden Crow clan half-ancestor lightly shouted, also condensed the primordial spirit secret technique. Two two-legged golden crows burning with golden flames flew out and moved towards this scale. 3 Tao primordial spirit secret technique. But the surrounding void was trembling, twisting, and even the light shifted. A path of fishes emerges from the reverse scale, and they crumble. The dragon's reverse scale is dead. Although reverse scale is powerful, it has an upper limit. 2 Big Golden Crow clan half-ancestors primordial spirit secret technique. It will directly smash the reverse scale. Of course, the second Golden Crow clan half-ancestor is also groaned, and the primordial spirit felt a tingle. Although not injured, it also surprised the second half-ancestor. A primordial spirit of law manifestation Tao monarch almost hurt their primal dial. If this person steps into the body fusion realm, is it okay? Kill. The second Golden Crow clan half-ancestor gave a loud drink and shot again. The big half-ancestor grabbed the palm of the hand, and the incomparable magic power condensed out. Instantly, a lance appeared in the palm of your hand. Body fusion realm, magic power has been cultivated to the extreme. Just grab it. It's the most powerful spell. The supreme yang essence fire burning on lance was extremely hot and seemed to be able to incinerate 10,000 things. Call. The 2 lances were thrown out, and Suzaimo was stabbed in front of him in an instant. Suzaimo could only release his arm and take out Bronze Cauldron with one hand, blocking in front of him. At the same time, his eyes flashed fiercely, holding the Dragon Soul Blade in his other hand, and moving forward silently. A path of ripples appeared. Suzaima confronted the 2 big half-ancestors, and the great expert Tenfeng naturally broke away from the shackles. He couldn't help but feel relieved. He was about to leave. Suddenly, at the corner of his eye, he saw a scene. In the sky behind him, as if swinging a path of ripples, has come behind him. Bang! 2 lances collided with Bronze Cauldron, and a loud noise broke out. Bronze Cauldron invulnerable, indestructible and impregnable. Although it blocks 2 magic power lances, but the power of the 2 Golden Crow clan half-ancestor, Bronze Cauldron cannot resist it. Suzaimo was shocked, and there was a sound of bone fractures in his arms, bursting out a blood mist. His entire arm was completely destroyed by this shock. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1400. Chapter 1400. Jumping into the volcano. With his arm broken, Bronze Cauldron fell to the ground. Suzaimo was out of energy and went to pick up Bronze Cauldron. Because, terrifying by Golden Crow clan half-ancestor, more than that. The 2 lances collided with Bronze Cauldron and were broken, but the blazing golden flame burst into Suzaimo. The supreme yang essence fire condensed by half-ancestor is much more powerful than the Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince. His hair and flesh have been scorched, and the entire person is completely wrapped in the supreme yang essence fire, and becomes a huge humanoid fireball. Pukai. At the same time, in the battlefield, another group of bloodlight burst out. The scream of great expert Tenfeng sounded. It turned out that Suzaimo, while resisting the 2 Golden Crow clan half-ancestor shots, cut out that sword, which is aimed at great expert Tenfeng. A bloody arm flew up. Suzaimo was in the supreme yang essence fire, and there was a strong pain all over. But he still said nothing, gritted his teeth, and threw the Dragon Soul Blade away. Grab a broken arm. In all fairness, the pain of being burned by the supreme yang essence fire is even less than 3% of the land of preaching the Tao Ten. The pain of yelling wind and bones, karmic fire burning, is very bearable. Is this not dead? The 2 big Golden Crow clan half-ancestor expression was cold. The figure turned into 2 golden lights, and moved towards Suzaimo. They can't keep Suzaimo alive. In the golden flame, Suzaimo's eyes flashed to mockery, and the moment the 2 big Golden Crow clan half-ancestor set off, He moved too, not forward, but moved towards the volcanic crater not far behind, and jumped down. Young master. Seeing this scene, Mo Ying exclaimed, "Boom!" She was distracted, and instantly she was hit by the spell of a Penglai Island great expert, and the whole person fell to the ground, vomiting blood, and expression dim. Mo Ying didn't seem to feel the pain in his body, but just stared at the direction of the volcanic crater. Suzaimo's silhouette has long disappeared into the billowing heat. You know, the temperature emanating from this sacred volcano, they are a bit unbearable above. Even more, how is the lava in the volcano? Even if the two big Golden Crow clan half-ancestor fell in, I am afraid that it is bode ill rather than well. The rest of the crowd saw this scene for a moment. Didn't expect. Huang Wu's temperament is so fierce that he would rather die than kill me, Xuan Shuang said. It's really cheap for him. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince said hatefully. Failing to peel and cramp Suzaimo and frustrate him, the evil in Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince's heart still failed to vent. No, it's never that easy. At this moment, the sound of great expert Tenfeng sounded, breathing slightly. Blood was still flowing from the broken arm, and the arm could not be regrown. The dragon chi mixed with dragon soul blade still had a great impact on his wound. Great expert Tenfeng has a weak breath, but still urges, you go to the volcanic crater to see what Huang Wu might have to do. Not bad. The Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince also responded, saying, this Huang Wu's life is extremely hard. Last time he battled Heaven and Earth Valley, he was banished from the void by human race half-ancestor, but he failed to die. HMPH. A Golden Crow clan half-ancestor coldly snorted and said, what is the temperature of this sacred volcano's lava, let alone a law manifestation Dao monarch? Even if we fall into it, it will be dead. That being said, the crowd still endured the heat from sacred volcano and moved towards volcanic crater. When I came to the volcanic crater, Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince, Xuan Shuang and the others, just sweated. They were evaporated instantly, and the skin became a little cracked. On the cheeks of the second Golden Crow clan half-ancestor, a layer of sweat appeared on the cheeks. Everyone was gazing, moved towards the depths of the volcano. I saw deep in the volcano that the scarlet-eared lava was surging. Suzaimo's eyes were closed tightly, and the silhouette had been almost flooded by the lava. His flesh and blood has been burned into nothingness. There was only one skeleton, but under this terrifying lava, it began to melt. Soon, lava surged and swallowed Suzaimo completely. Seeing this scene, the people are softly sigh of relief. In this way, nothing unexpected can happen. Everyone retreated, and for a moment to stay on the edge of the volcanic crater, they all had to endure great suffering. How about, is Huang Wu alive? Great expert Tenfeng broke his arm, did not step forward, saw the crowd back so quickly, and asked quickly, I'm dead. Xuan Shuang nodded, affirmatively said, after today, there is no such person as Huang Wu in true cultivation. Died so easily? Great expert Tenfeng still couldn't believe it, turning his head and looking towards the two Golden Crow clan half-ancestor. He couldn't help but say, two seniors should take another step to stop Huang Wu from jumping off the volcano. Why are you complaining about us? A Golden Crow clan half-ancestor expression was cold and toned. No, I didn't mean that. Great expert Tenfeng, heart startled, quickly explained, after all, there are too many secrets and treasures in Huang Wu's body, so it is a pity to bury himself in the volcano. HMPH. A Golden Crow clan half-ancestor coldly snorted, said, it's no pity, this bronze cauldron from Huang Wu, and Dragon Soul Blade, all stayed on the mountain. But, Great expert Tenfeng keeps talking. What is it? The other Golden Crow clan half-ancestor sneered slightly and asked, my arm. Hee. Before the great expert Tenfeng finished, he was interrupted by a sneer. The Golden Crow clan half-ancestor pouted, it's just an arm. After a few days of cultivation, the dragon chi at the wound will dissipate and it will naturally grow back. But great expert Tenfeng has to explain. The Golden Crow clan half-ancestor slightly frowned, waved his hand, and showed impatient expression. Great expert Tan Feng sighed in his heart. Somehow he felt a little uneasy. His broken arm was indeed not a serious injury, but the point is in the palm of his arm, holding a divine phoenix bone. At that time, the situation changed rapidly, and Huang Wu didn't even go all out to resist the two big half-ancestor attacks, but also cut his arm. Later, Huang Wu was also disarmed under the attack of the two big half-ancestor, and Huang Wu even chose to drop Bronze Cauldron and Dragon Soul Blade, just to empty his hands and get the divine phoenix bone. Is Huang Wu struggling hard, at the cost of being hit hard, and throwing away many treasures, just to grab the divine phoenix bone, and then take the divine phoenix bone and annihilate himself in the volcano? It really doesn't make sense. Of course, since Xu Anshuang and the others saw Huang Wu's death in person, there should be no surprises. In this battle, although Huang Wu was suppressed and killed, they also suffered heavy losses. And great expert Tan Feng is even more rewarding. He was thinking that he could grab Huang Wu's divine phoenix bone. Even if he couldn't condense the phoenix blood vein, the battle strength would rise. Didn't expect it, but it was bamboo basket water. His divine phoenix bone was lost.